And here it is. We go again. Roll up, ladies and gentlemen. One man went to know. Here it is. We go again. Here I am again. I hope you're there. The session starts. Your company is required. I think that happens twice a day. With increasing regularity now happening twice a day. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. Join sing along, holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving faster now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right, moving faster. Yeah, for freedom. Is another Savior. Yeah, for freedom. Holy, 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 Nnamdi Kanu is another Savior.
Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, 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 Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. Inyamadika, yabika kwa namno. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
Pardon me. There it is right there. The Holy Holy song from the eastern part. So the Holy Holy song, I'm not sure if the camera is is striking a lot better. I'm only just to tell you what my setup is. If I spin, I would spin my thing around, but I'll probably just show you how untidy the space is. It's only literally just a spotlight, this, and a laptop. That's my setup. So that's my setup. So there's no mic that I'm using except whatever it is that is inbuilt into the laptop. So that's just the entirety of it. But the camera seems to be doing its job this time around. It seems especially bright in this instance. So welcome one and all. We meet again. Of course, we meet again. We meet every day, don't we? So we meet again and we meet every day, don't we? So in this meeting now, matters to be discussed. So matters to be discussed. We're visiting Nnamdi Kanu again, and there's been a development in the space. IPOB, Appeal Court stops execution of judgment, freeing Nnamdi Kanu. So there it is right there. No surprises to a lot of people. The enthusiasm in the South is somewhat tapered down and watered down and squashed with that judgment. It looks as though the strong arming by Abubakar Malami has folded the judiciary system. A lot of people celebrating, of course, that the courts have the capacity, they are demonstrating a capacity to form a judgment independently, the last bastion for the common man, the last hope of the common man. So that hope now quashed. Appeal court stops execution of judgment, freeing Nnamdi Kanu. So there it is right there. No surprises too many. A lot of people feel that Bola TINUBU is going to be the next president of Nigeria. A lot of people feel that, and I am not averse to that thought as well. I am not averse to that thought as well. And Bola TINUBU is going to be the next president of Nigeria, not necessarily because he's the best that the country has to offer, but by default. So if you look at the field, there is nobody that supersedes him, even as poor as he is, both in terms of corruption, his ill health, and all the questionable things about him. Even with all of that, there's nobody within the field that supersedes him. Atiku Abubakar, he's already faulted for being a northerner, and the country wants to move away from the north. The north are not especially enamored by Atiku Abubakar as well. So a lot of people that think that is going to sweep up the votes in the north, they're quite remiss in that thinking. He is not, they don't consider him anything in the north. And if you wrap into that all of the person that is equally as corrupt, if not more corrupt than TINUBU in Nigeria, presently within the current political space, is Atiku Abubakar. He's as corrupt, if not more corrupt than TINUBU. And of course, he also has a very controversial plan to sell the Nigerian oil space to his Arab friends in Dubai. So all of that, it just makes him an unattractive proposition. So Peter Obi, of course, the next person you go to. But Peter Obi is just a lightweight in the political space. He's just come through. Peter Obi, it was we have to be reminded Atiku's running mate just 4 years ago. And there is nothing in his antecedent that commends or recommends him. So it's just some blah sort of a fell. There's nothing in him that suggests any possibility. So there is no real possibility to counterweight the TINUBU space. So almost by default, he will end up apologetically the Nigerian president. And that seems to be the universal belief. Peter Obi, unlikely to win presidential election. TINUBU's presidency will increase social instability in Nigeria. So who is talking, who is making this comment? Mm-hmm. It's not anybody Nigerian. It's actually an organization called FITCH, FITCH. So a lot of you that are working financing or know about financing, you would know, especially this FITCH. A country's credit worthiness and a country's total weight is usually calibrated by this particular organization. And when international bodies are looking to lend a country money, etc., they always look to the FITCH report for that country to see how how they are, if they are going to lend them or not, and what bracket of interest rates they are going to bracket them into. So if you're an A plus country, then you have access to more mainstream finance, and as your rating goes down, your financing gets a lot more psychedelic. So that is what this organization does primarily, but it expands beyond that. So this is a serious global space that is coming up with this permutation. Peter Obi unlikely to win presidential election. TINUBU's presidency will increase social instability in Nigeria. Global rating company Fitch. So we'll find out why Fitch has arrived at that spot. We'll find out how Fitch has arrived at that spot. From that to this, Finance Minister rejects Naira redesign, warns CBN of consequences. So it looks as though, because as we know, a lot of heavy looting has taken place within this Buhari's administration, a lot of heavy looting, and it looks as though this move now by the CBN has caught the looters off guard. So they have all these warehouses packed with Nigerian currency, and then suddenly the value, and they've gone through a lot. You think they just stroll into loot? They don't stroll into loot. There's a piece of work, there's a body of work that is done to arrive you at the opportunity to loot. So they've done quite a lot to loot the Nigerian coffers and steal all this hard cash that they are packing in all these warehouses. So Emefiele now wants to make that worthless. So they've gone to strong arm the presidential space to have that policy reversed. And it looks as though we are going to be seeing a reversal of that position that we're all celebrating yesterday. Finance Minister rejects Naira redesign, warns CBN of consequences. So quite how the finance minister was not taken along or would not have been taken along, we'll find out shortly. Back to Peter Obi, we don't give shishi, but we need big money for campaigns. Our Labour Party chair appeals. So the reality dawns on that space that it's the people, not their structure anymore, and all of this crowdfunding and all of this panning and all of this kumbayaing and all of the empty noise. I thought they were turning their nose up to that space, that money is beneath them and all that nonsense. But the realities of bills coming in to be paid, we don't give shishi, but we need big money for campaigns. Labour Party chair appeals. So there it is right there. They get the begging bowl out. And of course, for them to really get the money to pursue an election, they would need a wealthy backer. And to get a wealthy backer, you have to go to corruption. So there it is right there. So they chart their path to corruption, not that they were ever away from corruption in the first instance. New Naira notes, finance minister kicks against plan, says ministry not consulted. So quite how the CBN will roll out new Naira notes without duly consulting the CBN, that's beyond me. Now, trouble for Atiku as PDP senator campaigns for TINUBU, says APC presidential candidate will make Nigeria work. So who that person is and what that implies, we'll find all of that out shortly. Trouble for Atiku as PDP senator campaigns for TINUBU, says APC presidential candidate will make Nigeria work. So for Nigeria to work is certainly what we're all hoping and praying for. And this is why we're hoping and praying that Nigeria does work. Many fear kidnapped on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. So it's always baffled me how kidnapping can take place on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. It's the most trafficked road in Africa. So you'd have thought that a road as busy as that would, the bandits and the kidnappers will recoil from it. But that just tells you of the audacity and the bravity of the Fulani kidnappers, just that sense that they own the country. So there it is right there. So this is what we're looking to escape from, because this is more immediate to me. My homes are in Ibadan and Lagos. So that Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, more immediate to me. Many feared kidnapped on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. So quite what this means. We'll find out shortly. So a rich menu, a potpourri. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, click on the like button as you're coming in. Click on subscribe as well. Because if you're not subscribed, you'll probably start finding it difficult somewhat to comment in the comment section. So you have to be subscribed for you to be able to comment in the comment section. That seems to be the way that space is evolving now. So make sure you are subscribed. Click on the like button as well. And of course, we're trying to move people onto this space somewhat. This buy a coffee thing. So if you want to make donations to the platform, and we've been seeing activities there, but we're only seeing a handful of people, mainly Jafar, some instances, Meadowman and maybe Thomas, but we certainly need more than 3 people in that space. So if you feel inclined to tip towards the platform, go to that buy a coffee space and go as wild as you deem fit. So go to the buy a coffee space and go wild. So there it is right there. Go wild. So there it is. So let's come in via the care guides. Let's come in. We've not even had any music yet, have we? Have I just launched? No. Yes, we did have the Nnamdi Kanu. So now let's come in via the care guides. Bit confused. Let me recalibrate.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chief Wailati kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdódò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Olúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosoname ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodunke ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. The powerful, potent prayer by the care guides. May death have nothing to do with us. Ikuko Neriwa Gbeshe, as guys, I bring you this. IPOB, Appeal Court stops execution of judgment, freeing Nnamdi Kanu. A court of appeal in Abuja on Friday halted the execution of its judgment, which freed Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the proscribed Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB, of terrorism charges. A 3-member panel of Court of Appeal had faulted the Nigerian government's forcible repatriation of Kanu from Kenya to Nigeria last year, June, to face terrorism charges over the IPOB leader's separatist campaigns. Oladotun Adefokwe Okajie, who led the appellate court panel, had on the 13th of October held that the federal government broke local and international laws by forcibly rearresting and returning Mr. Kanu to Nigeria. But in a ruling on Friday, so I want you to pay a special note, pay note especially to the names of the judges that are making the different pronouncements and form your own thoughts off the back of that. So the first judge that exonerated Kanu for reasons of Malam Buhari acting illegally was Oladotun Adefope Okoji. So that's who freed him. But the person that was him still held. But in a ruling on Friday, Haruna Sanami, leading a panel of Court of Appeal in Abuja, ordered that the enforcement of the judgment releasing Kanu be put on hold. The federal government had appealed that the execution of the judgment is suspended pending the resolution of its appeal filed at the Supreme Court. Mr. Sanami, in the ruling held that the Mr. Sanami, in the ruling held that the counter affidavit filed against the government application by Mr. Kanu's legal team, led by Michael Sokome, was misleading. Correspondents reported that the court earlier rejected the federal government's request for adjournment of the hearing of the application to hold Kanu's release from detention after striking out a 7-count charge pending before Binta Nyako of the Federal High Court in Abuja. In his submission, the federal government's lawyer, David Kawe, argued that the application for a stay of execution of the judgment was based on national security. If Mr. Kanu is released, he may not be available to face his charges in court because he had already jumped bail before. Releasing him will increase the state of insecurity in the southeast, Mr. Kawe contended. Mr. Kawe urged the appellate court to grant the federal government's application and not release Kanu. But in his response, Mr. Kanu's lead lawyer, Michael Sokome, SAN, said the federal government's stay of execution application was a ploy to overrule the judgment of the appellate court. My lords should not allow them because it will cause chaos and anarchy. The release of Kanu will bring peace to the southeast. So there is no need to stay execution where there is no valid appeal, Mr. Osokome said. On the issue of Mr. Kanu, on the issue that Mr. Kanu had earlier jumped bail, Mike Osokome argued that the IPOB leader did not jump bail, but escaped for his life when his home in Abia State, southeast Nigeria, was invaded by federal troops. Mr. Osokome also predicated his objection on the grounds that Mr. Kanu had a terminal illness and needed comprehensive medical attention outside of the state security services custody. The senior lawyer asked the court to dismiss the application for a stay of execution, saying he would not ask for cost. So there it is right there. So there it is right there. So that's a reversal then. It's just no backbone. If you did not have the backbone to follow through, then why make the judgment in the first instance? That's just the thing. But predictably, and we predicted it on this platform, that Nnamdi Kanu is not going anywhere. Maybe the incoming administration, whoever that is, might release him just to ease the southeastern space. But certainly, under the mala from Daura, Nnamdi Kanu is not going anywhere. So don't pop the champagnes just yet. Nnamdi Kanu, if you're looking for him, Cell Block H, DSS Facility Abuja. Cell Block H, DSS Facility Abuja. Peter Obi unlikely to win presidential election. TINUBU's presidency will increase social instability in Nigeria. Global rating company FITCH. FITCH, the global rating company, has tipped Bola Tinubu, the presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress, to win the 2023 election. The company, in its report, however, said protest and social disconnect are likely to increase in the aftermath of Tinubu's victory. It said a win for the APC candidate would likely fuel sentiments of perceived marginalization amongst Christians, while supporters of his opponents may take to the streets to question the fairness of the electoral process. So all of this predictable, of course. There's nothing new that is that we've heard so far. All of the permutations suggest a victory for TINUBU, and because the sentiments has been whipped up so fervently within the polity, there's almost likely to be a reaction. The only space where there is likely not to be a reaction is if Peter Obi wins. Because if Peter Obi wins, I don't think the Yorubas will especially object to that. I don't think the Northerners will especially push against that. And certainly the Southeasterners, they will welcome that. But if Tinubu wins, the Southeasterners, because they've been whipped up into such a frenzy over this unfeasible Peter Obi nonsense that they are doing, because they whip them up into such a frenzy, there will certainly be a backlash if Peter Obi does not win. So how visceral that backlash will be will depend on who wins. So if Atiku wins, there will be skirmishes here and there, but it will be contained because somewhat the Southeast is surrendered to subordinating itself to the North. But if the Southwest wins, there's just this thing it is going to explode, but we'll see how that plays out. It said a win for the APC candidate would likely fuel sentiments of perceived marginalization amongst Christians, while supporters of his opponents may take to the streets to question the fairness of the electoral process. The statement said, comments or data are solely derived from FITCH Solutions Company risk and industry research and independent sources. At FITCH Solutions, we believe that recent polls are significantly stating the support for Peter Obi. Actually, let me take the entirety of it again, just because I don't like the flow of it, and I interrupted the flow with my insertion. Fitch, the global rating company, has tipped Bola Tinubu, presidential candidate of the ruling All Progressive Congress, to win the 2023 election. The company said in its report, however, that protest and social disconnect are likely to increase in the aftermath of a Tinubu win. They said a win for the APC candidate would likely fuel sentiments of perceived marginalization amongst Christians, while supporters of his opponents may take to the streets to question the fairness of the electoral process. The statement said, comments and data are solely derived from Fitch Solutions country risk and industry research and independent sources. At Fitch Solutions, we believe that recent polls are significantly overstating support for Peter Obi, the Labour Party candidate running in Nigeria's February 2023 presidential election. Indeed, we maintain our view that the ruling party's Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the candidate most likely to win the presidential election, as a split of opposition vote favors the All Progressive Congress. Protest and social disconnect is likely to ramp up in the aftermath of a Tinubu win, since this would end the recent trend of the presidency alternating between Muslims and Christians. At Fitch Solutions, we believe that recent polls are significantly overstating support for Peter Obi, the Labour Party candidate running in Nigeria's February 2023 presidential election. Surveys show that Obi is ahead of his opponents, Bola Tinubu, All Progressive Congress APC, and Atiku Abubakar, People's Democratic Party PDP, were mostly based on responses gathered online, since only 36% of Nigerians use the internet, and that's World Bank data as at 2020. We believe that these results are skewed towards urban, affluent voters who are most likely to support Obi. We also highlight that these polls suggest a large share of voters remain undecided. Even if these surveys were accurate at a national level, Obi's lack of support in Nigeria's Muslim majority north will make it difficult for him to win next year's election. Indeed, the North is the home to majority of all voters, and turnout in this part of the country tends to be relatively high, underscoring the importance of the Northern electorate. According to Nigeria's 1999 constitution, a candidate can only be elected if they both receive the majority of the overall vote and over 25% of votes in at least 24 of the country's 36 states. Given that Obi's Labour Party has limited infrastructure in the north, he will struggle to meet this second voting requirement. Indeed, the Labour Party is not even running candidates for the Senate or House of Representatives in many northern constituencies. Furthermore, the northern electorate historically tends to vote for presidential candidates from their region. With Obi being a Christian from the south, Anambra State, increasing his voter share in the north will prove challenging. Fitch added that Peter Obi is unlikely to win the presidential election. So thank you, Fitch, but we don't necessarily need you to tell us that. Nobody ever really thought it was going to. It said, while we believe Peter Obi is unlikely to win the election, he will probably do well for a third-party candidate. Indeed, a third-party candidate has never reached more than 7.5% of votes in Nigeria. However, due to his frugal reputation and a large social media following, we expect Obi to get a higher share of the votes than previous third-party candidates. As such, we believe that Obi's popularity will most likely split the opposition vote at the expense of the PDP. The PDP's candidate, Atiku Abubakar, is a northerner, and we believe that the party's only route to victory is expanding its vote in the southwest and north-central states, whilst retaining a large majority in the south-south and southeast. However, given Peter Obi's popularity in the south, especially the south-south and southeast, we believe it unlikely that the main opposition party will be able to gain more votes in these parts of the country. Indeed, we maintain our view that the APC's TINUBU is best placed to win the presidential election. We expect that the party, which has nominated a Muslim ticket, will repeat its strong performance in the north. Given that TINUBU is a former governor of Lagos State, the party is also likely to improve on its performance in the southwest. Furthermore, we expect TINUBU to benefit from incumbency advantages, with the APC having been in power since 2015. Protests and social discontent are likely to increase in the aftermath of a TINUBU win. Since Nigeria's return to democracy in 1999, there has been an informal agreement that resulted in the presidency alternating between the North and South states, as well as between Christians and Muslims. A win for TINUBU would break with this unwritten tradition and likely to fuel sentiments of perceived marginalization amongst Christians. In addition, Obi's supporters, mostly young urban voters, are likely to question the fairness of the electoral process, especially after recent polls have predicted a win for the Anambra boy. And that wasn't what they said, though, for Obi, it's what they said. These dynamics are likely to engender political unrest following the February vote. As a result, we have revised down the social stability component of our proprietary short-term political risk index from 30 to 25, previously scored out of 100. Lower scores imply higher risk. This brings Nigeria's overall STPRI score from 46.3 to 45.0. The global rating company said it does not expect significant policy changes under the TINUBU presidency. While TINUBU has stated that he would phase out Nigeria's costly fuel subsidy, We are skeptical this will happen in the short term. There appears to be limited appetite within the APC to remove the subsidy, and with inflation remaining elevated in 2023 due to high food prices, the cancellation of the subsidy would negatively affect the new president's popularity. Indeed, the PDP tried to remove the subsidy in 2012 but had to back down after large-scale protest, it said. In addition, we believe that TINUBU's aim to raise oil production is unfeasible in the short term. Crude production has declined significantly to 1.1 million barrels per day in September, a multi-decade low due to rising oil theft and previous underinvestment. Given the country's weak fiscal position, we believe that there will be limited room for more security and social spending to combat oil theft and attract more investment. While not our core view, factions within the APC could weigh on Tinubu's popularity in northern states. In addition, should public concerns about Tinubu's health become more pronounced in the run-up to the election, we would expect his chances of winning to become smaller. There remains a possibility that a three-way race result in no candidate passing the electoral threshold. This will prompt a second round for the first time in Nigeria's history, likely heightening political instability. So there it is right there. So that's and those are just dispassionate, data-led analysis. Dispassionate, data-led analysis. So that's what you just heard there. So that's Fitch talking, no. But of course, they will say, is it because it did? Forget all the is it because, or maybe they've gone to America to bribe Fitch as well. But all the signs are there, but carry on with the wishful thinking. They will surprise you. They will surprise you. Nobody's going to be surprised by anything. It will be as predicted. Finance Minister rejects Naira design, warns CBN of consequences. So there it is right there. The corruption strikes back. Minister of Finance, Budget and National Planning Zainab Ahmed has rejected new proposal by the Central Bank of Nigeria to redesign Naira, warning the Apex Bank of its consequences on the economy. The CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele had on Wednesday said the Apex Bank will redesign the country's currency from 200 denomination to 1,000 Naira notes. The minister made her reaction public on the policy in response to questions raised by Senator Okoyemi Bamidele during 2023 budget defense session she had with the Senate Committee on Finance and warned the CBN of consequences that may arise from it. Senator Bamidele had in his question told the finance minister that barely 2 days after announcement of the policy by CBN, repercussions of it on the value of the Naira to the dollar was being felt. Just 2 days after announcement of the policy, value of Naira to a dollar has risen from 740 to 788 to a dollar due to rush in exchange of stashed Naira notes for foreign currency, particularly dollars, just exactly as we predicted on this platform. So you must listen to us. Sometimes we know what we're talking about. To me, the policy may be a well-conceived one, but the timing, going by realities on the ground, is very wrong, as the Naira may fall to as low as 1,000 to a dollar before January the 31st, 2023, fixed for all implementations of the policy. Yes, okay, so I read it away. He said, responding to the question, the minister said the ministry is not aware of the policy, but only heard of it from the media. Distinguished senators, we were not consulted at the Ministry of Finance by the CBN on the planned Naira redesigning and cannot comment on it as regards merits or otherwise. However, as a Nigerian privileged to be at the top of Nigeria's fiscal management, the policy as rolled out at this time portends serious consequences on the value of Naira to other foreign currencies. I will, however, appeal to this committee to invite the CBN governor for required explanations as regards merit of the planned policy and rightness or otherwise of its implementation now. She said the CBN governor, while speaking on the policy on Wednesday, had said that the action was taken in order to get control of the currency in circulation, just as he posited that the bulk of the nation's currency notes were outside bank vaults and that the CBN would not allow the situation to continue. So I think the explanation is already embedded in his press statement by the CBN governor, and we all anticipated that there would be a run on the dollar. We all had the anticipation that they would immediately start all the illegal monies within the system. We all anticipated that it will immediately run towards the dollar. So there is nothing that catches anybody off guard with what's just happened. Nothing should catch anybody off guard, and there is nothing that has caught anybody off guard. But the idea that the Minister of Finance was not consulted, though, is I cannot imagine that that would be the case. I'm pretty certain that she would have been consulted, but she perhaps was not agreeable to the idea. But the presidency may have said, because it cannot unilaterally change the country's currency, can he? The criminal from the creeks, Emefiele, he cannot, can he? So he would have had authorization from higher up, and that authorization cannot be outside of the knowledge of the Minister of Finance. So she would have known, but perhaps not have agreed. We don't give shishi, but we need big money for campaigns. The begging bowl comes out. Labour Party chairman appeals. So there it is right there, comrade. But he wants a Gucci-loving comrade. Julius Abure, the national chairman of the Labour Party LP, has appealed to supporters to assist the party with funds for the presidential campaign. Presidential election is very expensive. It is very costly. Our slogan is that we don't give shishi nothing, but this time around, we have to look for money, Mr. Abure said Friday in Abuja after inaugurating the party's presidential campaign council. The opposition party came into reckoning as a major contender ahead of the 2023 election after Peter Obi emerged as the party's, the opposition party came into reckoning as a major contender ahead of the 2023 elections after Peter Obi emerged as the party's flag bearer. Mr. Obi, a former Anambra governor, who is famed for his frugality with state funds. I'm not quite sure why they are giving him that appellation. There's nothing in his history to suggest that. Mr. Obi, a former governor of Anambra, who is famed for his frugality with state funds, is thought to be one of the frontline candidates of the election. Mr. Abure stressed that the presidential candidate cannot solely fund the capital-intensive electioneering. I'm not quite sure. It would be curious to find out how much of Obi's personal money has actually gone into this campaigning. I suspect not much. The presidential candidate cannot fund the campaigns alone. He does not have the money. The greatest challenge that we are likely to have in this campaign is with funding. Our presidential candidate was a governor in Anambra. He is the only governor known not to have embezzled money. He kept 75 billion in the account of Anambra State and is the only governor not on a pension, he explained. Mr. Abure charged the 1,453-member campaign council to work assiduously to guarantee the party's success at next year's poll. He noted that it was not an easy task to arrive at the PCC list because the search was based on character, capability, and pedigree, which the Obi Dati movement represented. He said the party did background checks on the PCC members and found them worthy, and therefore called on all the PCC members to bring their experiences and expatriates to bear. I suspect that's meant to be expertise to bear and engage in grassroots work to deliver victory for the party. So essentially, begging for money is what, and that's fair enough, by the way, because our political parties must necessarily canvass for fundings. Nobody can just sign a check to be president of anywhere, not unless your name is Atiku or TINUBU, who have stolen enough for the owners to see, as Chinua Achebe said in A Man of the People, stolen enough for the owners to see. New Naira notes finance minister kicks against plan, says ministry not consulted. Somewhat repetitive, I suspect. Nigeria's Minister of Finance, Budget and Planning, Zainab Ahmed, has kicked against plans by the central bank to redesign Naira notes. She said the ministry was not aware of the plan and only knew about it through the media. She said this on Friday when she appeared before the Senate Committee on Finance for the ministry's budget defense. Her comments come barely 48 hours after Central Bank of Nigeria Governor Godwin Emefiele announced the plan to redesign the 100, 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes and will be in circulation in December. The plan is to redesign, blah, 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 and start disbursing by December, and by January the 31st, 2023, the old notes will be out of circulation. He said the move is aimed at having control of the currency in circulation, managing inflation, and tackling counterfeiting. Mr. Emefiele said currency management has faced several daunting challenges that have continued to escalate in scale and sophistication, with attendant and unintended consequences for the integrity of both the CBN and the country. The CBN governor further explained that the planned design was in line with Section 19A and B of the CBN Act 2007, upon which the management of the CBN sought and obtained the approval of President Buhari to redesign, produce, and circulate new series of banknotes at 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira level. So there it is right there. So it has presidential approval. So I knew this was coming anyway, but my anticipation was that it would be the incoming administration that would have done this. But there it is. But what does this even mean is the question. We touched on it yesterday, but it's still a story. So come share thoughts on that. I hope people are clicking on the buy the coffee thing. When I check, I want to see activities there. And I hope people are clicking on the subscribe. And I hope people are clicking on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. If I come in, of course, nobody there, then I'll be forced to end the session early, which is not something I would prefer to do. Trouble for Atiku as PDP Senator campaigns for TINUBU, says APC presidential candidate will make Nigeria work. So TINUBU seems to be experiencing a purple period, but will this carry through to the to February? Chimaroke Nnamdi has said that the All Progressive Congress APC presidential candidate Bola Tinubu is the most successful governor amongst the class of 1999 to 2007 set when Nigeria returned to democracy. Tinubu was governor of Lagos State while Nnamdi was governor of Enugu State. The senator representing Enugu East in the National Assembly added that governors from the class of 99 may still be the nation's top system builders and political reformers. In a statement issued in, and by the way, we want to explore that and some of the reasons why he may well have said that. The senator representing Enugu East in the National Assembly added that the governors from the 1999, from the class of 1999, may still be the nation's top system builders and political reformers. So let's hold that space. You have to understand that the 1999 period was a revolutionary period. So a lot of the politics then that led to 1999 was activism. So a lot of activists and reformers were in that political space trying to wrestle the country from the hands of the military, which they succeeded in 1999. And what this governor might be saying, and if that is what he's saying, then I concur, that that reformist mentality that a lot of them brought from their fight with the military into several state houses positions them as the best crop of politicians that we've had. So the people that succeeded the class of 99, they did not go through what the class of 99 went through to seize power from the, so they did not, so there has to be some level of people centrism and social reformist to that class of 99 just because of their route to power. But the succeeding governors and administrations, they came to what was already an established political democratic dispensation, and they might not have the zeal and the fight and the truism and altruism of that 1999 set. That is all of the things I've just read into that small paragraph right there, or maybe I'm getting carried away. The senator representing Enugu East in the National Assembly added that governors from the class of 99 may still be the nation's top system builders and political reformers. So when they are talking about structure, this is all wrapped into that space. So this is a person now that he has gone deep and long with TINUBU because he, of course, from that class of governorship as well. So all these state house, federal executive meetings, they would have been attending together. That relationship would have been formed since 1999. They would have crossed paths in the course of politicking over the last 23, 25 years to form that established relationship. So that relationship sits deep within these people. So you cannot just turn up and say, by virtue of the fact that you are a fellow clansman, and then suddenly the guy abandons an established relationship with somebody that he has thought about, and just leap to your side because you are from the same tribe. So this is what people mean, that this guy had been building up to this for a long time. In a statement issued in Abuja on Friday, October the 28th, Nnamdi, who is a chieftain of the People's Democratic Party (PDP), said TINUBU will make Nigeria work if he becomes the nation's president. So his words, TINUBU will replicate the success in Lagos across the country and has the capacity to revamp the economy and make Nigeria work for all, he maintained. The PDP senator said the class of 99 governors had it rough in the beginning because most of them inherited a state that had all its sectors in poor condition due to several years of military rule. All we had was pure joy in our electorate's hearts because they had a democratically elected governor. From health to education to the economy and security, Lagos State and many other states were in turmoil as a result of years of military rule, but Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu made the most progress out of all of us in reforms of various sectors, with Enugu coming second. This large progress came as a result of assembling 23 best brains in Lagos State to examine each sector of Lagos economy and provide a workable solution to its unique challenges. He said. So this is the thing. This is the thing. So look how far removed this Nnamdi fella is from TINUBU. He's a PDP man, and they stand an equal chance of winning that presidency. So he has his principle, but additionally, he's an Igbo man. So for him to be saying this, he must be speaking purely out of belief. Senator Nnamdi went on to reel out TINUBU's achievements in different sectors in a statement. In a statement he also posted on Twitter, the Ashwaju-led administration was tasked with figuring out how about 5,768 more classrooms to the existing ones, saying that he rose to the challenge by erecting new elementary, junior secondary, and senior secondary schools in Lagos between 1999 and 2007 to address this issue. So I guess I'll just go on and on. Ashwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu consequently embarked on human capital development to guarantee that people receive the finest education possible with a series of staff training and development programs in various courses, seminars, and workshops. Uh, so here are some reactions that trailed his tweet. Nigerians react, Yusuf Aliu. Sentiments apart, so the APC supporters have now agreed that Buhari, which Tinubu brought to us, has failed. That means Tinubu does not deserve to rule Nigeria because he's an accomplice to the failed government, which he is the party leader. I remain obedient and uh, useful forever. So he's done a play on words with his name. So Dele Diarest, the next one. If you live in this Lagos as a lower slash poorer class, you will know Lagos is not working. The downtrodden are suffering like, can we replicate this Lagos for the whole Nigeria? I pray, God forbid. Here is Engineer Salam Monsuru. It is unfortunate that tribal sentiments and pure hatred had so much blind folded some folks that they refused to see that Nigeria of our dream can be achieved by Tinubu. It takes the tribalized individuals to say this. It is even an embarrassment putting Tinubu side by side. All these Janjaweed politicians in the name of comparison. That's why I laughed in Swahili when someone said the state he governed is his manifesto. If Lagos is Tinubu's manifesto, then all other contestants should just throw in the towel. This is Isaac Okorie. APC cannot rescue Nigeria from APC. Those who brought this evil affliction certainly cannot be the solution. We obediently reject this ABC. So it is going to be one of those. So the guy has spoken his own truth, but they will just be doing the agbado something. Earlier correspondents have reported Senator Nnamdi said a game changer of earlier correspondents had reported that Senator Nnamdi said the A game of Tinubu, the A game, not a game, but A game of Tinubu got him the presidential ticket of the APC for the 2023 elections. Nnamdi said this in a thread of tweets on Wednesday, September the 28th. The PDP chieftain and former governor of Enugu State added that Tinubu, a former Lagos State governor, paid his dues over the years through his performance as a politician. So there it is. I mean, I don't know why we continue to labor that space, but there it is. I'm not sure if I really want to read this last because this one strikes so close to me, but let me give you it anyway. Many feared kidnapped on Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. An unspecified number of motorists were feared kidnapped along Lagos-Ibadan Expressway on Friday. The development generated tension along the expressway as several vehicles aborted the trip to their destination and drove in the opposite direction. The incident happened around Dominion University City of Faith, kilometer 24, Lagos-Ibadan Expressway. An eyewitness who spoke with correspondents said nobody could ascertain the number of people kidnapped, but 3 private vehicles were affected. He listed as affected a Jeep, a Toyota Camry car, and sedan vehicle whose models could not be ascertained. The eyewitness who was traveling from Lagos to Ibadan said there was fear amongst motorists and passengers around the spot. I can confirm some motorists have just been kidnapped near Dominion University, Ibadan. Many vehicles had to turn back, but the road is free as I am talking to you. I saw 3 vehicles with their doors wide open, and not a single person was found inside the 3 vehicles. There was no trace there was no trace of where they ran to. One of the cars smashed its bonnet on the wall, whilst the other one jammed it from behind, but there's no sign of accident. We are sure it was a case of kidnap because the vehicles were empty. At first, we thought it was a robbery, but it was not. We have seen those that were robbed. There was nobody at the scene when my vehicle got there. The witness said when they moved away from the scene, they saw some hunters and vigilante heading towards the place of that the incident happened. When contacted, the Amotekun commandant in the state said he has no information about the latest kidnapping in the state. He said, I am not aware of such development. There is no way such a thing would happen and we won't be informed. Such a thing is strange to me. I will find out and get back to you. The police are yet to react to the development. So I'm not quite sure if there's anything to that. So not quite sure if there's anything to that. As we welcome the panelists, Solomon joins us from Abuja. Des joins us from his truck somewhere or the other. Ola joins us from Canada. Thomas joins us from Australia, and location unknown, Saki, Father. So good to have you, gentlemen. And let me just get rid of this spam thing that's up. So good to have you, gentlemen. Let's kick it off and start it off with Thomas. We start with Thomas and then go on to Solomon. So Thomas, are you ready? Thomas. All right. Okay, let's start with Solomon then. Solomon, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Oh, all right, brilliant. We start with you. We couldn't hear Thomas. So let's start with you. So Solomon, then that incident, then Lagos Ibadan Expressway, surely one of the spaces that you don't expect to be hearing kidnapping because that road is just so busy. The lack of security in Nigeria, especially highlighted by that space. Solomon.
Yeah. That road is not that kind of thing is not supposed to happen there, truly. But it is very shameful that it still happens in such road. Just like today now or yesterday, there was a kidnapping incident that occurred at Enugu Road, where they kidnapped at least about 10 people, and in those 10 people, there were more of students going back to school that just resumed from this ASU strike. So they kidnapped them. So this is to show you there is nowhere in Nigeria, let me be honest to you, that is safe. Everywhere, these people can be anywhere. Even like yesterday too, this same security issue in Abuja, they arrested some people, some guys.
Yeah, I heard they went to raid some estate somewhere.
Yeah,
and they were saying they were American forces, but the Nigerians they are denying it.
The Nigerian force, that is the DSS especially, they said they were not assisted by anybody, any foreign agency. That it was just them that conducted the arrest, and that they carried out their own investigation and did the arrest. So no foreign agents assisted them. So this is to show you the level of insecurity. Insecurity now is like a problem. In fact, these politicians now that are campaigning, insecurity is supposed to be they are major. Even if that was one thing Buhari came in with, and today he's not doing anything about it. It's supposed to be the one of they're supposed to break down as they are breaking down the economic the strategy they want to use and make the economy in Nigeria stabilize. I know insecurities are more, but they emphasize more on breaking it down more in the economy in the economy stability. So they should still break down, make people understand. They should still emphasize more on insecurity, because this insecurity thing is a major problem in Nigeria. To be honest, it's really, really a major problem. You don't know where you can even be, and something will just happen. Maybe kidnappers will just come there, bandits will just come there. So let them really talk about this insecurity of the thing. They should stop saying we know what to do when we get there. They should start talking. It's not just saying we will fight insecurity.
That needs to be the number one topic in this
Yeah.
campaigning.
Yeah.
So forget everything else. People have to be alive first.
Exactly. So they should tell us what they want to do. In fact, we should, let's listen as the way Nigeria is already made now. The way Nigeria is now, as long as if the environment is safe, the people can engage in one or two businesses, and they will make money. They will live right, or they will live well. But when there is no security, you don't expect them to bring out their best or to use their full mind to come and start doing business here, because they will be scared.
Like me, for instance, I am ready to come and start a farm in somewhere in Oyo or somewhere. The only thing holding me back is just insecurity, because all of these things that you hear, it doesn't happen to everybody, but then what's to say that it won't happen to you? You know, you want to feel the sense that you can be in your own homestead and, feel free, so long as you're not breaking the law, That insecurity is something.
Yeah. That is this reason now is this insecurity thing is one of the reasons why there is hike in food prices. Why did they every day, if you go to market today to get something of, maybe let me use for instance 100 naira, you go back next week, that thing now will be like, it might even be 300 or 250. Something that you got 100 naira last week now is now 250. So insecurity is part of the reason. Let's just not be blaming about the currency and all that. Insecurity is part, because people, especially apart from now that the flooding is happening now, that one now has contributed fully into this hiking of food price. So, but before the flood, insecurity was a problem. People were scared. In fact, in Taraba State, they were like, they used to go inside the bush before and farm, but because of insecurity now, they're now doing homestead. They are now practicing farming around their environment, around their house. Now flood has come to take up everything. As in, those people are really frustrated in Taraba State. So let our government, let them this candidate, they should talk about insecurity. Let us know what they have about. So in fact, it should be one of the major item in their manifesto. Yeah, that is what all I have to say about this
All right.
kidnapping.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. So let me take you to the space then. Nnamdi Kanu's verdict, short-lived. It looks as though they've not withdrawn or cancelled the verdict, but they've allowed a stay of execution. So a stay of execution is to say that you don't have to, and you're not required to carry out the instruction now. So what are they making of this? Because they doubled down on their verdict just a couple of days ago, but now they've reversed it somewhat, saying that Nnamdi Kanu to remain in custody. So what are you then making then of this turnaround by the Court of Appeal?
Yeah. I don't have much to say, but I will say this concerning this Nnamdi Kanu issue. This thing is now, they are not playing politics in it, and like I've heard you said it here and some other persons, that if that he will not be released, even if they declare, they discharge him and everything, that he will not, even if they undergo the processes that would make him to be free, they will not still release him. And the other day I was on Arise, or no, on Channels television TV, one attorney from the western region, from Yoruba land, he was on an interview with the host of that show, and he was like, the attorney general, that is this Malami of a guy, he's just this one now, he knows that this guy is free of all these things, but because of his own prestige, he don't want his prestige, he's because of his own ego. That is why he's just doing this thing, frustrating this guy's case, because he knows that this guy is free of everything they are accusing him of. But because of his own, because of pride, he don't want to just release this guy. So this thing now, you see that, and you see the other yesterday or day before yesterday, one of your headlines was that the three judges that were part of, or three lawyers that were part of the case that discharged and acquitted him, have been transferred, I think, to the far north. So that is to show you that these people, they are playing politics with this thing. They don't want this guy. They don't want to free this guy. They just want to keep frustrating him, and they want to really show him that yes, that they are the ones that are running.
But one of the alarms that is legal, you may well say that they are just being a bit fast and loose with facts and truth. But one of the things that is legal team was alarming to is that Nnamdi Kanu is terminally ill and it needs urgent and comprehensive medical attention. So and that attention, of course, you cannot get within the DSS facility. So what are you then making? If anything happens to this guy in that space, what do you think the consequences will be?
If anything happens to him, the only people that can, because he has dual citizenship, he has dual citizenship. He's also a citizen of UK. So if anything happens to him, I think it is people like it is a country, as in it is country like UK that might interfere to take up the, like, to really follow up this his case or his issue. That is in my own understanding, but I've heard where people say,
can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
You can now. Oh, I'm sorry. I think my phone is faulty. Thank you.
All right.
I've heard people say that if anything happens to him, that Nigeria will be ungovernable. That one is a big lie. Nigeria is a sovereign nation. It has its own power to do its own thing. So if anything, if I'm not siding the Nigerian government, but I'm just giving example here. If anything happens to him, yes, there will be problem in Nigeria.
No, but would there be a problem in Nigeria though, Solomon? Because if anything happens to him, God forbid, I don't think the North will especially care. I think the Southwest, they'll feel sorry for that the situation is sorry, but they are not likely to do anything. So you just see a bit of skirmish in the Southeast.
Yeah, that's
Nigeria will burn. Yeah. Sorry, carry on.
Southeast is also Nigeria. Let us stop. Even if that.
No, because when you say Nigeria, then we are saying the totality of the country will react.
The people in some certain elements in the Southeast might even spread this thing down to other regions. To be honest, they might, because it's going to, but God forbid, it's going to really cause problem. But because Nigeria is a sovereign nation, they will always, just like the way the Biafran war thing happened, and they were able to capture back the place. They would still, because of that power that has already been vested in it, they will still come and reclaim the place. They will still be able to retain normalcy to to in that region, in the region. So, but it's going to still cause problem. It's going to still cause problem. So let's the DSS, let the Chief Justice listen to what his lawyers are saying, and they should be kind to this guy, and they know that he has not done anything wrong. It's just it is on his own right of saying, look, self-determination. So they should just stop all these things they are doing and listen to his lawyers. They should attend to him. His medical um personnel, his doctors should attend to him. They should allow him go so that they will go and attend to him and stop frustrating this guy. Yeah, that is what I have to say about this concerning this Nnamdi Kanu's
All right,
space.
thank you, Solomon. So Solomon, let me take you to another space. The celebration, because it looks as though when Emefiele announced the change of the currency broadly, the Nigerian space they accepted it as a positive move, and all of the reasons he adduced, and some of the reasons that he did not state but were implicit. So a lot of us saw some of the positives there. But the Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, she now informing Senate committee that she was not taken along with that decision and warning Emefiele of consequences. Is this a case of corruption fighting back?
Yeah, this is a big case of corruption. In fact, I saw as I woke up this evening, I saw the headline online that the federal government is not backing the decision of Emefiele. They are not backing Emefiele's decision of changing the currency, changing the So I was like, wow, these people, because yesterday, I think it was yesterday, or you people were discussing the issue here, and people were bringing up certain um, reasons why they might want to, or what will happen if they change the currency. So you see, these people are not just, because I was like, this Emefiele. There is nobody in this BUHARI administration that will tell me that he is a saint. He or she is a saint. Nobody. They are all corrupt. They are all corrupt, to be honest. So there is nothing they will not bring up policies that will backfire on them. They can't. They won't. So I was like, when people were saying, yeah, we know that they don't. These guys, they don't keep money in 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 Naira. To be honest, just few amount they will keep in Naira, but the major loot will not be in Naira. It will be in dollars. But they will still have some other things. Like me, I don't know. I don't want to say that this government, for instance, so I think Playtown was talking about the bandits, them being in possession of, as in the money, because they don't use accounts. There is as in that one too is a point, because in this, I'm not coming here to just give fake news or just spread rumor, but we know that this our government, that they have people who are in contact with these bandits. I know this one is just being out of context, but at times we need to, I like to reason all around and put everything into consideration and see things in different angles. They will still want to do it in the favor of those people and in their own favor. In certain things, these people are corrupt. They've done lots of things, so they will do things that would favor them, that will not backfire on them. Yeah. So this Emefiele, this thing, I'm not surprised that the federal government has shunned the move of him trying to print another currency, print another cash, as in money. So I'm not surprised at all.
All right, brilliant. So let me take you to this space then. I will forgive you if you are not aware of them, Solomon. But there's an international organization with probably the biggest reputation that gives ratings to countries, and off the back of the ratings that they have given to that country, the international space, especially the international finance, they then they use that as the basis of interacting with that country. So let's say, for instance, they are called FITCH. So let's say, for instance, and they give ratings A plus, etc., etc. So if you are an A plus country, you are able to negotiate for international financing from a position of strength. If you're a see something country, then you start to go to other funky places like China or all these obscure countries and take all these dirty loans. So that's their specialism. And to arrive at their rating, they look at all of the permutations of that country to arrive at a position. So they've focused their microscope on the Nigerian space and they've come to the conclusion. So let me bring it to you as they have concluded. Peter Obi unlikely to win presidential election. Tinubu's presidency will increase social instability in Nigeria. Global rating company FITCH. So what they are saying is yes, Tinubu will win because all of the permutations shows that he will win. But they are saying in the first flushes of Tinubu's presidency that there won't be significant policy changes, and I'm not sure they're in a position to say that, but they're saying in the first flushes of Tinubu's presidency that there will be significant social instability. So do you concur with what they have with their headline and the reasons why they have arrived there, Solomon?
Yeah, with the way this um election is going, like the way this like this their campaign period now, where it's going, Toby is really trying, but one thing is to be prepared for a certain tax. I'm not supporting, like I keep saying it here. I don't support Tinubu. I'm not a Tinubu supporter, but let's just be factual here. Let's just say facts, see things the way they are, and say it. In PDP now, you see the kind of things Wike is doing, the way he's discrediting, like for instance, that guy in Lagos, is it Jadon? The way he discredited him there in Lagos. If no matter what, even if yes, we know that Sanwo-Olu is working in Lagos, but you claim to be a party man. You don't come and discredit your own party person or come and just say this person you are in. No, you play politics where the other day they were asking Bode George about what Wike did. That one, people want to cover up. He said that he did not endorse him, that he just pointed out his good works in Lagos, that he was just trying to let them know that he's really that as in what he feel, because he's not a Lagosian, what he just feel as he came as somebody that that just visited Lagos, what he saw, that he want to just as in say good thing about his works
He
in
was just
Lagos.
being
Not that
polite to his host.
so yeah, exactly. Not that he did not even say that he endorsed him. He just said he just um like congratulated him on the kind of projects he has carried out, those kind of things. But he's just twisting that scenario of Wike endorsing this guy. Wike really endorsed him. Wike is not happy about, because and that guy is an article guy. Anytime article comes, in fact, during I think his campaign in Lagos, that is the guy's campaign in Lagos. Atiku was there, and the way the guy was doing, I know that this guy, they really believe in Atiku. To be honest, that guy and Jennifer, they believe in him a lot. So Wike just when they look at the kind of things happening in PDP. So all those things, PDP is not really. And Governor Otom, which day here, he said they are not going to support. But me, I don't take his own word, because he's not the majority in Benue State. They have stakeholders in Benue State. They have people. We know he's the governor, but they have people there who can give article numbers in that state, to be honest. So I just say that he's going to be the one to call the shot he will call the full shot in Benue State. No.
What about what they anticipated that Tinubu's presidency will lead to social instability? Because what they are saying is that if and when he is declared president, that there will be some backlash. So do you anticipate that what they're saying, that there will be some
Yeah,
backlash?
look at what happened in TINUBU. Is a politician. He's a politician that knows the game well. He knows everything. He knows how to he calculates his step. There's one memo he during after the day of that he won that primaries he brought out, and I read that memo and I was like, wow, this guy is somebody that there is no human being that is perfect. There is no human being that is a saint, but at least you know yourself well. You know the right things. You know things that would make you be a better person. So this guy, I read that memo and I was like, wow. After that primaries, we saw him going to those visiting those people that they contested with him, even the ones that stood down for him. He still went to visit them and he reconciled with them. So if Tinubu is a reasonable man, that if he gets in there, they declare him as the president of Nigeria, he's going to reconcile. He would want to bring everybody together. He wants to make that peace, because he knows that even if, like right now, as he's not consulting the southeast region, he's still trying his best. As in, he's not consulting them now, but when he gets there, I feel when he gets there, he will not neglect that. He will not neglect the region. To be honest, he's going to bring everybody together. He will want to bring everybody.
You see, I think you are right in what you're saying. I don't think Tinubu necessarily likes or dislikes the Southeast. But I think the Southeast are, in fact, certainly, the Southeast are a crucial part of his blueprint for the Nigeria he wants to create. So he will do what he needs to do in the
Yeah,
Southeast to create the Nigeria he wants to create. So it's not
yeah.
even you voted for me. It's not the. I don't
No,
think
no,
it's one
no.
of those that will be
He
saying
will not be like.
5%.
No, he's not going to be like Buhari.
Yeah.
Tinubu is different from Buhari. I'm not.
Can I ask a question?
Carry
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, I just want to know what type of instability, social instability that Tinubu will cause, because when I read that too, I'm still struggling to know, because this is my line of thought around that. Okay, if Tinubu wins, for example, his area boys, his Agberu that have the capacity of causing problem in the south, they are pacified. Shetima, he has his own gang too in the north, that if he wins, they are pacified. Now, what that level of social instability will it cause compared to assuming if other candidates win? So I'm still somehow confused. Can someone just try to enlighten me?
It's the obedience space. Let me give you actually the paragraph and then you can come in. It says protest and social disconnect are likely to ramp up in the aftermath of a Tinubu win, since this would end the recent trend of the presidency alternating between Muslims and Christians. At FITCH Solutions, we believe that recent polls are significantly overstating support for Peter Obi. So, but what they are saying essentially, they are looking at that, because you have to understand that this is an American-based space that are just looking at raw numbers and fillers from information. So they are anticipating that there will be a backlash from the Christian space, which necessarily might not be the space. But they also went on in latter paragraphs to say that the opposition, that there will be backlash in that space as well, especially if they anticipate that the election would not have been free or fair. So I don't think the North are up in arms in support of our article. Well, I think you know where he's speaking to anyway. I think you know where
let me just round up that space. So concerning this Tinubu's, he will reconcile with everybody. He want peace to reign, so that his administration would start their work, if they will actually work. But I feel he's going to work anyway. So he will bring everybody close. But then going back to what these people said, if you watch, like today now, APC held I think I don't want to say. I don't know if it's because I think it's campaign. There was an APC gathering in Asaba today, and if you see the people that came out, and you still hear people say that Labour Party is taking over Asaba. Asaba, Delta State is a PDP state, but look at the way APC now have numbers in that state. So these things are the things you will see, and you know that. I mean, I know that APC is not going to win Delta State, but they will deliver for them, because some people supporting this APC. Because once you need to look, you know that yes, that people are saying that the individuals are the structures, the citizens are the structures, but that's figure, that's human figure, those people that used to call out that like party people, it's still functioning as the election is about to happen, and this period of election, this period of campaign is still
All
happening.
right. Let this
Omar, can
come
I
in.
interject?
Yeah, come in, Des. Yeah, come in.
Okay. I mean, Solomon, I don't know where you're getting all this stuff from. Like the word you're saying that TINUBU is gonna, after he wins, he's gonna, reconciliate or like get everybody together. This is the question I asked the SDP president during his interview, interview with Dr. Damages. I asked him a simple question that Biafrans have felt so marginalized, like for over how many years now. That is why they've been trying to, break away from Nigeria. And now there's a lot of people that in Biafra that has been IPOB anyway. It's still IPOBians that are clamoring for P2B to come. And in Ipobian's mind, there's like, if it's not P2B, there's nothing else we're talking about. I'm just telling you this fact now. And I told the SDP guy, you as a presidential candidate, I mean, if you become a president, how do you even, you know, unite that part of the country? It's a simple question I asked him, and he couldn't even answer it. He was telling me, as intelligent as he is, he was telling me about, it's not about try. I mean, it's a simple question, and he's telling me his family died more in the war, Biafran war. His family died more. I'm like, what are you talking about? How are you even so?
Des, the southeast is easily assuaged if the presidency does not go to Peter Obi, which it will not. All the president has to do is to make sure that he runs a very inclusive presidency with
How?
hold on, with
See,
a good,
can I interject?
can you hold on with a
Okay.
good
Yeah.
complement of Southeasterners, one, and then he will go out and do at least a minimum of 3 space-changing marquee projects in the Southeast. So that should assuage the space. When you are seeing development in your region and you are seeing people that sound like you at the top of the table, then
One
it will be
man.
more difficult to continue to claim marginalization.
One man, understand something. He's not gonna do it in a day. We're talking about after the election. Is he gonna
Yeah,
do it in
no,
a day?
it's almost
Okay.
certain. If Peter Obi
Okay.
is not declared,
Okay.
there'll be
Now that's what
skirmishes in
I'm
the
saying.
yeah.
That's what I'm telling you. It's not gonna be done in a day. You're talking about years. Something that's gonna take years. I mean, and now we don't have the Ipobians don't have that patience. As long as that bad news has been announced, come
And
next year, it's
the other way that space has to be managed, it will be through Peter Obi. If Peter Obi can settle them down, and it's his duty to settle them down
I
because he's the one that's whipped them up into a frenzy.
I really doubt
Moment,
that
can I say
P2B
something?
can do anything.
Can I say
I
something,
really,
moment?
yeah, you can say something.
Yeah, let's hear from you.
You see that what that agency said. Uh, I think it's not new to anybody, especially most of us here and people on ground in Nigeria. And like we've always said here on this platform and other platforms, that whoever is coming after Buhari has a very Herculean task. We all know that. because Buhari has done a lot of harm to that country. And so whoever is going to take over from him has a lot of work, has a lot on his plate. That is what that agency that you talked about, the American agency, what they were saying. And it still goes back to what the Americans have been saying back in 2015, that that might lead to the breakup of Nigeria. And we've seen all the social upheaval in that country in recent years since ever this guy has been there, worsened. So if anybody who is taking over, at least like that, the report says, at least the first 2 years, whoever is coming in, if it's TINUBU, in this case now we're talking about TINUBU, he will have a lot. Number one is this: the problem with the election, the possible infiltration of the INEC with the APC people is one issue. The removal of the planned removal of Jega that is being orchestrated by APC is another issue. So if Tinubu wins it, the opposition will, and looking at how Bubu has destroyed our country, the rationale is that nobody in the thinking mind will still allow APC to win. And so if APC win, it will mean that they rigged that election on something there was a manipulation somewhere. And the opposition, like the likes of the
No, that's not. No, hold on. You can't say things like. What do you mean if the APC wins? That will mean that everybody has been saying how tightly this election is being run. If APC,
how tightly
if I was in Nigeria, I would vote APC, as would a lot of people. So
what
what do you
mean? A lot of people. How do you? What's
Who's a
your
lot of
basis
people?
for
Sorry,
a lot of people?
abandon all that. Let's get back to Solomon, because we are always doing all these
One
conjectures
man,
that don't
did you
rhyme.
see this space in this one of the headlines today that INEC dropped the defaulted like the is it defaulted or the that is the registers, the people that that registered for PVC, and their voters card, like it has defaults. Like I don't know, I forgot how they made those made this thing, like the people that they are voting.
Invalid registration. Invalid.
Exactly. Sorry. Invalid. I just invalid registration,
They
and
are portion 40% to Southeast.
as in like that thing was really when I just saw that space, I just knew that we have to just calm down and do
Yeah,
things.
yeah, but people are actually questioning that space. You see, those are the things you will see, and people question it very well. How is it that a southern space that has more educated population has more cases of invalid registration compared to northern space that doesn't have more number of educated population? So it is raising a lot of questions. People are asking questions. Why? We don't expect to see 40% invalid registration in an area with enlightened population, whereas in the northern region, we are seeing less than that 40%. So
Very, very less. Very.
these are issues that will make people think that something in the system is not right. So when the election is concluded and it doesn't go the way people are thinking about it, these are issues that might lead to those questions that might lead to social instability, as the way these people are saying.
All right. All right.
So
Yeah, round up that space, Solomon, and I want to
But
come
one
to
more,
because your energy is so low, Solomon. But yeah.
one more. Let me just contribute. If you read that very report, because I read it from the beginning to the end, the only people they discuss there are Tinubu, Peter Obi, and then
you mean the FITCH report?
Yes. Then they say Tinubu likely to be the winner because Peter Obi popularity will affect more of the opposition, which is the PDP.
Yes.
But in the north, they didn't key in the factor of Kwankwaso at all in that report. They didn't mention the name.
They know a lot.
They didn't mention
They're
the
highly
name Kwankwaso
respected.
at
Don't
all.
worry about Kwakwa. But that's
So,
probably because they don't rate him as a factor. But they know
so
what they are doing. But round of that space, Solomon. Solomon, are you just waking up? You sound a bit flat.
Yeah, I'm just waking up, and
Oh,
I'm very, very
yeah.
tired.
Well,
Yeah. So
if your man came, Abi.
no.
Look at
I
this
just, I'm
guy.
just, I've just been
Yeah.
busy. So this invalid registration. These are the things that I just see. Tinubu is going to win this election. That is just the truth. And this government might do things to favor him. If they don't do it for him, they will do it for Atiku. But I know that they will not want to give it to P2B. That is just the truth. And if like what that other speaker said now concerning what will make the southeast space to for peace to be there, you don't need to you don't need to just come and start talking. What you just need to do, because most of the projects there, like I heard there was a time some airports in the east, it was built by individuals. It don't make sense. All those things, they are not good. And we have a federal government that the federal government is supposed to carry out all those things. So when these people are angry, you don't need to blame them. What you need to do coming in fact, you need to even focus now on the southeast, trying to build infrastructures for them, doing reasonable things that will calm their mind, and start including them properly in the government. So these are the things that will make peace to reign there. If anybody wants to really want peace, anybody wants peace to reign if they want peace to be in Nigeria. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you. Let me go from you to Thomas. But on the way to Thomas, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. First one came in from Prince. It says they want MNK to die so that Tinubu's administration will face the consequences. So I'm not quite sure that Tinubu's administration will face the consequences of what happened under Buhari's administration, but hopefully Nnamdi Kanu comes out of there alive. So that works out best for everybody. Alexander Gomez, of course, he always communicates via super chat with the platform. He says, Ayo, the simple answer to your question is the Southeasterners in the special way have concluded that Peter Obi is to win the election. Hence, a departure will be a stolen mandate and will fight back ruthlessly. So that's what he's saying. So I think we all know when the FITCH report is telling us that there will be unrest, there won't be unrest certainly in Yoruba land if Tinubu is declared president. Certainly not. There won't be unrest in the north because they know that they have Shettima there, and they know that Tinubu is somewhat a Muslim, and they also know that power transits are back and forth. So there won't be unrest there. The only space that there will be unrest will be in the southeast. But how is that contained? Then that's entirely down to Tinubu if he does win. So thank you for the super charts, and thank you, Solomon. So let's go on from Solomon to Thomas. So Thomas, hopefully we can hear you now. Thomas, are you ready to go? My God, we can't hear you, man. All right, let's go on from Thomas to Sally Bees. I know Sally came latterly, but really we don't get enough female voices on our platform. So let's go to Sally Bees, who hopefully we will be able to hear from. Sally, are you ready to go? Sally Bees.
Yeah, I'm here, guys.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Good to have you, Sally.
Let me turn down my TVC on the other channel then. All right.
We are watching TVC and us at the same time.
No, I was watching you guys, but I was watching the wrong program that had already been done maybe earlier this morning.
Obviously,
I was trying to get in and I didn't realize that,
you were the wrong
one. So I had to come back to this one. But that was the one I wanted to answer to. However, I just want to show you guys that I'm here, I'm live, and in continuity of our destination.
All right,
hopefully a very positive one.
All right,
we missed you.
I know.
So what happened? Now we can hear you. So Thomas.
Yeah, sure, guys. I've been going through quite a lot, but anyway, I've been extremely busy, so it's been really difficult for me to join. There's one point I wanted to make with regards to Peter Obi's, not particularly this one, but you could ask me that question too. I could answer it. the one I wanted to answer was to in terms of funds for Peter Obi and all that. And I wanted to say to all that, all those who are organizing, fair enough, you're doing well. But what you could do to make sure that funds can be substantive is to actually issue to all those, whom they call us obedience or whatever, good or bad. They should send the form for the Labour Party for us to join that Labour Party. Because the Labour Party, you can join and you can donate. Once you're a member, you're a Nigerian, you can join and you can also add any funds you want to add, if it's £100, if it's £10, whatever. They should endeavor to send, to find a way to, or to have a platform where people can register to become members.
Are they not online? Are they not online?
They are online, but I don't know. I will search that anyway, now that you've mentioned. But it's important for them because, you see, these are individuals who have made up their mind that they want to see a different face. They don't care. They want to see a different face and they want to see a change. They don't want the same faces that have been going on and on and on. And the nearest to it, to a new face, is Peter Obi. So if they can send the the forms.
Which Peter Obi is that? The former running mate of Atiku?
I'm talking about Peter Obi, Mr. Peter Obi.
Is that the former running mate of Atiku? I mean, that's the new face.
I'm talking about Peter Obi. There's no other Peter Obi in this scene. In these scenes. So what people need, and this is just a free advice for this strategy to raise funds, being with all the what have been going on about what is legal, not legal, but any Nigerian is free to be part of that party. So if I'm registering, for instance, I live in the United Kingdom, I'm registering, I have my registration, I have my voter's card anyway. So if you are to register, they should bring something where people can actually register as members, put all their whatever in and register as members, and they pay their dues. Well, that dues too can go a long way. And if they want to make donations, even if there's a cap, even if it's 10,000 or 20,000 or 100,000 that you're allowed minimum, maximum to donate, then we can do those. People can do those. Let me not say we. I mean, people can do those donations as individuals and Nigerians. If that can go out, they will be able to raise that fund because all those people.
You think the Toro Kobo
No, because a lot of the people that are going on the rallies. This is my point. I'm a business strategist, so I understand these things. Now, all those people that are going on the rallies, they just jump in, but they have the passion. However, they do not realize that they can also be members of the Labour Party. So for them to be members of the Labour Party, if that is actually stressed out and kind of like put out in forms where people can actually go and fill up the form, join and pay their dues. If we all pay our dues, we'll raise quite a lot of money. If everybody pays their dues, they'll raise a lot of money, and that this financial thing they're talking about will not be an issue. And of course, human beings will put our money, is it the money where our mouth is or our mouth where the money is? I don't know, whichever way it is. But definitely they will see some reasonable amount of fundraising, and the issue of, and that would have been your previous program anyway. So the issue of finance will not be a problem. I don't think that will be a problem if that is done. And once people have put their money, they'll make sure that they see to it that person, they will have the commitment to see to it that money goes a long way, unlike what other people might think that, this TINUBU of a thing. TINUBU, let's be honest, it doesn't have a popularity amongst Nigerians. I'm sorry to say this, because I know TINUBU from when he was coming to London, when he was on exile. Since he went back, he didn't really reflect back on all the work that they were doing for the Abacha must go, whatever. He did not project that. He just entered government, and well, maybe the Yoruba side was able to sustain that, but even that he left and began to negotiate other ways outside the AD, which had their Feniferi base as at that time, So that is very important,
Sorry, what have you said that is very? I was listening quite keenly, and you say TINUBU doesn't have the popularity, but certainly you hear people chanting Jagaban, Jagaban from
No,
north
that's
to
just
south.
Lagos. Let me tell you, I'm a Lagos.
Do you want me to bring you
no, hold on.
Clips from
I'm
Kano,
Port Harcourt.
Kaduna, Yobe, everywhere else.
Oga, make I tell you.
And then you will tell me they are paid
in
crowds.
Edo State, nobody's shouting.
Who cares about Edo State?
No,
Nobody cares
Edo
about
State is the center of Nigeria, and whatever.
Forget Edo State. They are just
I won't forget.
just a bunch of Osages there now. Who cares about it?
No. Don't forget Edo State. Edo State is very important. Edo people are very intelligent and very, resilient when they believe in.
Name one intelligent Edo man.
I said, Edo people can be very resilient when it comes to even in the Niger Delta. I will tell you from my own experience in the Niger Delta struggle. Even though we the Jaws are the major contenders, but when the Edo people put their finger into this thing, it was really things are moving. So they have their own side where they're very good. Don't dismiss anyone. Don't dismiss any Nigerian.
But there's a hierarchy of Nigerians now. Anyway, let's not do that. But
so I'm just saying. I mean, because people have been asking this. I listen to all the show, everything everybody's saying. So my own is just to basically just analyze and see where, for instance, obviously I've already disclosed that even though I'm a member of the PDP, a card carrying member.
You are not a member of the PDP.
I was.
You were, but you are not now, are you?
I was, but right now my governor, who is Wike, which you all know, he's also playing a different card right now. All of that is going to work for Peter Obi. So what they need to do now, I have to say my own voice, please. I have to say my own. What they need to do.
There are two words that I often know at the back of my head anytime I'm hearing the descriptives for Peter Obi. Do you know what those two words are, Salibi?
I don't want to know.
Wishful thinking. There's a lot of wishful thinking.
No, there's not wishful thinking.
And then
they are not
if
the only one
if the world turns upside down, and then if this, that, and there's so many ifs, all those fanciful, far-reaching, not based on substance or credibility. Just wishful thinking.
Guy,
a lot of wishful.
Went to Mo.
Yeah, Silky Tones.
I'm gonna tell you something, right? You are seeing it from a very narrow eye, and all you're seeing, and we all do. We're all Nigerians after all. Those of us from River State, one thing you have to know is that we're very detribalized in River State. Very, very detribalized, because we all speak English to each other. We have too many tribes, and you can't know all the Rivers languages. Even I tried to learn Kalabari, to learn a few here and there, but I can't even speak a word in Ogoni. You just imagine, you saw the rally that Magnus Abe did the other day in Port Harcourt. You saw the crowd that went. And even there in that River State, APC has totally failed and been removed from even presenting a candidate a second time. What a precedence. So now is the time for the Labour Party to get their act together, send out all the registration forms for Labour Party so that people can register and make donations. They can chip in. And by the time they know it, it will be exponential. I'm sure of that. Seeing the passion, you cannot, rule out
all of that. All TINUBU has to do is to sign a
check. Nobody is going to kill themselves for TINUBU apart from MC Oluolomo or whatever, and the rest of those jagabans.
You say nobody.
And one of you decent people like yourself, which unfortunately I can see that you're tilting towards TINUBU.
No, I'm tilting towards Nigeria. I'm tilting towards Nigeria.
Most intellectuals are not tilting for TINUBU. Most intellectuals are not.
I think you'll find that Kayode Fayemi is an intellectual.
In the academia in Nigeria, the University of Lagos, LASU, all of them, all those universities, nobody is keen for.
LASU is not. TINUBU owns LASU. The academics.
How did he own LASU?
it doesn't own it physically, but that's his space. But the academics in Kano State, they declared for TINUBU yesterday.
No, all those ones are arranged work.
And you look at that.
They are all arranged work.
That's it, isn't
because
it?
we
That's
know
it, isn't
we
it?
know we know the antecedents of that Kano State. We all
Right.
saw Gandola or whatever collecting money, Ganduje putting money in his pocket and all. Is this the
and we were shocked.
I'm asking you one man.
No,
is that the shit that
no, because Ayade doesn't do it, or Babajide Fashola doesn't do it.
Wait. Have you seen
or Wike doesn't do it? Who is not
Obi,
collecting dollars?
Have you seen Obi putting money in his pocket, or just
Well, I
we are angry with Wike?
I have.
He gave money. He gave our 300 million River State money. He gave it to high society Lagos women in the name of whatever NGO they are. He gave our money. He's not going to, everything he was doing was so far, everybody was just laughing it off. But when he gave that 300 million, I go to River State groups, the women are going crazy. They are mad. They're upset. And honestly, these are APC women that we used to argue, before we used to debate and they'll be on the side of APC. But right now, there's no APC in River State. And that is a very big vacuum for which the Labour Party can actually occupy for the president.
Can I ask Salibi a question?
Yeah, go on.
In River State, Magnus Abe, is he not for SD? Is he not in SDP?
He's in SSP. That's okay.
But then you're talking about Labour in River State. Who is flying the ticket in River State for Labour?
Listen, my dear, I don't know who is speaking, please, because when he doesn't put it out.
Rational Mind.
Oh, Rational Mind. Okay, good. Now, in River State, we have you guys come here and analyze us, and we just laugh at everybody. Because in River State, we were all brought up in a certain way. And we all went public schools, at least for the foundation of River State. A lot of us went public schools, and we all know each other. We have our networks. From school to school, alumni and so on, we have our networks. So we know exactly how we want to proceed in this election. Even before all these squabbles between Wike and Atiku, we knew exactly what we want to do. Because we really want to see a decent change in that country, whereby everything will work and come to action. At the end of the day, when River State decides, River State was the beginning. Stanley, you're not answering my question. Hold on, no, you don't need all this story. I understand all this thing you're talking about. Can I land? Don't dismiss me, please. Let me land.
I'm not dismissing you. Don't get my sister. Hold on. I asked you a question.
Let me land my point.
Ticket. It's as simple as that.
Wait now. Let me just land my point. What I'm trying to say is that even when Nigeria was at war, call it Biafra, whatever, I don't care. It was, in all internal. The only way they won that war was to buy Rivers, because Rivers already had been agitating for their own state. Anyway, they were agitating for the Niger Delta. Now, how they got in was to do the blockade. And the blockade was actually in Port Harcourt. But today, that same Port Harcourt, the port is no longer working. Nothing is working for Rivers people. And Rivers people are not happy to see themselves in a situation where they are right now. And therefore, they want to see somebody. We always have our arguments with Igbos. I mean, we live with Igbos, amongst Igbos. So a lot of us speak Igbo. I'm one of the only persons that don't even speak Igbo because I didn't start my childhood in Port Harcourt. I would have been able to speak Igbo today. So all I'm trying to say is that we want some decency. We know Igbos like music and what, just like money, and they like business.
Why are you taking us, Libis? We are confused.
No, Igbos are like the Israelites. They are like the Israelites. Even in this London, who are the people keeping the finance in this England, in this London? It's the Jews. And they have this certain, I don't know whether they are truly related or not.
Yeah, but the Igbos are not Jews. What do you mean truly related? What do you, of course, they are not related.
They might not be
related,
the
Igbos are Black Africans. The Jews are Middle Easterns.
One man you can't say. When I did my genetics,
I can't say?
You can't say, because when I did my genetics,
oh my God.
Let me say it. When I did my gene, whatever, it showed that I came from somewhere around Egypt and somewhere in the Mediterranean.
You didn't come from Egypt. Don't worry about
that. But my great grandfather was a very light-skinned guy, and he had coily hair and all that. I tend, in my family, I tend to have that type of hair, you know, and my other siblings have real kinky African hair. And, you know, me and my brother, we have kind of like wavy hair.
One man, can you hear me?
Hold on. I can hear you.
No, I just want to know that you are hearing me.
No, we can hear you. Just to clarify, Celebes, neither you nor the Igbos are Jews. You are a black African woman from a place called Nigeria. The Igbos are an ethnic
I'm
group.
not a Nigerian. No, there was not such thing as Nigeria that time when I was.
Well, there is now. So under the present dispensation, you are a black African woman from Nigeria. The Igbos are a black African tribe.
But when I did my genes,
you are not a Jewish woman.
When I did my DNA, when I did my DNA, when I did my DNA, my blood type,
and I am an Oyo man, full blood from Nigeria. What are you talking about? What is this now?
Egba man now. You're from Egba. You're an Egba man.
I'm not an Egba man. I'm an Oyo man.
Yeah,
full
sorry,
blood.
Oyo. You're an Oyo man.
Full blood.
You're an Oyo man.
What is? You're not a Jew. I'm sorry
one
to
man.
have to be.
One man. Historically.
I never said I'm a Jew. I said
one man. Historically. If you read history, Igbos are a generation of Jews. If you read history,
of course,
that's just in history. I'm not saying that I am Jew. I'm just saying in history. It's just what it is.
Shall I tell you something?
Are you gonna tell me something from the paper of the history? I mean, if you want to talk about,
I'm going to tell you something from fact. If you want to listen to it. The Jewish, the Jews, they prize very much those are their own, and we've addressed this here before. The Jews, they sent a body of experts to the southeast to go and sample DNAs there, and they reported back that there's no genealogical link. The study was quite publicly. It wasn't that long ago. There's nothing that genealogically links you to them.
Where is the study? Let me go. Send me the.
That's not true. That's
one man. Send me where you get the research from.
There was another study that even traced people from my tribe. Actually, they were not even originally Ijo. They were actually Bantus, and they came. So we are Congoloid. Even our languages, the same things in Congo, in Congolese language. As they were, me and my husband, we sat down, we're comparing language. In fact, we're doing translation job at one time for French and whatever. So I did modern languages. So I was, able to like translate French into English. He will do the translation, but I will tell him how the things are put in English so that it doesn't sound.
Don't worry about all that.
It matters. It matters.
Hold on.
We Africans, we are balkanized.
Everybody includes you.
So you say Nigeria is just a face.
Hold on.
Not necessarily my tribal heritage.
Can you hold on, please? I want to share something with you. So here it is. It's been done severally, copiously. What new DNA test result reveals about Igbos Jews? So let's have a quick skim through. Hold on, I have about 3 or 4 that I can bring you. The something acid DNA test has confirmed that Igbos are not Jews. The result says there is no possible ancestral link between Igbo and Jews. The international president of Jewish Voice Ministry, Rabbi Jonathan Bernice, announced the result of saliva samples taken in Nnewi had shown that Igbos were not Jews. So you are not Jews, but let me bring you still. We are not Jews.
Don't refer to it as you.
I know I am not a Jew, so I claim not to be a Jew. I claim to be your man. Here is it from another space. This one, where is this one even from? This might well even be a Jewish newspaper. So here it is again. Igbo men have no known Jewish DNA. Controversial test shows. So you see the rabbis there. So they've sent a team to go and test you people. and they are telling you that they are not one.
Sample?
All right, forget it.
In academic,
no,
don't do like that.
No, don't worry. Let's just abandon that space because
no, but where's the sample size?
They've told you are not one of them. Don't worry. Let's get back to the talking points.
What's the sample size? No,
I don't know.
Go
to the space. I'll post the links and then you can query them because. But as far as my understanding is, and what science is telling me is that you are not Jews.
One man,
and the Jews are also saying you are not one of them.
One man,
but you can continue in that space.
One man, you did not add any other. You added 2 or 3 that said that they are not Jews, but you didn't even add one.
Just go to Wikipedia. All these things you are reading here.
Hold on. Forget Wikipedia.
Is gonna
forget Wikipedia. You are not a Jew. You are not a Jew.
Anybody can go and write something.
I'm going with the. Can you hold on? If we all talk at the same time, nobody said. You just accused me they're celibates. So this is what I just did in Google. Jews study Igbo DNA. So you can see it there. And what I've just read you are the first 2 hits. But if you scroll down, it's all the same. You are not Jews. It's just as simple as that. Celibates. I want to abandon that space. We've done this severally, and it never leads anywhere.
Okay, let's just assume their behavior is like Jews.
It's not. They
have
black
Africans.
Like Jews. That's all they are, and that's all they will ever be.
When it comes to finances, they have a behavior that are not.
Somebody has come here to tell us that they were from East Africa. Another one came to tell us that they are from Egypt. Another, the stream of them will come here and tell us that they are Jews. I don't know what the inferiority complex is, but you are not, absolutely not a Jew. You are a black African with broad nose from the southeastern part of the country named Nigeria. That is who you are, and that is who you always will be.
You
are black and you are African. And there is nothing in your genetics. There's nothing in your genetics that suggests you are otherwise. So you can continue this just fallacious nonsense. You are not
nonsense.
You are not
one man, can you permit me some seconds? See, celibates. It is good for us to have pride in our own identity.
Inferiority.
There's one Frank Ejiofor.
Are you teaching me? Are you teaching me to have pride in my identity? I am not.
No, just
I'm not Yoruba. I did not come from Yoruba land. In none of my genes shows
I agree. I agree.
I was only born in Yoruba land, but none of my genes show that I come from Yoruba land.
Oh, okay.
Right? And none of my genes. Excuse me. Let me land before you tell me that I'm not proud of my heritage. I'm black. I'm black. And I'm black, I'm proud. You can tell me. I live in London, and I'll tell you that I'm black and I'm proud. And I've challenged authorities to that effect, where I'm proud and where my culture has to also be represented in this society. So you can tell me. I'm proud. I'm more proud.
One man. Okay. Can we move on? They are Jews.
I don't bleach my skin as a woman. I don't bleach my skin.
They are Jews. We agree with you. We are Jews.
Let me even raise my statement. Let me even finish my statement and make my question. Do you know Promise Frank Ejiofor that published for Cambridge.org? At least it's an affiliate of Cambridge University. He has a research on this, and he's a Nnamdi man. So I will just advise that if you can read his academic
article. I'm not reading anything. Please,
no, I'm just telling you now because I know
he's an Nnamdi man.
But my question now is this. My question based on your statement the other time. You said TINUBU is not popular even among the people in the academia. Now, I was about to question how did you arrive at that, because if it's not popular and the same TINUBU is even one of those sample case study they are even using in their materials for now. And if it's not popular to the point that they have to teach their students something critical about TINUBU and its transformation in Lagos. That's a point. Then you
what transformation did TINUBU do in Lagos?
Oh, let's not go through the list. Everybody. The list is there and it's readily available.
It's only Lagos he has to show for all the time he was even in this country here.
It was only Lagos. It's only Lagos that's ever governed. It's only Lagos that is ever governed.
But Selibi, you mentioned statistical evidence.
All right. Sorry, I want to abandon that space. Otherwise,
that's what one man always does, and that's the reason we have a lot of problems.
What do I always do? Should we continue to subsist in a narrative that you are Jews?
Let's see the debate.
Yeah, but you are not Jews, though, are you? And the Jews have told you you are not one of them.
I never told you I'm a Jew.
DNA tells you are not one of them, and you continue with the fallacious narrative that something is just
you have no authority to say that it's fallacious.
It is fallacious. It is fallacious.
Go and read the Guardian. Go and read the Guardian. Why would you go with people that are not?
I will go with DNA now. Why would I go with science?
Did they check my DNA? One man. Did they check
don't
my
worry,
DNA?
they took a representative sample DNA.
Okay, let's hear somebody else that agrees with me. Don't always take
all right, please.
Who agree with you.
All right, okay, you are Jews. Okay, let's just leave it. You are Jews.
I never said I'm Jews. So why are you saying that? Why are you stating that
which one do you want? I said you are not Jews.
Domain that I'm saying I'm Jew.
Okay, so you pick one and we go with it. If you say you are Jews, we go with it. And if you concede as science tells us that you are not Jews.
Because I am not Igbo. Get it in your head, I'm not Igbo.
All right. All right. You are Igbo diet coach.
Get in your head, I'm not Igbo.
Oh, okay, now if you are not Igbo, then you are not Igbo. Now,
please don't refer to me as Igbo because I'm not Igbo.
I'm not referred to you as Igbo.
Well, that's
I
what
know
you're
you are
trying
from
to
the
do, and this is what I hate about the South.
But even you told us that you have
assume everybody's Omo Okoro. Everybody
don't go there. Don't go there. Don't insult Yoruba. Don't go there.
But that's a fact. My
don't go there, please.
Hold on. Can you hold on, please?
I told him I'm not Igbo.
Hold on. Have you come here to quarrel? Is that what?
No, but if I'm not Igbo, why are you saying I'm Igbo?
Who said you are Igbo?
Exactly. You know where I come from. So
I know you are from the creeks. So fair enough.
What creek am I from?
Whichever one. All those.
Name it.
How would I know where you are from? You have better place to know that.
Oh God.
I'm from the creeks.
I'm from the Judgement.
So that's the creeks, isn't it?
Yes, I'm from the Judgement.
Sapele water and all that.
Leave one man. One man is just joking with you.
Crude oil comes from there, not sapele water.
Yes, but
what you are gaining today as a Nigerian comes from the Niger Delta, from the Ijaw, mainly from the Ijaw region, and that is crude oil, and that's what you are benefiting from. Scholarship, your English, everything came from crude oil.
Don't downplay sapele water. Don't downplay sapele water. I appreciate sapele water.
There's nothing like sapele water. That's just a way of trying to call a dog a bad name. You see, you said Ogoro again. Come on, man. This is
I said Ogogoro.
I'm not. It's not acceptable. We don't even call it Ogogoro in my place. So
you call it sapele water.
We don't call it sapele. I'm not from Sapele.
All right.
Come on, get educated now.
All right. Well, you are here to educate me.
But what is going on here, one man? Can we move on?
I have no idea.
No, we cannot move on only because you wanted to move into your own cause. Let's move on. We are all Nigerians. One way or the other, we become Nigerians. So let's move on as Nigerians and stop all this side or this sectional kind of point of view. Let us all be one if we want to be one. If we don't want to be one, let's separate. There's no need for us to keep coming here and pretending that we are one if we are not. I'm trying to be one with you. I'm trying to love you, and I want you to love me too. But if you cannot love me and I cannot love you,
but me, I only love black people.
Well,
and you are a Jew.
Let's go.
How can I love you?
Listen, leave it alone.
What's your problem now? What's your problem? Can we move on?
Wait,
you cannot defeat me in this debate.
Silent, Mama is just joking
about
with
Nigeria.
He's your old friend.
I've written thesis about the Niger Delta, how Nigeria started, and how probably Nigeria will end. So I'm not really scared or shaky by all these racial innuendos that you guys always put in. I don't like it.
Celis, the audience are telling us to move on, and the voice of the audience is the voice of God. So
yeah, because most of the audience that you have today perhaps are TINUBU's people.
You mean like all the
or they don't like the voices of a woman. They won't like to see a woman, a Nigerian woman who can come out like Aisha, what's her name, Yusuf, and speak truth to power. Because most Nigerians are afraid to speak truth to power, and this is one thing. All the education that we had is like in the drain because we cannot speak a simple truth to power. He said, leave this Jew woman. Look, imagine this AB of a person saying, leave this, please leave this Jew woman. He's stupid. I'm a Nigerian like him. You can't tell me I should leave a Jew woman. I'm not Jew. I never told you that I'm Jew. Yes, okay, and again, don't insult, because my religion is Jewish anyway. So don't insult me. My religion is Jewish. Really.
Wama, sorry. This is just for a joke. I think Des was saying you that day he's from Edo. How come now he's a Jew?
This is it, or the next time they are Egyptian. They are anything apart from Igbo people. They are anything and everything apart from Igbo people.
I beg of you, in the name of God and in the name of love, let's make this show enjoyable for any person who comes in who is a Nigerian. Let's not make it one-sided. Peter will be my
excuse me, my mom.
It's not a do or die. Peter
my mom is Igbo, my dad is Edo.
But the thing is that it does have a great followership, and we have to respect that.
All right, thank you. So let's move on. We must move on. Appeal court stops execution of judgment freeing Nnamdi Kanu. So that's somewhat predictable, but equally sad. Celebes.
Basically, you know who's ruling Nigeria, and the person that is ruling Nigeria obviously is Malami. And that's why when my governor is mad about so many things, I see his point. You know, I see my governor's point. Although where I took a different opinion was when he went and gave 300 million to
you said that now. You said that
women who are well dressed, who are everything. They have everything. They themselves, they can put that money up for whatever cause that they wish to pursue. But my governor went and gave them 3 million, which I felt was just a show off and unnecessary, to detriment, to or inimical to the funds of the River State people and the growth of the River State people. So that was where I basically had my outburst, even in my group where I know there are big people, big people.
Back to Nnamdi Kanu.
I told them no, and everybody else agreed that money should never have gone to a Lagos society women when he doesn't even allow his own wife to project the cause of women in River State. Unlike Judith Amechi, well, I worked with her. This was a very nice woman. She calls me back even when she misses my calls. And she was able to stand for the River State women, even though she's not even a Rivers woman per se. She's from Imo State, but she stood for the River State women. But he didn't even allow his own wife, who is a true Rivers blood, to even stand and carry out a first lady's duties on behalf of River State women. So he has no morale to go and give 300 million to high society Lagos women because he wants to be seen in Lagos. I mean, this is where people lose it, and people,
and that was why the Nnamdi Kanu's judgment.
They're walking around and thinking, we see Nigerians. The problem is that we have to open up our minds and know who we are. We're very intelligent people, no matter the tribe. All tribes in Nigeria are very intelligent, and we can do a lot. But whereby we follow this kind of politics of mediocrity, we will never get to our promised land. We're just going to fall like the Israelites when they were going to worship or whatnot they saw on the road. We really have to move on to that destination that we want to go. As a people, we know we were put together falsely or rightly, I don't know. But we have to make the best of it and stop looking down at other people. Lagos is not Edo. Lagos is not Port Harcourt. Lagos is not Imo State. Lagos is not even Kano State. So,
Lagos is a representation of all of those. Everybody's in Lagos.
Listen, I had one problem when I was in Lagos, when I was living in Lagos, when I was working with the NTA. One problem I had was that everybody else, I just realized that the people in Lagos, just because the place was comfortable and had all the nice things going on there, they never traveled. Sometimes you have to tell your landlord to travel and see. Because when you travel, you see more. They never traveled around. In fact, they are the most untraveled people. Go and research it. Lagosians are the most untraveled people within Nigeria. They just sit down in Lagos and they tell us this, tell us that. And I saw that even with my little youthful experience in Port Harcourt. Because mind you, I started my life in Lagos and I moved on to Port Harcourt. But when I came back to Lagos to do my youth corps, I now realized that these Lagos people sorry to say, we're very backward in their expanse and diversity of what their nation really is. And everything ended in Lagos for them because it was comfortable. So don't sit there and speak on behalf of people who have traveled around Nigeria, had a chance to, I went to school in the north, and I had a chance to understand the Hausa. In fact, I thought everybody was Hausa. I realized there were different tribes and all of that. And I was coming with that. And so let us learn a bit more. Don't get yourself tied in to just constricted by your little tribe or your big tribe that you come from. You must learn what surrounds you, your environment, all the other people, and their social, beliefs and culture too. Who is that?
It's me, Rational Mind.
Oh, Rational Mind.
You spoke about people traveling extensively within Nigeria. Now, within that country called Nigeria, which of the group of people, the tribe that is more accommodating? This is caveats. I'm not trying to.
The tribe, if you want me to be honest with you, the most accommodating tribe in Nigeria is what we call Hausa Fulani, and that was my experience.
Hausa Fulani?
Yes. Okay. They were very nice.
We'll leave it at that then.
They didn't know me. I'm nobody. Even they changed my name from Asale to Hasana. And all of them, they supported me in every way. I have very good friends in the north.
But if I have to challenge on what you just said, hold on now. Listen. Sally B, you just keep going. I mean, let other people at least interject you. I don't know. You said?
Talk now.
No, you raise something up, and to me, I don't want it to go like that.
I always agree with you. I've never argued with you. Go on.
My sister, I'm not being confrontational. I just want us to get.
Go to
I know that I'm hitting your
go
tribe,
to the conversation
so maybe
now.
You might not be happy because I'm hitting your tribe, but go on.
I'm not saying you're eating my tribe. I want us to set things straight. When we put out information out there, let us set things straight. You said Hausa Fulani. Now, from my last check, I've never seen any part of Nigeria. I mean, a part of Nigeria that is as more diverse as Southwest.
That's what you think from the little.
So what other place again?
From the little hole where you stay, which
Rational Mind. Sorry, excuse me. Apart from Rational Mind,
extensively within
Rational
Nigeria,
Mind. Sorry, you're wrong. Because if you're saying Southwest, if you say Lagos, I would understand. Don't say Southwest. Say Lagos. Then that is I understand that.
It's all Southwest. Even Ogun State.
So you're talking.
It's all Southwest. They are very accommodating. Let's not just.
That is for you because you're from there. Can I speak?
I'm not from there. I'm not from there. You went to camp in Ogun State.
I have to move to if you don't let people speak. Solomon is from the southeast.
Solomon is from Edo State, I think.
I'm
he knows where he's from now.
I'm from the southeast. I'm from Abia State.
Please let me introduce a data point.
Maybe
now,
if
you are saying Yoruba is not the most accommodating.
What is going on here today? They just give everybody different identity. Today you are Jew, tomorrow you are this.
In London, let me say something about
London. I want to know how they are most accommodating
so that you guys don't get upset so much.
Because I know
let me tell you something. Let me
one voice at a time. Yeah.
I know when I was in Lagos.
Something, one man, please.
Hold on. Let people interject. Sally. Land that point there. And
now you see some landlords. I know it goes across. Even Igbos do it. You see some landlords saying that I'm not gonna let an Igbo person live in my house. It happens a lot in Lagos, especially.
Yeah, but that's for reasons of hygiene. So that's for reasons of hygiene.
Come on, why are you like? What are you talking about? So you're saying Igbos are dirty?
No, that's what.
Who are the dirtiest people in Nigeria?
What are you talking about?
I'm just asking. Is that for reasons of hygiene?
No, it's not hygiene. It's because they don't want Igbos as a tenant. It happens. Even the
lie.
Igbos
That's not exact. That's not exact. Come on. Listen. When we come on platforms like this, let's be true. Let's be factual.
I'm telling you an experience.
Listen. As somebody who has property in Lagos, who have people, families that have properties in Lagos. I will tell you the reason why most Yorubas don't like giving their houses to Igbos. Don't get me wrong, by
Tell
Igbos.
me,
Hold
I'll
on
tell you
now.
why. No. One
Yeah, he
rational
wants
mind.
to. He wants to if you
Would
let
you allow me
him.
speak
No,
then?
I just want to say one point. If he's going
No.
to tell us why they don't like Igbos,
No, they don't. No, don't get me wrong. Hold on. Would you allow me speak?
Sally, please.
No, they
Please,
should
Sally.
also tell us why
Let a conversation take place.
Allow
Please,
me to
Sally.
make one point.
No, no, you've been speaking for a good while. Somebody wants to land a point. Let them land that point so that then when they land it, then you know the fullness of what you're disagreeing with. So land the point.
Oh, this is the point. This is the point I'm trying to make, Sally B, and the other guy that asked me the question. Not as if Yorubas hate Igbos, but when it comes to giving homes or their houses to Igbos, there are many reasons. But one of the major ones is what I want to tell you. I have properties. I have friends who have properties who give their houses to Igbos. Because of the tenement law in Lagos, whereby you give a house to Igbos, an Igbo man will bring all his family, or maybe all his friends. Maybe he brought, maybe he rented 1 room, or maybe a 2-room or 3-room flat from you. And the Yoruba man will tell him, look, I want to only see you and maybe your wife. Before you know it, he brings in this, he brings in that, he brings in this. Inside that very place, he will sublet that very house to some other person, another Igbo. Don't get me, I'm not saying all Igbos, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. He will sublet one of the rooms to another Igbo or another person. And when he takes him to court, usually they have a way with the courts. Maybe because of the loopholes within the tenement, what's it called, law as for tenants that protects tenants to some extent. They will go to court and get some court injunction that will restrain the landlord from evicting them from the house. And so that is the reason why most Yorubas, they don't like giving their homes.
You think your reason is good enough?
Is that not enough of a reason? When I can't even evict you from my house.
Landlord.
I've given you. Listen, I've given you. I have a current case. I've given you when we had an agreement. If you're moving to my 3-bedroom apartment, this and this and this and this. This is what you cannot do. But maybe because hold on, I'm giving you reasons. And then you bring in your brother, inside that very place, you sublet a house, a part of my house, sublet it out to some other person. And I go to court to challenge you, and I can't win it because of the loophole in the law. You use that loophole against me, and you refrain from paying me for 6 years. I don't get it because I want to evict you. You go and get some kind of court injunction that stops me from being able to evict you, and you were living in my house for 6-7 years for free. If I tell you lie on this, go ask many people in Lagos. They will tell you what is going on. How some of the Igbos they behave when it comes to that. And you want me next time? I saw that Igbo man. I want to give him my house. I will never do that.
Rational mind. When I say this, I say it in a real life experience. I was a young guy. I was in Lagos, so it happened to me. But I come to realize that Igbos do it too, not just Yorubas. Igbos do it too. And if you're saying that it's because Igbos bring them people or that if you're a businessman, because I'm a landlord, if you're a landlord, your first priority as a landlord is who is able to pay you your rent without no quarrel. That is your first priority. It doesn't matter if it's bringing 200 people.
No, it does matter. It does matter because
listen, it matters. It matters. I'm saying your first priority.
You want your property in a good state of maintenance.
That is your first priority.
You don't want your property to be notorious for being standing out on the street or in the community, and you want the agreements that you signed with your tenants to be consistent with what you have said the agreement was. So if it's a family of 5. Then your expectation is that it is that family of 5. Yes, they will have visitors, but not subletting your house or packing it with 80, 90 people.
What rational mind is saying, this is the first time I'm hearing it. I mean, most of the time I think is a tribal stuff.
Well, there you are. So that they are giving you the reason. So you cannot keep attributing that they
it's
hate
not
us,
the
they
reason.
They hate us, they hate us.
This is the reason why Yoruba Yorubas are thinking that Igbos are taking over Lagos, you know, because sometimes they don't even feel like they can get into the market. You go to the market, you see Igbos, and they have this sort of unspoken hatred to the Igbos because they feel
All
like
right,
they're
no,
taking over.
that's your speculation. That's your
It's the.
speculation.
I mean, a Yoruba guy has told me this. It's not a. It's not a
No,
speculation.
you see, you
You
cannot
know,
keep hiding in that victimhood.
it's not
No, you cannot be the victim of everybody all of the time. So
every
rational mind,
Yoruba guy here. We
all
know
right,
what I'm talking about.
I don't, and I
Okay.
don't relate to what you just said, but I relate to what rational mind said
All
because
right.
I too have experience in that space. But you can continue
Yes.
to play the victim
One
card,
man. One man.
you
Let's
know.
move forward. It's
Yeah,
fine.
let's move
Do
on. Let's
believe
move
what you
on.
want to believe.
Yeah,
All
sorry,
right.
Mr. Des. You say your dad is from
Yeah.
Benin. Which part?
No, we don't want to do Benin today.
No,
I'm not.
not arguing. No,
I'm
not
not
arguing. Not
I'm
interested.
not
exactly.
No,
gonna.
not at all. I'm not
One
interested
If
man,
in.
you
you are
We're
going to
if
not
you
a
allow
don't
me
want
Benin
to
to
space
believe me,
now.
that's
No,
your.
if you say wherever I
I'm
say
not
it's
gonna
from,
go
let
there.
him be from
No,
there,
no,
one
please.
no,
man, you're
that
going to
I
allow me
wanted
to
to.
answer.
No, carry on, please. And please,
You
let's
are going
just
to
stay
allow me to
consistent.
answer. You see all the comments we were making about this and this and that. It's very stereotyping. And when I look at the people who made those comments, I will find out that either Westerners or even typically any other tribe other than Rivers, because they just assume that all Rivers people, that's the only thing we know how to do. We're very intelligent people and we're very hardworking. We're just not, road bound, with criminalities like some of the other tribes around us. We're very, very honest and distinct people, and people have to respect that. Just because I'm a woman and I'm talking and I'm resolute about my positions as far as Nigeria is concerned, does not mean that your audience will come now and say because I'm from Rivers State, then I'm drinking or whatever. I don't want that nonsense to continue.
It's just banter now. It's banter.
I'm very
It's
unhappy with that
banter.
comment because it's an insult to my
Okay.
integrity.
Apologies,
It's
but
an
it
insult on
was
my integrity.
banter.
I know what I'm talking
Settle
about,
down
and
now.
I'm talking facts.
Well, as you know them, you are talking facts as you
Yes,
know
I'm
them.
talking facts as an academic who reads, who takes time to study
Yes,
and
but
research.
still, as you
They
know
don't.
them,
They just sit around
what you
waiting
are
for
saying is
handouts.
not sacrosanct.
They
As
all
you
sit
know
around
them.
and wait for handouts from Bajo or whatever. I'm not that type. I work hard for my money. I do my things. I do my business, and I'm very efficient in anything I do. I'm very, very efficient, whether it's academic or it's business.
You've come here for a
Please.
quarrel, haven't you?
I don't want people to now assume that Rivers State people, the only thing, because they see Wiki talking and talking, does not mean that we are all even above that.
But
On the
Wiki is
average,
always
above
drunk on
Wiki's
brandy.
level.
Wiki is
No,
always
come
drunk.
on, man. They can't be talking like that and just going on. We're having a
Brandy
conversation.
and weed.
And they want to insult people just because I kind of put my torchlight a little bit on the Southwest. I lived in Lagos. I was born in Lagos, right? I did my first job in Lagos. NTA, national programs, for your information.
Can we move on?
No side job. I was a producer. I was an associate producer for Young World. And thereafter, I did even take a trip. I did all these programs that, Family Menu and all that. I was a researcher for Family Menu, cooking and all of that. And one time when the presenter was not there, I cooked on behalf of Auntie Fumi. So I'm saying I've mixed up with information in Nigeria. So whatever I'm saying, I'm not just coming from a lay woman or a layman's point of view to say what I'm going to say.
Now.
So I wouldn't want people to come and start saying, because I'm a bit upset today. I'm a bit upset today, I know, but it's nothing to do with anything. It's something to do that, when I heard somebody making all these comments and all that, I said, I have to come in and talk. This is my program that I come to. Though I'm very busy these days, but that's the reason why you've not been seeing me. But every time I have a chance, I drop in. Whenever I have a chance, I do the like and I share. But if we don't get the algorithms right, we can't get more people coming. Invite other people. I like the opening of your program because you start with the Biafrans and everything, right? And I supported, even though all my people do not support Biafra, but I supported Biafra because it made sense.
Yeah, for reasons of being an Igbo woman, what else would you support?
God, you're just annoying me the more.
Oh man, that God will save you.
Look at celibate, you see now, But say anything about those say
my friends are Igbos. My friends and my surrounding is Igbos. Can I know? Let me tell you, when I was in Holy Roses Secondary School, Port Harcourt, my best friends, we were three, they call us 3 musketeers. May Osuma, but May, our father was a major in Biafra. So she told me the whole story from when we were kids, we were babies. She was telling me all the story. I was like, she was even more experienced and she was very intelligent. She grew up somehow in Biafra. Then there was Nike Williams, late, peace be upon her. She actually worked with TINUBU. She was somebody that's related to Fashola one way or the other husband, and she was a tax, one of these IGR who were talking. I knew that from a long time ago. So, people are experienced. They go around, they learn. If I even see Chinese, I just enter them. I want to know. If I see all these people, and the business I do here is mostly hospitality. I run my hospitality business. So I get to meet people from all over the world. And I welcome them. And, they give me very good reviews. So I'm friendly. I don't really just damn people because they are from this. Whether you're Yoruba man or and I still like your own. Whether you be Igbo man or there's some part of you too, I like your own. Hausa, I like. So I'm not there like that. And I just want you to know that we are a very diverse society. We should learn to become more diverse. Don't sit down in Lagos in comfort zone and begin to make analysis of Port Harcourt. You don't know nothing. Come, let me take you to the creek.
All right. Thank you. So let Celibate take you to the creeks. And make sure you bring your branding glasses. Yes, you bring your own branding glasses, and she'll supply the sapele water. But I
don't say that again. They will get no sapele water. Did you want to carry them and go baptize them?
Look at that. Yes, now with that. Okay, let me leave that alone. But thank you, Celis. So thank you, Celis. Stay there, Celis. For time, let me take the conversation on in the direction of Thomas, who hopefully has sorted out his microphone. Thomas, for the third time, let's see if we can hear from you. Thomas.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Brilliant. So let's take it back to the talking points and let's take it in the direction of Nnamdi Kanu, who the Court of Appeal have now put a stay of execution on their judgment that the Umuahia-born man should be released. What are you making of this reversal of position? Was it predictable, if not the less disappointing? Your take, Thomas.
Good evening, everyone from Melbourne in Australia. One man, I've said this countless of times on this platform. If Nnamdi Kanu were released politically, they will not go after him anymore. But if it's not released politically, Nnamdi Kanu is not seeing the light of the day in this regime. They will never release him. But what is still, I'm somewhat angry with all our people from the. Let me stereotype now. Everybody that is saying they should release Nnamdi Kanu. Have people forgotten all the atrocity these guys has caused in that country? Have we soon just forgotten all the atrocity these guys have caused in that country? In the southeast, how many people that has been taken down? Are we just forgotten? Because the court said now they should let him go, and I don't care if they can let him go. Are we forgotten?
Thomas,
is that forgotten? So can you please let me speak, please? If you allow me, please.
Okay, speak.
Please. Are we forgotten? Are we forgotten many people that were killed in the southeast? Are we forgotten how this guy stay in London in his comfort zone, commanding people to go and burn house, to go and kill? Are we forgotten? Come on, guys. If they release him, I don't care. But are we forgotten these atrocities? So they should just let him go. People that has died, they die for nothing. Let's reverse back our brains. Maybe if we are forgotten.
Thomas, if you take it back to the appeal court space, Yeah, because I was somewhat disappointed because they seem to double down on their judgment just a couple of days ago, and then they shuffled around the lead judge, and now they are saying there's a stay of execution, which then makes it legal for the government to continue to detain Nnamdi Kanu. So the celebration in Abakaliki cut short.
Of course, the first time you brought the news, the breaking news of his release, I told you guys don't rejoice yet, because the federal government have the option to approach the higher court, which is the Supreme Court. And Malami came out and told us that is the case bordering his rendition. That is what they put this government this judgment on, not on the previous case he had before he jumped bail. Even after he jumped bail, everything is doing in London, commanding Nigerians, commanding the Southeast. Have we forgotten the fires that goes in the Southeast? So if the appeal court now is reversing their case, so be it. Let's just iron this thing once and for all. Let it go to the Supreme Court. Let the Supreme Court determine what will happen to him. If he's released, good. If it is jail, good. I don't care. I don't care. But the blood of people that has been shed down on that place, that's why sometimes I'm crazy with all this Biafra, all this Yoruba nation, because it can't come just like that. There will be bloodshed, and I don't like bloodshed. That is my problem. That is my concern. So if the appeal court reverse it, we anticipate it. It's for me, it's not new thing, and I know they will approach the Supreme Court as well to bring the final verdict. And even if the Supreme Court bring the final verdict in Nnamdi Kanu's case, they can still bring up another case and still rearrest him. There is nothing that cannot happen in that country. But I just want people, we guys on this platform and all the world that are listening to us, to remind all the atrocities that happens through Nnamdi Kanu. I just want us to remind that. Yes, you can interject now, please.
Thomas, I like that you said you don't like bloodshed, but let me remind you that when Nnamdi Kanu hasn't been arrested, there was no single attack, there was no single insecurity in Southeast. That is the fact, and it's the fact.
Sorry, can I interject? Okay.
Listen, there was no single insecurity. He might be saying all he has been saying, we want Biafra, we did this, we did that. He said a lot of shit. He said that Nigeria is dead, all this kind of stuff. But there was no insecurity in the southeastern part of Nigeria. But as soon as he was arrested, that is when you started seeing all this. Is the fact, and everybody knows it. But when you come here and start saying when Nnamdi Kanu, there was so many insecurity. I don't understand where you're getting all this. I mean, we are in the era of internet, and you can go back towards the internet and see whether you heard that someone was, there was a lot of killing in Southeast, compared to what you're seeing now. So I don't see, if you say you don't like bloodshed, isn't someone that doesn't like bloodshed, why not let this man go so that Southeast would be as good as it was when he was
hold on, what about the atrocities that Thomas listed? Are you disputing that they took place, or are you saying that he should get away with it?
Can he name one atrocities? Let him name one. He just says atrocities. Let him name one.
So Nnamdi Kanu has never.
Can I help you?
Hold on. He has never incited violence.
Let him name one. No,
atrocity. I'm asking you. No. Answer this question, and then engineer will give you an example. Are you claiming that Nnamdi Kanu has never and does not routinely incite violence?
Listen,
no.
Asking for Biafra, there's nothing wrong with that.
Can you answer the question? That wasn't the question. So if you don't want to answer, I say I don't want to answer it. but listen to the question so you can answer it frontally.
One man, I understand your question.
No, then
he might have incited violence.
What do you mean he might have? You
he
listen
might
to
have
him.
With his
No,
words.
you listen to him. No, hold on. You listen to him often enough. We all have listened to him. So it's not a matter of might have. It's either he has or has not. Is it in your judgment, having listened to him severally, that he incites violence, calls for violence routinely? Does he or does he not?
One man. See, the Thomas word was he did so many atrocities. That's the word. It wasn't that he was inciting something. That's his word. And I'm trying to say, what atrocities did this man do? I don't get it.
My brother. My brother.
Hold on, Thomas.
Can
Let's
I
hear
interject?
from engineer. Let's hear from engineer. Come in. Yeah.
Yeah. First and foremost, there was I think then there was a group they called in Igbo land, they called them Obu something. It's kind of like the way Omoteku they operate. And yeah, and the command Nnamdi Kanu gave was, if you see them, you kill them. That's number one. Number two, there's some guys that when they started championing, then I think that comes out on the news that they capture about 15 boys that in the name of Nnamdi Kanu, they put them in the gutter. The military put them in the gutter and they shot them, just in the name of Nnamdi Kanu. So it's just a bit complicated.
There's countless examples.
So now you're saying that is the Nigerian government that has been doing the atrocities.
Can I come in? Let me just add to
please
what
come in, bro.
Engineer is saying. First of all, you say Nnamdi Kanu did not engineer or did not cause any atrocity. I beg to differ. At first time he was arrested, he has not created ESN, and everybody fought for him to be released. At the second time, Nnamdi Kanu came out and created ESM with weapon, AK-47. He said it to defend the bushes. Again, Nnamdi Kanu was on air, giving order. There are guns in there, though. Take it and kill soldier men. Choose fire bomb. Kill one, take his gun. Go here, burn here. Any Igbo saboteur, he'll be killed. Any dish will be killed. So much online. And when he was there the second time, you saw those killing on the name of Nnamdi Kanu. So what are you not saying?
What I was saying, I said the guy said he committed so much atrocities. That's his word. I'm using his word. I mean, if you said he incited violence, if you say he incited violence, I would understand that.
Let me rephrase this.
Is that not an atrocity? Don't rephrase it.
I don't understand. Don't rephrase.
No. He wants me. Let me speak. Let me.
In law,
he incites people to go and burn out, to go and kill.
Hold on.
Is that not atrocity? What is the difference?
No. So what's different in law, rational mind?
Yeah, it's different. When somebody commits an act, right, and you say you incite, it's different. So when somebody commits an action, he did the action, he did it, right, or in some ways he was able to establish that he furnished. He was an accessory to it.
Yes.
Okay. So now, the question is, why is it proven difficult for the Nigerian government to prove their case in court? Why is the court throwing out all this? Of course, we know.
No, hold on.
Let me land. Let me land first now.
No, don't land because you are off on a
if I don't land, then how do you expect to understand what I'm saying?
Because as ever, you are building on a false promise. You are saying, hold on. You are saying, why is it difficult for the Nigerian government to prove its case in court? The case is in court.
What are you talking about? The case is in court, and they threw out some of those things, some of those counts that they brought against them.
Why did they throw it out?
No. In the first place, they threw them out.
Yes.
And so the question is why?
I'm asking you. I know why. Do you know why? You don't.
Tell me. I don't know. Tell me. I don't know.
All right. There were 15 charges levied against Nnamdi Kanu. 8 of them were were thrown out to leave 7. So he still has 7 charges that are levied against him. So some of those 8 charges that were thrown out against Nnamdi Kanu, a lot of those 8, they were duplicitous, somewhat repetitive in tonality and accusation with the 7 remaining. So that's some of them, and some of them, the burden of evidence could not sustain. But there are core elements. A lot of those 8 charges that were thrown out, a lot of those charges are still vested in the 7 that it still stands accused of.
So why can't they proceed with it then?
Yeah, because the matter has been taken to the appellate court, who are trying to give him a pass on the technicality. And the appellate court judgment, by the way, is not that he's not guilty of the charges. It was all wrapped around the rendition in. I'm sure you know that.
We know that.
Yeah, so there is no difficulty proving that case because it's still in court.
I guarantee there will be difficulty for that one man.
No, that's your anticipation, though.
Okay, yeah, well, maybe that's my anticipation. That's our anticipation. Yeah. I mean, your anticipation is going to be convicted. We shall see.
I'm not saying he's going to be convicted, but certainly there's just so much, that he has done.
I know the Nigerian government has a case against him. All these things that we just mentioned, that incited violence. But the question is, will they be able to prove this in court? That is what we're talking about.
Yeah, but it is in court.
But why all this delay?
Sorry, there were 15. Well, it is still in court. The delay is as a result. It's a real potpourri of legal juggling that's going on. There's a case in Umar here that went in favor of Nnamdi Kanu for reasons of his rendition. So they got a judgment there. There's a case at the appellate court space for the judgment to be quashed, for the case to be quashed. That was the one they got the judgment on, and they are putting in abeyance now. And there's another case still at the Federal High Court Abuja, Justice Binta Yako, where she has insisted that he has a case to answer on at least 7 of the 15 charges levied against him. So that case is also in abeyance because the Supreme Court has gotten him released off the back of a technicality of the rendition, but that also now placed in abeyance for reasons that judgment is being challenged at the Supreme Court. So it's a complex mix. So you cannot just say they can't prove a case. It's a complex mix.
We shall see. Time will tell if they can prove that case, because this is a guy, before they went to attack him at his home. They said they had a case. He brought in some equipment. They dragged that case in court. They could not prove that case. They had to release him until they figured out a way of trying to do away with him and whatever, and then he ran away.
What do you mean they released him? They granted him bail.
Well, they released him. I mean,
it was still in court. The charges against him of 2016, they are still subsisting because he was a fugitive. Captured and
we know all of this. Don't go down.
Yeah, no.
But then what we're saying is,
but you are off on a conjecture again and on a tangent.
No. When we're saying something, let us say it right.
Yeah, but
the choice of words.
You do that.
Hold on. The choice of word. That is what this is challenging. It says he committed a lot of atrocities.
Yeah, which he did.
He was not seen committing any atrocities.
What do you mean he was not seen? He incited violence.
So link him. Prove this case.
Yeah, but the case is in court. So what is your argument?
But then, how long will it drag? That's my question.
Well, don't worry about how long it drags.
It should matter. It should matter.
Is it not his legal space that are dragging it?
Right, they are dragging it because you cannot seek to establish legality on illegality.
Well, so that's what's been tested. So you're asking how long it's going to last.
They started these shenanigans. Hold on. They started these shenanigans of court abuse.
Self-determination a crime.
Self-determination, incitement to violence, and then that violence then, and these are grade 1. These are felonious crimes. These are felonies. It wasn't telling them to go and pick a pocket. It was telling them to go and take a life, which they went on.
What about Patami?
They went on. Are we doing what about?
Let's leave that.
Can I interject, one man?
Yeah, come in, engineer. Come in, engineer.
It's just a simple
we're
one.
trying to give this guy a pass. He's a killer.
No. He's trying to give me a pass.
It's just a simple one, eh? The Boko Haram operating are just operating, or they are going in command of some other people.
Engineer, let's not do that. We're talking about Nnamdi Kanu here.
It's the question you're asking a simple question, and I refer a question back to you.
Why are you referring Boko Haram to IPOB? That is not right.
Is it not the same
You cannot compare. It's incomparable.
Don't compare that.
IPOB is not a terrorist organization. One man.
They're designated as one by the Nigerian.
What Nigeria they do that?
Command people to go and kill, and you're saying something. Come on, man. Wake up, man. Come on, don't say that.
Engineer, this is incomparable. Let me not.
That's your own incomparable, my brother.
It's incomparable.
Sometimes let's say the truth, man. Let's say the truth.
All right. So hold on. So what you are saying, what you are saying is that the people that are the Boko Harams are killing, they are dead, but the people that are IPOB are killing, they are just dead. Once you are dead,
exactly.
There is no dead.
No. One man, let's not use this platform for this.
How many people
did
Boko Haram kill?
IPOB did not kill anybody.
They did not.
IPOB did not kill anybody.
Did not kill anybody. IPOB did not kill anybody. No, woman, can I just finish my assertion, please?
All right, back to you, Thomas.
Let Thomas carry on, my brother.
Yeah, let's bring the tempo down. Back to you, Thomas.
And please,
seem to be on some twilight zone here, parallel universe.
And I bet they also kidnapped more than even us in the Niger Delta.
All right, back to Thomas. So Thomas has the floor now, Sally.
Yes, and if
Thomas has been talking a whole lot of rubbish.
No, you can't say no, you can't say that. Apologies, Thomas, carry
on. Anything I'm saying now, I will let me land. You can disagree on your mind. I don't care. Yeah, I will go back to this same guy and I will make this comment to one man. I watched this guy live instructing people, and those people were carrying the same atrocity, and they were sending videos in on live. Come on, guys. I think is our brain working? Nnamdi Kanu wants Biafra, and the Igbos are killing Igbos, and people are not thinking. People are not thinking. People cannot go to their land. People are in Lagos. They are outside Southeast. They can't go to their land because of insecurity. These guys are created. And we here, we are giving this guy.
Hold on. Let him land. Otherwise,
let me speak, please.
Just speak then. Don't. Yeah, just speak.
So, are we giving this guy leeway? Please, come on, guys. Let's think. Let's think. The Easterners are killing Easterners, and you guys are happy. You are saying they should release him. We saw videos, we saw audio, we saw.
My dear, that's very anecdotal. That's very anecdotal. You always come here with no intelligence at all.
Where is the proof? I don't. You just talk. I don't get it.
You are the most intelligent here. You are the most intelligent.
Thomas, when you say something,
you are talking intelligently.
Hold on. I'm not going to let the session degenerate. So I'm going to put you on hold, Thomas, for a moment, and then I'll go to. Let me see who has a steady voice. Let me go to Saki Fada. I'll go to Saki Fada because it's getting somewhat out of control. Let me go to Saki Fada. So Saki Fada, let me come to you and just take you and have you take us to a better place. I say a better place. Our finance minister rejects Naira redesign. One CBN of consequences. So what are you making of that, Saki Fada?
Yeah, Thomas, can you hear me?
Oh, no, you are not going to go after Thomas again.
I mean, can you hear me?
No, we all can. Carry on, yeah.
Okay, sorry. Sorry. Yeah, I heard what you read about the finance minister complaining. Yeah, of course, we predicted that here yesterday. It's going to happen initially. We expect the dollar value to shoot up against the Naira initially in the black market. Because remember, we said here that those naira in the hands of the public, of the banking public. It's we have some percentage of that in the hands of people that got them illegally. So such people might not want to go to bank. They might go the other way to try to convert their monies to dollar, then exerting upward pressure to the dollar. So it is expected, but I don't know whether it is going to dampen with time. I don't know whether it is going to resonate for a very long time. I think when policy shift like this happens, we will expect some kind of impulse responses. So such impulse responses might not, at the end of the day, sustain for a very long time. So initially, we'll expect these effects, but in the long run, the policy might achieve the intentions. That's my take. So it's just a policy that has been issued by this, a policy shift by the CBN just about 3 or 4 days ago. So people, or some actors will rush immediately to know how to dribble or maneuver the system initially. So we see this kind of responses, but eventually, it might go down. You can imagine what happened when Obasanjo introduced this deregulation in the communication industry. So you remember what happened that time, I think, from what I read. So when he introduced that, initially, MTN lines, all these Etisala, all these Airtel and many of them, they were quite expensive to get. SIM cards were quite expensive. Calling then was almost 100 naira per minute, from what I read. And but but eventually, we started seeing the effect. So we can see how it eventually came down, and the market became more competitive, and the monopolistic structure of the market was somehow broken, sort of. So I feel these are initial responses. In my view, we expect it to happen. We predicted it here yesterday, so it's not different from what we expect. That's my take on that.
Saki, it looks as though this thing being trialed by MFLA is not especially innovative or new to the space. It looks as though, it looks as though
Soludo did that before.
No, the cashless policy, not
not cashless policy. There was a time Soludo changed, redesigned the Naira. Around 2007. Yeah.
No, it's not the redesigning, because he
redesigned Naira. He changed some notes.
No, that's not what I'm talking about, Saki. I'm not talking about redesigning or not redesigning. The underpinning of MFLA's thrust is to move the space into a cashless economy. So because he's trying to mop up liquidity, rechange the currency, ramp up Naira, and digitalize the economic space. But they have tried out this in India, but it wasn't especially successful.
Yeah, I understand, but let's just see what happens at the end of the day. But my view, I think it's going to have some impact, although it might not be significant. It might not be significant impact in my view, but I expect some downward pressure in what the economy looks like in terms of being overheated, because money is circulating too much. There is a sort of excess liquidity now, especially in the hands of the public. Is not healthy for our country. So I feel he's gonna have some impact, but it might not be so so significant an impact, you know. Yeah, and again, if you say it has been tried in India and it didn't or go too well, you know, there are every economy is peculiar in its own. You know, it is not, although the law of demand, it is a positive statement, but the same law of demand might not operate the same way in Nigeria, the way it operates in countries like Cuba. So, or I think some dynamics of the Indian economy might have affected whatever happened in India. So, to me, I feel it's gonna have some impact, you know. But maybe will it be so significant? I don't know. You know,
And the finance minister coming to say that her ministry was not taken along
do you believe?
regarding
Do you believe that?
it's impossible for that to be the case.
Yeah.
Impossible.
So I don't believe.
But why would you speculate she's saying that?
I don't know. Maybe something must have gone. Maybe she's not benefiting from the system, or maybe I don't know. You know, I don't know. Maybe there is. I don't know what happens in the closed door. You know, I don't know. You know, but for her to come and say she didn't know about it, she was not consulted. The ministry was not. I don't think. I don't think it's like that. You know.
Woman, can I ask you a question, woman?
Yeah, carry on.
Did you say? I think you said in your headline, you said Buhari has cancelled it, has stopped it. Is it true?
Well, that was poetic license. Poetic
Oh,
license.
okay.
Yeah.
So it's just the Minister of Finance saying that she was not consulted or she wasn't aware. Is that what it is?
Well, she's saying she wasn't aware, and she's warning of dire consequences, which is to say that they are looking to move against it. But in the read up, it was saying that he had the agreement of the presidency, even the president himself, before he moved to change the currency.
Yeah, he
So
said that.
how can the president be aware? The governor
Finance
of the
minister.
central bank is carrying out a piece of financial, in fact, a significant financial move, but the finance ministry is not aware.
That's
So
it. So yeah,
it doesn't make sense. It
makes no
doesn't,
sense.
not even under the Fulani structure. We know that we know they do things in a peculiar way, but even they surely.
One thing for sure is
So
that
that tells you that there's something going on underneath.
one thing for sure is that the next administration will have a lot of challenges. It's the whole the turn up of events in this administration is telling too much about that. Anybody pity for anybody that becomes the president, you know, that we inherit. The next administration is gonna have a lot of challenges to combat with. You know, that's my take there. So let's see what happens.
All right, thank you. And the Labour Party canvassing for money. We don't give shishi, but we need big money for campaigns. Labour Party chair appeals. So reality dawns. All that poo-pooing and turning their nose up at everything. So the reality of politics finally dawns.
No giving chishi mantra
But
doesn't mean
you
no
don't
no
need
giving no wait
collecting
no
shishi.
no giving shishi mantra doesn't mean they don't know that elections requires a lot of money. They know that, but no giving shishi mantra is mainly we don't bribe you to vote for us. I want you to see it from that direction. So that doesn't mean that they don't need support from people. All these rallies that has been happening all over the country, you know, Labour Party themselves cannot fund it. They don't have the money to do that. They don't have that war chest. You know, tomorrow, Saturday, P2B and they are going to do their flag off in Nasarawa. Those kind of things, they also require money to organize, you know. People have to fly, people have to come there, they have to have security in place. They will pay security personnel, you know, to secure the place. So those kind of things require money. And imagine when you are doing it in 36 states of the federation, it requires a lot of money. So that is why they are soliciting for support, from Nigerians, So and people are donating, so they are pushing more for people to donate. But if you look at their campaign council, I think now the list is 1,400 and something in number. So most of those people are working there pro bono. So suppose those people are being paid, like the way other parties have their own PCC. If they can't, Labour Party doesn't have the money to do that. They are just very small party. It's just that the election cycle came to them as a kind of wave of events. So for him to call Nigerians to contribute, it is expected. Everybody expects that. A lot of people in diaspora are even talking about, let's have a place we can donate so that they can support the way they can. People are doing a lot of things on their own, trying to support. Tomorrow they will have rallies again in 2 states. Apart from that of Nasarawa, they are doing their campaign. There are other 2 states. I think Sokoto State and one other state in the north. They are having their rally. Obedience have been contributing since last week towards ensuring that the 2 rallies is going to be a very successful one. They are doing things like medical outreach, getting some doctors for P2B who will go to certain communities and do some social sort of humanitarian services, check people, give them.
Is that bribery?
No, give them some. It's support groups that are doing this. So it's not P2B is paying them to do. People are support group are doing things on their own, So they are bringing a lot of strategies, what they want to do, calling people to contribute the way they can. So if Labour Party is meant to be doing all these things that support groups have been doing for them, I think they cannot sustain it. It's going to be very expensive. Imagine when they are giving support, when they are it is Labour Party that is funding all these support groups to do what they are doing. They can't do that. It's too much.
So do you think the GoFundMe $5 from Ucheda in California, do you think that'll be sufficient enough to carry a campaign? Do you think that'll be sufficient enough?
Of course, the majority of the work.
$2.
Of course, the major part of the work has even been done by all those support groups already, because all these rallies they have been doing in all the 36 states of the federation. If you calculate it in money term, assign monetary values to that, you will know that it has reduced what Labour Party is supposed to spend on their own by maybe 50%. So if they were meant to spend 5 billion naira, maybe if they are meant to spend maybe 1 million naira, for instance, those rallies might have reduced it to maybe 500,000. So I think it's a way to help. Just yesterday I saw somebody that donated 3 million naira to a support group, telling them to use it to produce stickers of how many thousand copies, many thousands of them. So these are the things support groups are doing on their own. So imagine that Labour Party is left to do that. It's not going to be they cannot do those things. It's too much,
All right. It's not looking good though. It's not looking good because I don't suspect that the GoFundMe will be sufficient enough to sustain a presidential campaign. But still, even if it was sufficient, according to FITCH, the international rating organization, it still would not lead to Peter Obi sitting on the seat in Aso Rock. Peter Obi unlikely to win presidential election. TINUBU will increase. Okay, go on.
Yeah. But there is
a kind of how do I put it? Well, I would like to comment much on that because one man suddenly, I'm quite surprised that we are very glued to this very poll because all other polls that have come out, your reaction to those polls is poll doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. But this time around, you seem to be tilted towards believing that polls matters now.
This is not a poll, it's a researched
piece.
Okay,
I'm talking about, it's not only poll that went to P2B before. There are polls, there are research conducted, and there are this economist research was not like a poll. They also, the economists, they also offered their own evaluation of what is happening in the space.
Based on their poll.
But when the economists came out, you didn't believe those ones. But this time around, these people have presented their own judgment, which is normative. It is not quite positive because it is not based on any. It is not. It has not been subjected to any empirical processes. So on that very basis, you tend to believe this one more, than others that have come out in the past. But however, I will focus more, like I said, because I read that very evaluation, and I will focus more on the strengths, of that very evaluation and the drawbacks. But I will start by talking about the drawbacks, if I were to say. When I was reading it, and I saw a writer who doesn't know quite well, the Nigerian space. He doesn't know quite well the Nigerian space. I also saw a writer who is making judgment on the basis of maybe development in the past 2 months, or maybe 2 months back, not recent or current developments. If he had written that in the last 2 months, maybe I would say, okay. But right now, one of the things he said is that it appears that the Northerners are not accepting P2B. It's not being known. It's not being popular in the North. If he has said this maybe 2 months ago, I would believe that, But at this point in time, it is possible that those narratives are fast changing, Then again, we still have time towards the election, so we don't know. But another thing I will want to monitor in this space, now tomorrow he's going to Nasarawa. Nasarawa is northern region. I will monitor the number of people that maybe come out tomorrow to receive him, Then again, in that very evaluation, they didn't cite people like Juan Kwaso. Like I said, they are not putting Juan Kwaso as, they didn't mention his name in that report. They only said that P2B is going to affect the votes of the opposition. And the opposition they mentioned is Atiku. They didn't see Juan Kwaso as a popular candidate in the northern region, So if they have not added that very person to the political equation in the northern region, how did they arrive at the conclusion that the northern vote is going for TINUBU? So those are the things they flawed in that very evaluation. So I encourage other people to go and read it and read what they base their judgment upon. So as I said, this is not a judgment that is based on empiricism. It is a mere opinion. That's the way I will see it.
It's not a mere opinion.
It is a mere opinion because
okay.
It is a mere opinion because if it is based on empiricism, they should also mention people like Juan Kwaso because he's still a very important person in the North.
No, they don't have to. And it is not a mere opinion. It is not a mere opinion because it is I'm sure you know who FITCH is.
Yes, I know.
And if you don't, then go look them up.
I know.
It's a gold standard organization that is a reference point for both big international organizations.
Do you know why you will never believe what I'm saying?
What do you mean? I'm not going to surrender to anything without
let me tell you the reason you believe them so easily. You believe them so easily because it is tilting towards your own narrative. You understand what I'm trying to say?
No, because it coheres with
no. It coheres with your
what
narrative. It coheres with your own evaluation. That is why you are.
No, with the way the facts lay, you know, I was just saying earlier on about wishful thinking. There's a lot of pie in the sky, hoping against hope, and that's wrapped around the Peter Obi space. But if you remove that and you go to the cold facts of it, Peter Obi is not going to be the president of Nigeria. And I wish people will get on board with facts, and there's a likelihood that TINUBU will be. And this organization, like I said, and you know, it's a gold standard organization with a long-standing reputation, a reference point for international organizations and governments to do business. So they're not going to come out unless they feel they're on. Hold on now. Okay.
Organizations like Bloomberg, do you think they are not repeatable?
Bloomberg is a news platform.
Yeah, but do you think they are not repeatable?
But it's a news platform.
Is it not an organization, even if it is a platform?
Yeah, but it's a news platform now.
That is what I'm saying. But do you think they are not repeatable?
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is you are comparing apples with oranges. There may be fruits, but
anyway, let's not spend much time.
I beg one man. I wanted to ask you this question yesterday. Sorry, Saki Father. Sorry.
Let's continue looking at it.
Saki Father. Sorry.
Sorry.
One man. I wanted to ask you this question yesterday.
Let's see what happens.
Saki Father. Sorry.
Let's see what happens. So. That's my point. And I have always said on this very platform that I would even like people to keep giving Peter with that very low standard, low score, to keep seeing him as a candidate that doesn't matter in this election, that is not going to make any headway.
All the facts say that, and nobody is going to be surprised or alarmed in February. Because everybody, look, it's just so much wishful. It's quite concerning, you know. There is nothing out of the predictability that is going to happen in February. The stars will not align. The horse will not grow a horn. Nobody will walk upside down. Things will just happen, as all the permutations point to that they will happen. Peter Obi is not not going to be the president of course not. Now you know that more than anybody.
So if you are sure that Peter Obi is not
just the most ludicrous of four.
If you are sure that Peter Obi is not going to be the president of Nigeria, tell me again who you are sure is going to be the president of Nigeria.
All the permutations point
no. Tell me your own estimate.
This is what you will let me. If you want to choose the words, then I'll repeat it after you. But if you ask me, then I have to answer in my own way. I just said it. I said all the permutations point to TINUBU. All the permutations do. But if those permutations fails, it will default to Atiku. But certainly not in 2023, not ever.
I will hold you by your words.
I'm saying that categorically, not in 2023 or ever. Will Peter Obi be the president? Ever.
No problem. I'll hold you by your words.
It's a flight of fancy.
One man, if Peter Obi wins, you're gonna say they rigged the election. Don't worry.
Not even rigging, but they can't rig the election because they don't have the apparatus of rigging. It's just hoping against hope, isn't it? It's euphoria turning into hysteria.
No problem.
Let's wait.
If you see it as euphoria, no problem. Let's wait. Let's keep waiting.
I can empathize with the optimism, but
if you are sure,
one man, I beg.
If you are very sure, we can bet because I can bet. If you want us to bet,
we can bet now. That Peter Obi is not going to be the president.
Yeah, are you sure he's not going to be the president?
Let's both bet the deeds to our house and make it interesting. You present the deeds to your house, I present mine. What are you talking about? Let's not be silly. If it is not going to be the
My
first
mortgage is here. My house is here. I'll put it down.
Don't worry about your mortgage. Let's hear from War Peace. Who wants to come? War Peace, yes. War Peace, you said you wanted to say. War Peace. Oh, all right. I think War Peace, I think he may be on daddy duties. Maybe his son has called him away. But to the Peter Obi, to the Nnamdi Kanu space, Saki father, the holding in abeyance that judgment. What are you making of that?
Yes, I understand our feelings. I understand people's view. Nnamdi Kanu started very well, but there are areas he erred. In my own view, I might not be correct. There are areas he erred, but I also think, as I've always said, that the federal government has never managed that very space very tactically and very well. When you went to his house in 2017 to levy an attack, killing 28 innocent people, what you only achieved...
Sorry, who documented that? Who documented that?
No, I think this, what do we call it? The Court of Omahia ruled on that. You remember initially there was a fundamental rights suit for what happened in 2007 in his house. And the court ruled in the favor of Nnamdi Kanu and even told the federal government to pay him 1 billion naira. You remember that very ruling?
No, I remember the judgment, but it's those 28 people. Because I heard it on Radio Biafra first.
Yeah, but
I've not heard it anywhere else.
No, but those are the things that the Nnamdi Kanu lawyers presented in Omahia court that made them
Zaki father.
So there were facts they presented. That's my view anyway.
Zaki father. So, let me ask you one question.
That thing that happened
Zaki father.
It only it only triggered certain sensibilities, in the people of that side. It might be one of the reasons why they started being, it appears that some of them started being aggressive, So, because remember that after that, Nnamdi Kanu left, and shortly after he left, his father and his mother died, because of those, what do we call it? They said it is because of the impact of those shocks, of what happened in 2007.
Zaki father, can I ask you a question, please, if you don't mind? Yes. This question has been bothering me since this Nnamdi Kanu started. And I'm not saying that is what happened. I just want you to educate me. On the day the police went there, were there any counter attack, or the police just went there and started shooting people? I just want you to educate us on that part. Were they counter attack from the Nnamdi side to Nigerian government, or Nigeria just go into the compound and they started shooting? I just want you to educate us.
Actually, before then, these people were not having any weapon. They were just having flags flying. Before this time we are talking about, they were having flags, chanting Nnamdi Kanu, those kind of things. I remember that time, Nnamdi Kanu was just on bail. So that time, the movement was becoming so forceful. Like, if day by day, they are growing in population. In the southeast, you will see a lot of people carrying flag all over the road, So Nnamdi Kanu started, becoming like more of a very celebrated figure in the southeast. And he started making certain statements. Look, for instance, before that very thing that happened in his house, there was something he told his people. He was telling them that there's, remember that, okay, he said like something like that, I am going to the court. He was preparing for his court appearance, and he said, I'm going to the court on so and so day, and Biafrans will follow me, and there are going to be many. He said like millions of Biafrans will follow me to the court, you know. And if the federal government does something, we'll bring the head of the president. All those kind of statements, you know. So I think those statements he was making then triggered the federal government to respond. But then they were not aggressive. They were not carrying anything. You know, they were just.
But you are not answering the question. You are not answering the question.
Yeah.
Did you understand the question?
You said whether there was a counter attack to the military.
That day they went to his house. Were they counter attack from the Nnamdi side?
Yeah, the video I saw, there was no counter attack. The video I saw, because I saw the video.
So they just went in there and started shooting people.
Remember that it was like
it's a question now. Why can't you answer?
Settle down now. He has answered as best as he can. Let's hear from engineer and then. But hold on. Let's hear from engineer and then we come back.
The video I saw, there was no counter attack.
Basically, what happened that very day, right?
Yeah.
There was information to the military that Nnamdi Kanu is championing his cabals, and the military are just going there not to attack, but based on how they are so close to his house, you know, also all these young lads, there are some, they were like kind of military are here for us. There was a little bit kind of confrontation between the boys and the military that escalated everything that result to what happened at that moment. It's not as if it's not as if military are just going to his house to attack him. No, there was kind of like confrontation in between the youth and along the line the military, because the military went there to show their face, to like kind of showcase their face so people can know, oh, we are still around. But at that moment, at that heat period, the youth confront the military, and the military, they lose it, and that was it. That's what caused everything to the scenario at that moment.
But what you're saying doesn't still justify that shooting. Like, I mean, you're shooting some people that are unarmed, even if they are resisting attack, even if they are resisting, they're trying to resist you from arresting Nnamdi Kanu. It doesn't mean you have to shoot them. It doesn't, I mean, what the other guy was trying to say, I mean, it shouldn't lead to their death. I mean, you guys are military. You guys know what you're doing.
This is what happened. This is what happened, right?
All right, let me play
this.
Go on, engineer. They blocked the road, and I want to play a clip. Yeah.
They blocked the road for the military vehicle not to cross, and along the line, there was a stone that has been thrown against the military. So the military have no option rather to use their military force to take action.
No. That is, don't say they don't have no option. They have so many options.
Okay, let me play you this clip just to remind ourselves of that space. Listen to this.
Go and look for weapons. Go arm yourselves, and see what is going to happen. Build weapons. If you don't have any, go and construct one. Go and build one. Even ordinary catapults, anything you have, go and use it and destroy them. Destroy them. Mad people everywhere. They're going to see something they wasn't before. And as we are destroying them, we are finding out where their children are. They are making mothers to become childless. And we are also going to make them become childless. They want destruction, we give them destruction. Mad people everywhere.
All right, there's plenty more of that, but that's just a sample of
Yeah, one man I understand. Yeah. This one he was saying happened after the 2027.
No, I can bring you 100 more. We all listen to him then, so don't worry about.
Talking about what
that's
we're still talking about. No, we're still talking about. If you're saying he doesn't incite,
yeah, he incites.
No, I'm not saying he has not incited. Like, remember what I said? I said he started well. But at a point,
yeah,
he did certain things that are not in the right direction, you know. But most of those things actually happened, you know, at later times when after the military levied attack in his house and he fled. It was from London. Now he was doing all these this kind of broadcasts. Yeah, they're just
Do,
changing.
do, do,
But
do
I'm
you
saying
know?
that
Do
by
you know? Do you know why the military attended his house? Do you know that was the phase where he was trying to form ESN, even though anyway, we were
I think he formed.
we were all around during that space, and we also so I don't know quite.
Is that for a fact, one man?
He formed
No, I think
Biafra
he
National
forms.
Guard at that time. Biafra
I
National
think
Guard.
he formed ESN later. It was not that time.
The first he formed was
No.
Biafra National Guard, BNG.
How do you know
Yes.
that for a fact?
He was on air. He was given rank. He was on
No.
air.
The context of what one man is saying is when he was still in Nigeria before the attack, what led
That's
to
what
that
I'm saying.
attack?
Everybody was in Umuahia when they said he violated his.
So he was forming a Biafra National Guard. That was when they.
He said the second he formed. The first he formed is Biafra National Guard.
Well, what fact do you have to that? Where do you have that fact?
I'll bring you the clip.
Oh, please
in
do.
his father's house.
Okay.
Biafra National, but not with weapons. Just in the main formality, like this, he was given a rank, so give some people chief setting title, baptizing some people. So it's National Guard.
You see. Let me say this. Let me say this quickly, one man. You see, the Boko Haram case would not have escalated to the scale at which we are seeing it today if the Nigerian government had done what they are supposed to have done, or maybe possibly they've not even killed that Muhammad. You see, the way the Nigerian government goes about things, it breeds this kind of things that we are seeing playing out before our very eyes. The likes of the Sunday Igboho too, that was a similar case. This was a guy who was just protesting peacefully, trying to self-determination is not a crime. But then look at what they did to him. And if the Yoruba nations or Yoruba nation agitators too, they've got the route of these people, they would have been tagged as terrorists too. So my point is just that you see the Nigerian government too, they are complicit in all of these things.
Absolutely.
Yeah, complicit. They should have approached it in a different way. But then they let it fester, and that is how we find ourselves in this mess. I'm not justifying what Nnamdi did by what he said or whatever he said.
Imagine somebody coming us to tell us that he wasn't inciting. He was now.
If he's a criminal,
do a
prove
Google
your
search
case.
on his name. It's incitement.
Well, he incited. I understand that. He said certain things that were insightful. But the point is, prove your case in court.
That's all he ever said. He didn't say anything that was not in an incitement.
I'm not disputing that fact that he did not say anything. You know me very well. I used to speak against Nnamdi Kanu as to what he said, some of the things he said that were so alarming and shocking. But then my point is,
playing the video, playing the voice chat.
Hold on, my friend. We know for a fact. Let us not go play around with that. Nnamdi Kanu did not say insightful things. He did. He did say hateful things too and mean things to people. But my point is this: if the Nigerian government has this fact, they have all this evidence. Don't delay this anymore. Have this guy prosecuted once and for all. If you have all this evidence, and have him put behind bars. And if you don't have it, let the man go. That's the point. That's just my stand on all of this. Let him go.
All right. Let me use this window to read out the super chats that have been coming in. Joel of Nashville, he reaches to that space to join the conversation. It says a poll came out today and TINUBU are winning by 80%. I guess that makes one man happy. Well, my last name is not TINUBU, so it doesn't affect me. A poll came out today and TINUBU is winning by 80%. I guess that makes one man happy. Don't worry, guys. We are working tirelessly. Nasarawa is obedient. So it's those sort of, when I say wishful thinking, Nasarawa is obedient. So the solidarity is right there. And Kano too, and Lagos, and everybody, he continues, be concerned about TINUBU because the North are aligning more with Atiku. Obi will shock you. I love the idea of underestimating obedience. Obi is coming. Yeah, well, what he does in the privacy of his own house with his own wife, that's not my business. So he can come all he likes. So Kulata joins in the super chat space. He says, and when Kulata comes in, it's only to crunch numbers. He says minimum requirement is 25% in 24 states. What is Obi or TINUBU or Atiku's path to 24%? Two are a bit clear to me. So I wonder which two. And Joel comes back, he throws at engineer, stop it. They invaded his house like Igboho So yeah, forget Igboho now. Igboho is not in contention. But thank you for the super chats. Back to you, Osaki Father. Round up that space. Round up that space. Saki
Yes, yes.
Father.
So, yeah, like I said, he started well, but at the time he deviated, I would say, in my own opinion, in my own opinion. But the only thing I am only saying now is that no matter what anybody does or committed in Nigeria, the law is the law. Nobody is above the law. The law is the law, when when A.V. Dicey was writing in 1748, Esprit de Law, he 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 delineated the fundamental features of the rule of law, and one of it is that the law is supreme. Nobody is below it. Nobody is above it. Nobody is below it. Everybody is equal before the law. So my argument is that if the court says, federal government, you have erred by this, and by virtue of your error, these are the consequences. This is what you are supposed to do. Nobody, even the federal government, is above the law. So does it all go well with us? That becomes a matter of our own normative evaluations. But the law must be obeyed. So in my own view, the federal government should do whatever the court says, because court should be independent. The court should be the last hope of the common man. So that's my view. Whether it favors my thinking or what I would have wanted, it doesn't matter. What matters is, what does the law say? So the law should be followed.
I have to say that it's disappointing and somewhat worrisome that the appeal court can be strong armed by the Minister of Justice for them, because they doubled down on that judgment twice, and we were all celebrating in here that there's hope for the common man. But as soon as they transferred a few of them and flogged the rest of them, very quickly they put their judgment in abeyance. All plain, we all saw it now, so there's no equivocation. They've been strong armed.
But I think the reason they now gave is that they will stay execution. They will stay the execution until the Supreme Court, because it appears the federal government has already appealed in the Supreme Court.
Yes, they have. I think that's what was actually meant to have been heard on the 24th.
I think Supreme Court should also be very careful in this matter, because Supreme Court, being the court of last instance,
last resort.
So yeah, I think the Supreme Court should also be very, very careful, because whatever their decision is today sets an irreversible precedent. So they have to be very, very careful in delivering their judgment. They should follow what the law says. If in their own estimate, I wouldn't advise them to allow themselves to be manipulated by external factors like the executive. They should just be upright, because I think in law they say ubi use, it be remedial. So let them just close their eyes and administer justice. Whatever they think is the justice, they should administer it, knowing fully well that whatever
you know what they say in Yoruba land. In Yoruba land, they say that alakowe to ba so yinbo nílé àná ló máa sọ túmọ̀ ẹ̀. Do you know what that means?
No.
Alakowe to ba so yinbo nílé àná ló máa sọ túmọ̀ ẹ̀. It means an educated person that speaks English in the house of his in-law will have to translate the meaning of those words. So since we are not Latin speakers now, what are you doing? You are just always showing up.
That is where there is law, there is justice, there is remedy. I think that is what it means. I think. So my argument is that they should just focus on what they should just follow the law and deliver their judgment, knowing fully well that whatever they said today is gonna be a precedent that might not be reversed. You can see this case of the Hope Uzodinma. You know, the Supreme Court erred. To me, that is the way I can explain it. That's my own opinion. I think, in my own opinion, they erred in that judgment, and they have, by that very judgment, set a precedent that might be a future reference. You know, that they might not be able to reverse. And I'm very sure that a lot of lawyers also hold this opinion I hold about that judgment of Uzodinma, who came forth, and then Supreme Court made him governor. You know, so they should be very careful in setting a wrong precedent. You know, I think I read the judgment by that appeal court. It was a lot of pages, but I took time to scan through it, and I saw a lot of evidence-based judgment. You know, they cited, you know, a lot of citations they made, which led them to arrive at that initial conclusion. So I think the federal government, the Supreme Court, should also be very careful with the way they will make their judgment. Let them not dance to the whims and caprices of what we call those people, the executive, who is minister, for goodness sake. He shouldn't be the one to dictate what the court does in a lawful society. We are a country of laws, and we need to follow the law, no matter how we feel about it. Let the law be followed. If at the end of the day the law decides to say, Nnamdi Kanu, you are guilty of these things, you know, you cannot be discharged, then they should follow the law. But let it be justice, and let justice be done, and let justice be seen to have been done. You know, that is my own point of argument.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Always well put by Sakifada. So Sakifada, let us go back to Thomas. I just needed your steady voice to calm the space, because Sally Beats and Thomas, they were being naughty boys and girls. So we had to get your steady voice. So back to you, Thomas. And on the way to Thomas, let me just highlight again, we've not seen any activity on the buy the coffee thing. We should see that because yes, we saw that from Jafar in the earlier session. So let's see some activities there by way of encouragement. So we go back to Thomas. And Thomas, let me take you to that space that Sakifada just left. The judgment now put in abeyance on Nnamdi Kanu. Is this somewhat of a disappointment, or even more to it, a source of concern that the last arbiter of the common man has now been purloined and strong-armed by the establishment? Malami stifles justice. What says you? Thomas. My goodness. Thomas now. All right, let's go on from Thomas. Let's go.
Please, before you move on, I want to ask you this question before about your England. Sorry. Yeah. Your prime minister reappoint the Home Secretary minister, which is of Indian descent too.
Yes.
What's good? Is that not causing a news opera in your?
I've not really paid attention to his cabinet just yet, because I'm just trying to hide myself away from the fact that it's going to be a vicious space for Black people in this country, because and if he's appointed a Home Secretary which is Indian, then you know that they are coming for the Blacks in this country. But
yeah, and funny thing is that the woman resigned with the previous cabinet.
Is it Priti Patel? What do you know the name?
Her name is wait, let me see. Is Sula Brivama, something like that.
Oh, right.
She was the Home Secretary just with this cabinet that just resigned.
Yes.
Now he reappointed the woman again, and they are asking him, and he's defending the appointment. If he can reappoint this woman, why can't he reappoint the guy that designed the economy?
The Ghanaian?
Ghanaian, yeah.
No. You know the Ghanaian and Liz Truss. I don't think they'll struggle to get back into politics, but you know. All right. Okay. So we've lost Thomas again. So let's go on to Rational Mind then. So Rational Mind, you're up next. So to the Nnamdi Kanu space, your thoughts.
Yeah, woman, thank you so much. Thank you for the job you're doing. Yeah, Nnamdi Kanu, I think I've said what I need to say so far. I think
I'm here now. Can you hear me?
No, we've gone on to someone else.
No,
You know,
that's all right. Yeah,
we
yeah.
can't
We'll hold
hold.
on.
All right.
That's all right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think the federal government just needs to do what they need to. But I want to ask you a question, one man. I don't know. I'm not too learned in that area. Is it possible for the appeal court to give 3 different judgments? The first one, they said let him go. The rendition was brought him in illegally. They went back again because when the federal government would not obey that court process ruling, they went back again and they got another ruling that says rendition him back, take him back to Kenya and start a process. Same appeal court, I guess. And now Malami went to that same appeal court for the 3rd time, which is another third. What kind of a process are we running in Nigeria? Same appeal court.
Yeah, but they've not given 3 different judgments, have they? It's still the same substance.
Yeah, 2 different judgments, perhaps I would say.
Not even 2. What they've said was that his renditioning was illegal, and they went on to add that he should be put back as it was. So that's usually how judgment works. So they try to put you back as far as near as possible to the position you were before the infraction was occurred. So that's what they said. So they said the rendition was illegal, and they invited them to put him back as it was. So those two positions still subsist, but they've put the stay of execution, which is the direction to carry out the judgment. That's the stay. That's the execution of that judgment. So they've put a stay on it, to put a hold on it, because the federal space is interrogating that judgment at the Supreme Court.
So was it the same appeal court that put a stay on it?
Yes.
You see, this Nigerian process, I don't know how it works with this our court. But anyway, for me, I just see I think it's an abuse of court process. That's what I see, because that's what we've seen with so many people in that country getting different court ruling, and I just don't understand. Well, let's just see how that plays out. And like I said, all I wish is let them do this trial fairly and speedily as possible. This is dragging for so long, and I know the Nigerian people, Nigerian government, I know how they do things. They want to drag things, and maybe for the reason that they know that they don't have any evidence against this guy. Even if they have any evidence, that evidence will not really hold water. But for me, I just want them to get done with this case and let's put it behind us. Because the more we keep having these are the things that really drags us down as people, because it's weighing down many people who are in that area, like the Biafrans, and even internationally, diplomatically, we have to be dealing with some other countries who will be seeing us as rogue states. And let us put all this in, because if you listen to Professor Akinyemi yesterday, when he had a session with Ruben Abati, and, he was like talking about our government, our president, whoever comes in, they need to focus more on foreign policies. And I've not seen that played out for the past ever since Obasanjo left there. So what I'm trying to just say is that, you see, all these things affect our posture internationally, because we don't want to be seen as a country that does not respect the rule of law, even though we claim to be a country of rule of law. So this Nnamdi Kanu case has to be, let them just have it done decisively once and for all. Prosecute him if you have any case against him. If you don't have anything, let the man go.
All right. I do have a screen in front of you.
Yeah, I can see it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I want to show you a picture. I want to show you, and I want you to explain this. Can you see that? What do you see?
I just see people here. Can you I don't know.
So that's to your furthest left is Atiku Abubakar, the man wearing the cap I cannot recognize. Bukola Saraki is the one with the head tilted down, and the one wearing the bow tie is the ladyboy called Reno Mokri.
Okay.
It says and it's Reno posting this. It says happening now. His Excellency Waziri Atiku Abubakar and former Senate President Bukola Saraki in Washington, Washington D.C.
Okay.
So of course you told us that Atiku could never come to America.
Thank you very much.
And you hammered it for days on end.
Thank you.
Right.
And I continue staying. I continue staying on my what I said. But now look at it. No, listen. Hold on.
I'm listening.
I'm really prepared for everybody that wants to challenge me on this. The campaign. I don't know if you listened to Arise. One of the campaign or whatever went on Arise, and he said on the invitation of the United States government.
Right.
So the U.S. government, they must have him to come in. No doubt, on their own, they have the right to waive whatever, anything. I mean, that's how I see it. Like I keep saying, I still stand on it. That's a case to answer in the United States, if the U.S. government choose to pursue that case. But then in this instance now, is the U.S. is on the invitation of the United States government. That's what the campaign said. So
the last time you said it was on the license of Saraki. So in this time, it's on the invitation of the United States.
What man? We know how
we
know how this thing works.
God.
The United States is corrupt.
I don't know how it works. You probably know how it works.
Listen. I keep saying standing on my way. I mean, this is a guy who, even before he became a president, before he became a vice president,
you remember that time, engineer, when
I said
he was hammering that
That's why I'm just giving that.
And now
you don't need to repeat yourself. I know what I said. And I still stand by it.
You still stand
this guy has houses. Will you guys don't make me sound like I don't know what I'm talking about. This guy has houses. He bought houses here. Even before he became vice president, he has bought a house here. Even after he became a vice president, he still has a house here. But when the Halliburton issue came up, the guy that was jailed here in America, that he was implicated into it, this guy could not. He never stepped his foot into America. Everything he does here, it was through his Igbo wife that was here in America, who now has divorced him. He was the lawyer lady that was doing everything here for her in America here. Why couldn't he come back to America after ever since that case? That's where
how do you know he has not been? Are you in charge of his retinue? Are you
I'm not in charge.
Are you managing his calendar?
I know the media space. They would have. If there's any evidence that he has been ever since the Halliburton or whatever case, he has been. People would have said it even when he was being accused.
Why would they say
now? When even the APC, when the APC.
Forget the APC though. Why would
don't forget the APC. I have a point I want to bring out there. When you say I should gloss over it, then I will make my point. Even when the APC were challenging him that the Bonner will make it come America here. Don't they know that he must have been to America ever since the case that he was implicated in? They would have known that he himself would have even proved it that I've been to America. So, but then
he did say that, and then he subsequently went to America.
He didn't say that. He did not say that. One man. He did not say that. He did not say that. He has never been to America. His first venture into America was that which Baba Yabo helped him and Saraki or whatever they did. I don't know what they did. I know America is corrupt. They use lobbies. They use lobbies. Now the second time now he's coming to America now.
It's unbelievable.
The second time he's coming to America. It's on the invitation. Get it very well. Let's just get it very clear. It's on the invitation of the United States government. That is what Arise said, according to the person that was interviewed.
All right.
So when I heard it, my hand just fell. My hand fell. That okay.
I'm ready for one man now. Look at this guy.
No, I'm really ready. I'm really ready for you. That's it. I would never.
You're a funny man.
If
the guy buys the house next to you in America, you will say it is the land. It is the. Anyway, let's just leave that because.
Rational mind. You have to understand in politics, all interest is how I say it's only in personal interest. There's no constant enemy or constant friend. So
I know that. I know that. War peace. I know that.
Yeah.
I know definitely.
You have to understand this. One man knows this. It's political season. America do not intervene
Oh, here we go again. What are you talking about? Don't go down this route. Go and check Arise. Go and check. Don't bring this. Don't bring this. I'm too good for all this thing you are trying to bring up.
Rational mind. Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
So do you think America will be so interested in Atiku to the point of trying to call the bluff of Nigerian government if Nigerian government is not supporting them by giving them their former vice president? Do you think America will just go ahead and win their power like that just because they are the most powerful country?
Well, Yoruba people say, "Oh, you put a pencil, eraser," right? Yeah. So they can. Yeah. That's why they have what they call special. Hold on. That's why they have what they call special waiver. Let me give you an instance. Oh, let me give you an instance. Hold on. I have friends, Nigerians, who have been convicted here in America. Their case is here in America. They are in court, and they have to come and appear here in America. They were granted a special waiver to come in and stand trial.
That's not the question.
Sorry. Let's just leave that. It was just a little aside.
Okay.
You've just been outed, but I knew you would double down.
But no, I'm not. Mama, you're not outing me. You did not out me. I gave you to you. I gave it to you how it is.
Don't worry. Finance Minister kicks against plan, says ministry not consulted. So this is the new Naira note that corruption. Is this a case of corruption fighting back? The people that have stacked up currency now strong arming the government to reverse a policy position.
You see, you said something. You say, like not just. I think Kulata himself said it. You see, was it Kulata or some other person said? And I know you said it, one man too. That you see, these people, the reason why they having problem in being able to steer this economy is because they're not working in concert. If the Minister of Finance, who is responsible for fiscal policy and whatever, could not work in concert with the CBN, who is in charge of monetary policy, that tells you we have a problem in that country. And she's coming telling us that, I said it some days ago, that I was privy to it, that not just I was privy to it, but it's also there in the media, in the public domain, that some interests are trying to prevail over the president, Emefiele or the president, to roll back this whole thing that he wants to do. If really Buhari knows about it, that, like he said when he was giving that public address, Emefiele, that the president has sanctioned it, as giving the approval. So there were some interests who were trying to ask the president, prevail over the president, to roll back that for now, to put it pending or whenever, maybe after the whole election. So if the finance minister is coming out right now to telling us about this, I think that's the handwriting on the wall that we're seeing. That they might ask him to put it aside for now until maybe after the election. So we said it, that these people are not working together. They've never worked together. That is why there's a policy somersault. That is why they're not able to steer that country in every facet of it, either in governance or in policy, monetary policy or fiscal policy or whatever. Because when you have a government that is not just, they're not working as a team, even though they give us that illusion of working as a team, this is what we get. Just imagine somebody who should be in the know, finance minister, just like you're talking about the treasury minister. The treasury secretary in America is just not even working in concert with whoever is Bank of Reserve here. It makes you just wonder that how can they not be working together? Well, like somebody said, they don't have that's independence. They work separately. That is what they call that. Kulata said it. But at the same time, there's no way that the Minister of Finance should not even know that there is an attempt to change the Naira. If anybody does not know,
it's almost impossible to believe that she doesn't know.
She doesn't know. So if she doesn't know, and she sounds like she's kicking against it, that tells her what we need to know, that not everybody's in support of this. What this guy is going to do is what he wants to do, and I know they would be able to prevail over certain people who are powerful in the Buhari's cabinet to stop this guy from implementing this.
All right. right. Well put. Well put. So thank you, Rational Mind. So for time, let me go from you to back to Thomas, who hopefully we can hear from this time around. Thomas, are you there now?
Yes, I'm here, Mama.
Oh, all right, brilliant. So to that space that Rational Mind just left, the finance minister saying she wasn't aware that the Naira was being changed and threatening consequences against the CBN governor. Your thoughts on that?
That is a fallacy. For him to say tell us that he's not aware of that. So what are they governing? What is all the administration all about? I think changing the currency he has to do with the finance minister. They can't do that without his consent or the meeting, or because changing the Naira is not something they can do in 1 month or a week. They could have been deliberating. The Senate on finance, the House of Rep on finance. There will be many meetings before they can do that. It's not something that the central bank will just wake up one day. We want to change the currency. There should have be a ad hoc member from the Senate, from the House of everywhere, because it's not a small thing. So telling us that she's not aware is just nonsense, woman. I don't know what people, all these ministers, I don't know what they are thinking. They are thinking about Nigerians, that we are fools. We don't know what we are doing. We don't know
Thomas,
what is
that is
going on there.
corruption fighting back. That is corruption fighting back. That's what we're just saying right now. Because that lady cannot say, because she's the member of the SEC and executive, they would have sat down and have a meeting, secret or open meeting, and come to the conclusion that there's too much Naira in the circulation, let's move it up. Now he comes back to tell you he's not aware. That means the cabals are using her to fight back. That is corruption fighting back.
But what is, I understand you, and one man as well. People that have already stacked money in their houses now, when they want to change dollar, can't they use the money to spread the money in the circulation and spend the money, and they will get the new note back? Is it not possible? Because people saying if they have money in their house, they can still spend it.
You see,
they can use it to buy.
It's like we are not students of history. This state that is going to play now has happened before during BUHARI regime 83, when he took over. He changed currency. People start bringing out money. He always have fire brigade approach to everything, and at the end of the day, it will cascade and become a problem. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, so I suspect that as well is corruption fighting back, because those people, and you can remember yesterday, you said almost 80% of our currency is not in CBN vote, is outside there. So how many percentage can we put on the politician side? Maybe 40% is on their private house, stock somewhere, and the remaining 40% is in the circulation for people to spend. So I think it's corruption fighting back. For me, even yesterday when we talked about that, Wama, you didn't ask me that question. You asked others. You normally ask people different questions. But in my opinion, I don't think that's what we need now. They should have done that maybe after the election. It's too close to election to be saying they want to change the currency. It's too close, and they are saying there is no money. And you could remember yesterday how much the amount for the changing of the currency. It's so much. It's so much money. They should have done it after the election. But if they want to do it now, but I'm happy now that even people are climbing down on it. They should just put it on hold. They can do it after the election. Let's see who wins the election amongst PDP or APC. One man, thank you.
All right, brilliant. So thank you, Thomas. So Thomas, let me go from you.
Can I speak a little bit? Speak on the Peter Obi not paying shishi. Just a little bit comment.
All right, go on.
Yes. So that is what we are saying. We have been telling people following Peter Obi, Nigeria election. If you are not paying shishi, you have to mobilize people. You have to mobilize on the day of the election. You print posters, you print awareness. Even the awareness itself needs money. Forget about vote buying. Forget about settling the harbors. Forget about settling anybody. Even the necessary things to do, you need money. So these people saying we are not paying CC, we are not collecting CC, it's just nonsense to me. And yeah, we can see now it's playing out. They are soliciting for fund. That is just my comment, Waman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. So brilliant. So let me go from you then to world peace, and then from world peace to engineer. So world peace, you are world peace. You are up next. And before I kick off, let me apologize first. I didn't mean to cut you short with you wanting to interrogate Des on how Edo he is, but when we open that Edo space, it never gets short.
What are you talking about?
I
don't know why.
What piece he has determined that you are not an Edo man and he wants to pin you down.
I think that when people come here and say something, I feel like there's a lot of liars here, and so whenever someone comes here and says something and someone thinks that I'm lying. I mean, I can say that I'm from Auchi, I can say I'm from Egala, I can say I'm from Arawa, I can say anything, but you will still think what you want to think. I can tell you that I went to school in Ideal Secondary School, but you still think what you want to think, But it is what it is. I don't want to, rely on explaining myself.
Okay. I'm not calling you a liar. What I'm saying that you say your mom is from Edo.
I said my dad is from Edo and my mom
Sorry,
is
your
Igbo.
dad is. Yeah.
Yes.
But you didn't let me finish before you just jump on my tongue. I was just asking which part. The next time I want to ask you that probably you grew up with your mom in the East. That's why you have the heavy Igbo accent. So that does not make you annoyed. I have a friend. May so rest in peace now. He's a full Edo man. His father owned probably you know auto filling stations, Bobahi. He was born and raised in the East. His mom is Igbo woman, but he's full an Edo man. His father is a Benin man, but he bears his Igbo name. He speaks Igbo, but he's an Edo.
Do you know how to speak Igbo?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you know how to speak Igbo?
Yeah, I hear Igbo, but I mean,
but you don't speak.
I can't speak.
So you grew up in the East or you grew up in Lagos?
I grew up in Lagos.
And you grew up with your mom?
I grew up with I grew up with both of my parents.
So is Edo. So let's just accept
that
he is Edo.
No, I have cause. See, like I said, my grandfather, his third wife is an Igbo woman. I have cousins.
The way you are going to ask him for a blood test.
No, I'm not going to ask.
That's what I'm waiting for.
No, I'm not asking. I just want to verify something, and which I found out. It's okay that I'm not questioning your donor. You have right to be anybody. Anyway, one man, I've not say much because sometimes I love interjecting. So just ask me a few questions. So you can move to the next person.
All right. So go to the Okay, let me not take you to the Nnamdi Kanu space because
please leave Nnamdi. Please just leave Nnamdi.
Yeah. Go to the finance minister rejecting the new Naira and warning Emefiele, saying she wasn't informed. What do you think is in play there? Corruption fighting back.
Yeah, like I just said before, corruption fighting back. That there's no way that lady will say that she does not have the insight of what was with of this thing that's coming up. Probably they'll have this meeting for like previous, like in Paro 6 months before Nami. Am I using right or wrong? They'll have this meeting before long time. They're planning it. They have a blueprint how to execute it and all that. Now she come out and say, make a reverse and say she's not aware. It's ridiculous, man. It's just a joke. As our friend we say that our guy that used to come here that speaks in a small voice. I forgot his name. Abby Charles. I'm telling you, man. It's very funny, man. And again, anyway, like someone said, Effie, let's go that side. So, like I said, as someone said, they would have pushed it to next year after the election. Anything now, everybody sees like a political tactics. They'll say, some people will say yes, Obida will win, and some people say TINUBU is doing it. Some people say Atiku did not turn out and do the one behind this thing. For the sake of fairness, they would have pushed this thing after the election so that everybody will have a remove biasness and emotion to look at it clearly and make a correct decision to accept it or not. But right now, it's bias. It's bias. I mean, no matter how they say it's going to be biased. Even though the guy has a genuine motive or Kosher is fighting back, everybody will read different meanings to it. One man. That's how I see it.
All right, brilliant. And to the space, we don't give shishi, but we need big money for campaigns. Reality dawns on the Labour Party space. They don't give shishi, but they want a dollar.
I made a mistake long ago. I would have created my own website for Peter Obi, open my account there. At least Father will be my auditor. At least we'll be sharing some good percentage. If I'll be championing Obi, we don't give shishi, but we need addition. Just people are cashing out with Obi.
Big time,
and Obi too is cashing out. And again, let me quickly speak about that. Is it Patotomi? I said they had money issue with Peter Obi.
Yeah, somebody sent me the message, but I wasn't sure, so that's why I didn't bring it to the platform.
Yes.
Utomi and Obi, they are already fighting over money. All that loot they got from America.
Yes. If you notice that what I'm saying in the normal simple logic, since that accusation came up or rumor came up, but Utomi have not been active in Obi space like before.
No world peace. It means you're not following. It means you're not following.
Maybe I'm not following, but I've not been seeing like before. That used to pop up everywhere, Facebook, Newsline, channels.
Patotomi is the one that is heading these big tents, and big tent is very, very. It's a very important.
You're the one saying by big tent. Because I'm just saying from a layman perspective, what we used to see everywhere. Patotomi is doing this. Patotomi is doing that.
You're not following the space.
So anyway. That's the money issue, the money factor. People are cashing out. You're not giving it shishi, and you're expecting people to bring their shishi to support your election. Though you need money to run election. They should put our election on donut base at least to curb the confederatism in politics. But this obedience style, not good obedience, is right now. No. People are cashing out too much. He should bring out his money and fund the election, not the poor masses with just little money. One more. That's how I see that one.
All right, brilliant. And to the okay, let's leave that. So Peter Obi unlikely to win presidential election. This is by FITCH, by the way. Peter Obi unlikely to win presidential election. TINUBU's presidency will increase social instability in Nigeria. Global rating company FITCH. So what are you then making of that FITCH report?
I don't know where these people are getting a report from. I don't know if they are paid or they are doing it from what they see, or probably what they see is not what most of us see. First question I want to ask: when is the deadline for all parties to submit their governorship and those who want to participate in governor this next 2023
I think that's already passed because they've published the names of the contestants already. So unless there's a court judgment that forces somebody onto the list, the list is done. Yeah.
Well, same thing with Senate and House of Rep.
Everybody.
But I have not seen Peter Obi's governors and House of Rep in many states.
Again,
they don't have any
following the space.
That's what FITCH has just told us.
A lot of them.
A lot of what?
A lot of their candidates.
What are you talking about? We are not saying they don't. Don't worry about. Don't mention a lot of.
They have.
It, are you?
I don't understand, Saki Father. In those states, I have not seen one.
Let me bring you a paragraph from this FITCH report. It says, indeed, the Labour Party is not even running candidates for the Senate and House of Representatives in many northern constituencies. Furthermore, the northern electorate historically tends to vote for presidential candidates from their region, with Peter Obi, a Christian from the south, Anambra, increasing his voter share in the north will prove challenging. So they don't have anybody.
Can I tell you in the northern states?
All right, go on.
In Kanu, they have Bashi in Kanu.
All right. Don't worry about
in Kaduna, they have
no. Don't worry about all that. I'm sure they have they have some satellite whoever, but they don't have a national representation. Is the broader point? They're just a parochial satellite, Aluta Kumbaya party. That this guy now, he's the star boy there.
They have
really,
candidates in every
don't worry.
state.
Okay, don't worry about all that. They don't have. That's the fact of it.
And in Edo State, World Peace, they have their senatorial candidates. I can mention their names.
Who? Which district?
This guy. What's the name? The guy he's from Edo North.
That one has been. I've said this guy. I've got the guy's name. He was the first that collapsed structure. That said he would like to contest. But
Call the name.
I've forgotten his name. He has not. Is a. I remember his name. But I said it long. We were talking about this 4 months ago. He and Osayende were the first people to collapse that structure for the former chairman of Ego.
In Enugu State, they have. In Rivers, they have.
They don't. Even their TVs are supposed to come as House of Red. They have pulled that out. So there's nobody right now.
Okay. Since you have forced the space, Saki Father, we have 774 local government areas in Nigeria. Can you name the Senate candidates for your party for all of them?
Can I have all their names in my head for 700 and something?
You have a list.
I can't. The list is on INEC website. You can see it now.
All right. Okay. Back to you, World Peace.
Yeah. So that's it. I don't really get how they're going to win because most of these the states, when they say no structure, people don't know the meaning of structure. Obedient movement and obedient are not structure. Obedient can be anybody. They can decide to vote for Peter Obi. They can decide to vote for Dati. They can decide to vote for Kwankwaso. That's obedient. But the Labour Party doesn't have a structure, a well-fixed structure to win the election or to wage or to stop those elections, those votes in one place to make it bulk, to channel it to a winning vote. They don't have it. No Senate, no House Rep, no. Those are even too big. No coordinators, no chairman, no ward office, no secretariats. And you said you're going to win election like that. So I'm wondering where the win is going to come from.
It's not daydreaming, isn't it? It's daydreaming.
I don't understand. I'm like, I'm hating Peter Obi. No, it's not hating. That's what I'm saying live. So now these people getting their statistics are wondering who they are paying to give them those statistics. Are they just saying it to massage our ego to feel okay or what? Let's tell ourselves the truth so we know the danger and know how to improve. Fine, maybe they might have structure in 1 or 2 states. Maybe you said Benue, Taraba. Maybe they have few now in Edo State, but it's 36 states for crying out loud. Where are the rest? So you cannot use 4 states to win. Win remain 32. In how much I want him to win, between him and TINUBU, I stand it. Atiku is not in my line. In how much I want them to win, but I've not seen a structure that is giving me hope that he have hope to win. I've not seen that, but in the obedient space, yes, there is hope, there is crowd, but would that manifest so winning? No, I can 100% put 100,000 naira on that bet.
Nasarawa is on the way.
What?
Nasarawa is obedient now. Did you not get Nasarawa?
So I can 200,000 naira bet on that, not too much. That those crowd people are seeing. At the end of the day, they will trickle down, break down, and be a divided vote and become a minority vote at the end of the day, and which will lead to nothing to win just any unit. Don't forget, election politics is local. Every vote starts from a local unit, not even local vote, a local unit. Probably in each local unit, there's like 1,000 people or 500 people. So tell me any local unit in every state that there's Easterner descendant that have a population of 1,000 people. It's not. At the end of the day, every local unit for these people, they will come up, or TINUBU or who else will come up 25% of majority of the vote. Obi will not bring 25%. Then they'll start shouting, they rob them. So we should use our head and stop using our mind. One man, that polls, I don't know what they're writing about. I'm not a party to it, one man.
All right, brilliant to upload. So 4-time, let me go from you, World Peace, and go in the direction of Des. So let's go to Des. So Des, are you still there?
You finally remembered me, one man.
So sorry, you
I'm
know, because
I'm
you had
enjoying
your.
my wine, and
Oh,
now you're
look at
remembering me.
that. Are you grown up enough to be drinking wine? Is it?
I'm too old, though, one man. Don't worry about me.
You know, you had your picture on your avatar, then it disappeared. So I thought you had left. It's only the name that reminded me you're still there. So now the drunken commentaries of death. So let's hear it then. Appeal court stops execution of judgment free Nnamdi Kanu. You cannot claim to be surprised by that, but are you disappointed that the judiciary space caved so readily?
I mean, I'm not surprised, but I'm disappointed because Nigeria, well, anyway, I would say is a lawless country because there's a judgment that has already been passed. I mean, why don't you obey the law? But we know what's gonna go down. Like they're still gonna drag this, and don't be surprised it's gonna drag to next year till another president comes in, which is P2B, and P2B is eventually gonna release him. But I know that laugh was coming anyway, but it's fine.
Who was laughing? I don't know.
I don't
I
know,
thought that
but
was coming from you, but carry on.
it's not me. Someone's laughing.
I am the one now. When they mention Peter Obi is going to win.
he's gonna he's gonna eventually release him. So I'm not surprised with
Definitely.
what local government, federal government is doing right now. Um, it's still gonna drag on, and that's just how it's gonna be for now. But if I want to advise Nigerian, federal government, it's right for them to, you know, obey the law and release Nnamdi Kanu, because right now I don't see any much difference that whether they keep him or they don't keep him. What is happening in Southeast is still happening. I don't see the reason why they still have him. It's stupid to me. I can't even think. I can't even see the reason why they still have him. But whatever they do, it's all still gonna boil down to next year election, and you know, it's still gonna boil down to it. That's just what I have to say for that. I don't want to take too long because I'm getting too drunk.
Yeah, no, we can tell that already. But so commentaries on this then. Chimaroke Nnamani, so a stalwart of the PDP. So he's now telling us that really it says trouble for Atiku as PDP senator campaigns for TINUBU, says APC presidential candidate will make Nigeria work. So this Chimaroke Nnamani, he was the governor of Enugu State, 1999, 2 terms. So he was within that cycle of governorship when Tinubu was the governor as well. And he eulogizes just the prowess of Tinubu, what he witnessed firsthand. And he's saying that this guy is especially gifted. So what strikes is that governor of Anambra State, of course, a stalwart of the PDP as well, but he scales those two hurdles to endorse the Luther from Lagos. So what are you then making then of Chimaroke and Amani's commentaries on the Luther from Lagos?
One man, I have to tell you something. I mean, whatever you guys are thinking, whatever you guys wish, I don't know what mostly Yoruba people wish. Tinubu is not gonna win this election. I can tell you that for a fact, and there's so many reasons to tell you that.
Okay.
The fact is that APC government has, what brought APC to this election is because the media had a lot of propagandas against Jonathan, and they basically spoiled Jonathan's name and Jonathan's administration, and people was, no, we can't focus on PDP anymore, and voted massively for Buhari. That is the only reason why Buhari is there. And now the same reason is coming into play because the Buhari APC tenure has been way worse than Jonathan's era. And people already know that. That is why I'm saying that there is no single reason. I'm telling you this fact. Why Northans are gonna vote for this administration is just a fact. And the fact, even if APC is thinking they're gonna get votes from the southwest, there is this factor that APC is still the one that arrested Sunday Igboho, which these Yoruba nations are aware of, and they're still gonna kick. That factor is gonna kick in. APC is the one that arrested Nnamdi Kanu. That factor is gonna kick in everywhere. So you can't say that TINUBU has this northern vote. In what shows that TINUBU has northern vote? We don't know anything that shows it. TINUBU has never contested for presidency, so we don't know anything about the northern vote because right now it's all boils down to who's gonna win the northern vote. And if you're seeing it, P2B already has the southeast. He has the south, and TINUBU is not even sure of the southwest. Talk more of the north vote. So now everybody is fighting for the northern vote. That is just everybody is fighting. Both Atiku, both P2B, both TINUBU. They're all fighting for the southern vote. Nobody has it yet. So people shouldn't come and say that APC is voting for Northerners are voting for TINUBU. We don't know that fact. TINUBU has never run an election as a president before. So when we come and say that, that's fallacy. That doesn't even make sense. I'm just telling you. So whatever Shomaroke is saying, it doesn't even add up. It's the fact.
But one man, sorry, you made it. Why are you calling Chimaloke a PDP stalwart?
No, because that's what the article says.
No, he's not a strong person. Nobody is listening to Chimaroke.
It says trouble for Atiku as PDP senator campaigns for Atiku. So it says PDP chieftain.
Chimaloke doesn't have any electoral value in the southeastern zone.
Two-time governor of Enugu State.
2 times governor. I'm telling you, I don't know. I will not explain it again. There is how the southeastern environment works.
Don't worry, the southeasterners are not from another planet.
Let me tell you something. I was in a space one day where Chimaroke came into that very space, and the people said the person that was organizing that very space, like, said, "Sorry, please, we have a senator here in our midst, Senator Chimaroke Nnaman. Let's give him a speaker. Let's allow him to talk to us." People in that space, started attacking Chimaroke, calling him all sorts of names.
Yeah, but that's what the southeasterners do.
No, wait. To the extent that they subjected Chimaroke to apologize to them in that space for a comment he made on Twitter.
Thank you, Father. Which of your politicians you don't attack? You attack Igbowe. It's everybody you attack. So is that a news?
You'll be attacking Soludo too.
No. Have you seen anybody attacking somebody like Abaribe? Have you seen the Easterners attacking Abaribe? No. You have not seen Easterners. Have you seen Easterners attacking this guy from Imo State? Except this recent comment he made against P2B. What's the name of this guy? People liked him before, except this recent comment he made about Labour Party that anybody that is not voting PDP is a saboteur, something like that. That was what generated reactions towards it. But people liked him naturally. So people like Chimaroke Nnaman, this governor of Abia State, or somebody like Ojo Zokalo. I'm telling you, those guys are just collecting. They are just making money out of TINUBU. They are just collecting money from TINUBU because they don't have any relevance in the southeast.
All right. Back to you, Des.
I think I'm done with that space.
All right. Today, Nnamdi Kanu, have you commented on that?
Yeah, I already have.
All right. All right. A brief commentary on the finance minister, and then we go on to engineer.
Finance minister. Like you said, it's corruption. Fighting against. They know what is gonna happen. Especially TINUBU. TINUBU knows what is gonna happen. He knows that all those money that he's been packing, bullion van inside the warehouse, he's gonna have to bring it out. And no matter what, I wish it goes through, even if Naira goes to 1,000. Eventually Naira is gonna go to 1,000 before next year. I don't see Naira not going to 1,000. I can't really see how it's not gonna go to 1,000. So I wish it goes through so that all those criminals are gonna have to fall out their money, and kidnappers are still gonna have to, you know, go to the bank and put in that money, um, and they're gonna have to ask questions. Because if you're kidnapping, because I have told you I've been kidnapped before, you have to bring cash. It's all about cash. And they still have to bring all that money out and put in the bank. So I wish it goes through, regardless of the how the economy or how Naira is gonna fall. If it doesn't matter, Naira is gonna fall anyway. So I wish they implement a better good policy to make it go through and make it work, so that the someone like TINUBU would not have that chance to buy votes, because that's what he's hoping. And I want to use this
But then, what is
opportunity.
your beef for
Hold on,
TINUBU?
please. Hold on. Let him just run through. We are late in the day now. Apologies. But carry on,
Yeah.
guys.
I want to use this opportunity to tell anybody that is working for TINUBU, and you're trying to buy votes at the southeastern, especially. Please don't do it during the election. It's gonna cost you a whole lot. I just want to say that now, so that people wouldn't want to do something that they would regret.
That
Don't
sounds like
don't
a
do it.
threat. That sounds like a threat.
No, it's basically a warning. Like, United States just warned Nigeria, that there's a threat coming. Doesn't mean that you just have to listen.
One
Basically,
man, can I ask a question?
Yeah, carry on, Ajahn Kuko.
So, if an Igbo man in APC or EDP in the East is trying to bribe people to vote, what is it going to cost them?
I don't want to say what it's gonna cost. I'm just warning that if you're planning on buying votes,
You are the one that said it's going
especially
to cost them something.
no,
What is it that it's going to cost them?
listen up. I'm saying
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say what it's gonna cost. I'm just giving a warning that they might not like what the situation is gonna come out. So if you're planning, whether you're Igbo or you're Yoruba or whatever, if you're planning to buy votes in 2023 election, especially in the southeastern part of Nigeria, please don't do it. It's just a warning. It's kind of, let's say, I'll say, like, it's a peaceful warning, basically. It's nothing else.
You said that only Tinubu doesn't have pathway at all to victory. He said the West is not sure for him, the North is not sure for him, nowhere sure for him, but East and South is sure for Obi. Do you really stand? Hold on now. Do you really
Yeah.
stand on that your position that the
Yes, I
West
do.
is not sure for Tinubu,
I
and
am very,
nowhere in
yeah.
Nigeria is sure for him?
I mean, the West is basically not sure for Tinubu. Even if in his hometown, he lost. So what are we
Oh,
talking
okay,
about here?
okay,
It's
okay.
not sure for him if he can lose
All
in his
right.
hometown. So what are
Oh,
we talking about?
okay. But
Ajale
Obi's
Kuku.
hometown is sure for him, and even some part of the north sure for Obi, but nowhere is sure for Tinubu.
I didn't say some part of the north is sure. I said the fight is for the north. The fight
Oh,
is who's
okay.
gonna
So, but
get votes at the
east and
north.
south is sure
East
for
and
Obi.
Salsa is sure for Obi. I can categorically tell you that.
Okay, okay. Sorry.
You know, take it
Good job.
to the bank.
Good,
He
good
will be
job.
the next president.
Take
Oga
it to
Jale
the
Koko.
bank.
Oga Jale Koko, Ekaro. Ekaro. From
I don't
today,
just say something to
from
say it. I
today,
just
this is
tell
my
you the
brother.
fact.
I stand with him, but I don't stand with him in disobedient narration and east. But any other thing, I will stand and fight with him. Oga Jale Koko. Notice from today.
I don't hear. I don't come out my mouth. Make it a talk they go.
Okay, Nasarawa is there, Ajale Kuku.
Ajali Koko, I just told you what the fight is gonna be all about in this election, and it's gonna be fight for the North. That is just it. You know, the TINUBU has already lost. Atiku is trying to persuade the North, you know, that he's one of them. You know, they should vote for him. That is just it. But Tinubu, as I can see it, I don't see him. I see him coming third to really in this fight. I don't even see him coming second to Atiku. It's just a fact.
All right, and that's a fact. I wonder who used to say that. That used to be Charlie Boy, and that's the fact, man. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. So there it is. So thank you. So let's go on from you for reasons of time and head in the direction of the Jedi Master himself, Engineer, who joins us. So Engineer, you're up next. So to it then, and to this now somewhat a threat to reverse the position of the CBN. The finance minister is insisting that the central bank did not take her along. Do you believe that? And what do you think is in play here, engineer?
Well, good morning. Greetings to everyone. And good to see you, our sister Celebi. And also, one man, just a quick one before I kick in. Did you receive your electricity voucher?
I did not
66
get
quid.
it, you know. And then you told me you got another payout. Who are you getting these payouts from? No,
One man, don't worry, yours is coming. Keep checking your mails. I
no,
think
but that was so you got 100 and something the last time. I never got that, and then you are getting this again, and I'm not seeing anything through the post. So I need to be contacting
I don't know
somebody.
what part of England you're living anyway.
I
So
live
God
in
knows.
Kent. I live in Kent. It's as cold here as it is where you are, and I'm paying the same
Wow.
in I don't know. Huh?
You guys should receive first before us.
Yeah, they are accused. You they collect shishi. Engineer they collect shishi.
I claim
I
no
mean,
more.
look at
Well,
that.
back to reality. Our lovely country, Nigeria, who they employ empty container and coconut head. Should we call the yam head now? Because how could a lady who said that she's not aware of what is happening and she call herself a finance minister? Huh? That's a yam head now. Hmm? According to you, one man. Because it's quite sad. It's very, very sad. Because people like this, they don't know their job. They don't know the title of their job. They don't know what they're doing. And I bet you maybe hardly she go to the office. They just keep looting that country money. They have been looting it. And this is the best opportunity, the best time for them to be looting it. And they will continue looting it. And they will forget their job description. That's the funny thing. They don't. Okay, it's a pity, man. It's really a pity because people like this, they're not supposed to be in that office, but due to the fact that she has that connection, that connectivity, she's been opportune to be in that seat. Well, it's quite sad. Let's see what's gonna happen. I think to me, honestly, to me, they should have sacked her straight away. If Nigeria will be honest and straightforward, she deserved to be sacked. That's all I can say for now.
All right, brilliant. And to the Nnamdi Kanu space, the stay of execution by the appeal court. Does this surprise you? And as justice gone the wrong way in Nigeria?
Man, we have been talking about this now for long. These people, they just want to play with our mindset. They just want to put us in that kind of like election is coming. What can we do to deviate youth's mind? You understand? To deviate their attention. These are all the things that they will play up. These people won't release this guy till they finish their tenure. Till they finish. Even though they finish, they will still keep him there and to play all this kind of boju boju. You understand? They know what they're doing. I'm telling you, one man. It's quite sad. Is the guy has passed through a lot. We know that there are some things that he did which is not acceptable, but keeping him that long in that place, come on, man. He's a human like us now. They should have even deport him back to England or send him back to Kenya and keep him there or put him in Kenyan prison. You know what I mean? It's just quite sad that they keep this guy and the amount of money they are spending, on him is unbelievable. They will lie that they are spending billions, meanwhile they are still stealing the money in the name of we are protecting him, blah 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 blah. They're not gonna release him. Let's just have that in mind because these people they know what they're doing. They release him, they know the consequences that will happen. And let's just keep praying till God will touch their mind and let's see what they're gonna end up doing. But as of now, I don't see this APC government going to leave him at all. And this is another opportunity for Nigerians to see how the APC government they are. Because if APC government can still hold a Nigerian citizen up to that stage, to release him is a problem. And remember, there's the same thing they did to Sunday Igboho. And another thing we need to look at it, one man. Let's say today, Nnamdi Kanu said, okay, he has repented. Will they still release him? That's the question now. Because so many times they captured all these Boko Haram and Co and the rest. They said they have repented and straight away they release them. Let's say today he said, okay, he has repented. Will they allow him? That's the question. And honestly, if I'm his lawyers, let's put them into that trial as well. And say, okay, he said he has repented. If they can give others that treatment, why can't they apply that to him as well?
But the thing is, he can never say he has repented because his followership, they will not allow that. They will not allow it.
Well, we have people sponsoring the Boko Haram. If you capture them today, they will end up saying, "No, they have repented." So regardless, if today, let's say he said he has repented, will they allow him?
Yeah, but he will never say that. He will never say that, really, engineer. Because his followers will not allow it. They will not allow him to say that.
What do you mean one man, his followers will not allow him? Are they there with him? Are they passing through what he's passing through? Keeping somebody in a quiet room for decades, that can mess up his brain. He'll be traumatized. You know what I mean? Huh? Only God knows if they can, even if he can have access to watch TV or watch any other thing. You know what I mean? It's just gonna be hard. It's just kind of. He's the son of the soil, and I don't see reason why people from the south, like the elders, they are not still pushing it. They just keep quiet there. Election is coming. They're just after their own money. That's just the fact. It's quite sad and it's quite shame and disgraceful. I must say it, one man. Let's see how it goes.
All right. And to the FITCH report that TINUBU will win the election, Peter Obi will not win, but TINUBU will have some difficulties, especially in the early phases of his administration. Do you broadly agree with the report by the American organization?
That TINUBU will win?
Yes.
Okay. If they say so, so let it be. But remember, Nasarawa is coming out for obedient. And obedient to be Nigerian president. As you can see, the championing is taken everywhere. Because if Nasarawa will start now, the next thing is Katsina. Then it will follow by Sokoto, all those areas. They will be obedient very soon. Let's keep watching till 2023 February. Innit? It's not too far. It's not too far. Well, if they say TINUBU win, all the best. My own worries is the country need to be changed. Things need to be changed. A lot of people keep dying every single day by day. Everything has to be changed, one man. Everything need to be changed. Because it's too much. Before December now, bag of rice will be about 50. It's going to be 50K, 60K. So how are the poor ones going to survive? Cost of living in Nigeria is something else. I think it's competing with England here. I don't know if Canada or Australia or America. Because cost of living now, I think is equal to UK cost of living as well. So hopefully, let's see what's gonna happen, one man. I wish them all the best. My concern is they need to take care of people in that country. The country deserve good leaders. They deserve.
Engineer.
Go on, my brother.
Real quick. If the bag of rice is almost 50,000 naira, and Emefiele wants to take out all the money, wants to decrease the number of money in circulation, what do you think that is going to result to?
Brother, that one, that one, Okpari. That's the only thing I can say. Okpari, God will help us. Because if that money still, if that money should deviate, forget to. Just forget it. There'll be war in that country. There'll be war because it's just we that we are in diaspora. We are the one going to be helping that country, helping people to like kind of stabilize for at the moment. If not, my brother, that one only God can tell you.
All right. Thank you, engineer. And engineer, briefly, the Labour Party, they say they don't give shishi, but now they've got the begging bowl out, begging for money to run their campaign. So is this reality dawning on these people now that were naively telling us that they don't need money for politics?
Well, if we have people like Jewel, and who else again?
Saki Fada.
Yeah, Saki Fada. Why not? They are the trustee we have so far. So they will deliver. That's just the fact. And also my worries is I don't want people to rob that Labour Party. That's number one man. Because people in diaspora, they are willing to support, to contribute. But people back home, to champion the campaign, I hope they're not going to steal that money and disappear. That's something about that country that one needs to be very, very careful. Because when it comes to that play, I'm telling you now, people can contribute money, but how far? What's going to happen? Because money has the power. With the Nigerian state where money now is getting smaller, it's shrinking. So things like this, I'm telling you, Labour Party, the money will come, but it's just people that will be handling the money. Those are the ones that one need to be very, very careful with them. Otherwise, they will loot the money and hide it and messed up that party. Honestly, that's my worries in that area. And God will help us.
All right, brilliant. Well put. So thank you, engineer. So for time, let me go on from you. I think we've got. Have we been to your rational mind? I
Yeah.
don't think we've. We have been to rationalize.
Yeah, yeah, it's all. Yeah, I've taken.
All right. So we have Ajanle Koko next, and then we round off. So yeah. So save the best for last. He joins us. So Ajanle Koko, you are up next. So to that space, then the conversation yesterday, somewhat we deliberated and concluded that changing the Naira might altogether be a good thing, but corruption fights back. The Minister of Finance, Zainab Ahmed, is telling us that she wasn't consulted what would do to make this decision and threatening consequences against the central bank. What are you making of this development, Ajanle Koko?
Yeah, thank you, woman. And greetings to our listeners around the world. Please click on the like button, share, and subscribe if you haven't done so. It's a clear indication that Nigeria is not a well-coordinated country. The governance is not coordinated at the top level, and as well, and by that action, if what the finance minister is saying is actually true, it shows that we have, even at that top level of governance, we have cabal within cabal that run our country. Cabal within cabal. And that will signal a very bad that will send a very bad signal to international world, particularly the international credit company, international finance company rather, that give us loan, that support us financially, that we don't run a transparent financial operation at the top level there, because there's no way that the central bank governor will want to take such action in order to, in order to stabilize the financial market and stabilize our currency and mop up the excess liquidity within the circulation. And the finance minister, who is the manager of the economy, is not carry along, is not in the know. And the president approved the central bank governor to go ahead without the knowledge of the finance minister, because finance minister is the manager of the economy. So it's just a bad signal to our creditors around the world that Nigeria is a very, very highly corrupt country, cabal within cabal, administration, and no transparency in the running of the economy and the financial market, and that is not good. So it's just it's sad that this is coming out. It's sad, and I will want to believe that lady, because the question we should ask that what would have been his reason for coming out, that for coming to the public to say she's not in the know of it. If she has agreed or if they have carried her along, why would he come to the press now and said, I'm not aware of it? What is it that he's trying to achieve? So it's just all this kind of situation, you know, it's just not good for that country. It just tells us that we are heading towards disaster because like we said yesterday, I particularly said it here that this time that Emefiele is trying to redesign some currency, I mean, some denomination of that, our currency, is not the right time for it. And the purpose is trying to achieve, I don't think it can really achieve it because there are a lot of leeways on how to manipulate the operation of these. And things will still go as normal for those that have stocked up a lot of cash, you know, people that have stocked up, you know, illegal cash, you know, they can still beat around this operation is trying to carry it out because it is not all the denomination is trying to redesign. So it is easy for me, for somebody to exchange that money to a smaller, what do you call it? It's not smaller, what do you call it? A smaller denomination now, stock it up somewhere, and then exchange it later for a new note, new design note. When that one comes out, it's such an operation that, okay, if I have a lot of small denomination and I want to exchange it to bigger denomination, I can say, okay, I can say I have smaller notes, let's say 1 Naira, to exchange 100 Naira for 80 Naira bigger denomination or 70 Naira bigger denomination. So whoever that is exchanging for me is making 30 Naira. Let's say I say 70 Naira because this is an illegal money I'm keeping. So, and somebody exchanging for me is making 30 Naira. That's a lot of money. So that is one. Then number two, like you said, one man, you can exchange it, they can start exchanging it to dollar now, which is virtually will cause devaluation. I mean, sorry, inflation.
It's already started to affect it. They said that the dollar leapt after that announcement from 740 to 788, which is a 48 Naira jump just in one leap.
Let me tell you, one man, before the period of this exchanging of this money that they are talking about, within, I think it's 1 month period. Within that, between now and that time, you say this Naira will climb up against, there's going to be maybe $1,000, 1,000 Naira up or over. So I don't know how they want to. So people can use it to smaller notes to exchange for bigger notes, then buy dollar. That's another option. Or go and buy some product, keep it. Right now, people can start buying a lot of product and stock it up in a warehouse. And then when the new note comes out and they start to sell it, they might even make profit that time. They could look for some valuable,
They'll be buying land, they'll be buying gold, they'll be buying dollars,
a lot of things.
Yeah.
People will buy it now. So I don't know what so, but if the finance minister is saying this, I think I want to believe the finance minister. And since she is kicking against it, one man, I won't be surprised if by tomorrow or later in the week or next week, announcement will come that we cannot do that thing now. They will just come out and said it is impossible, that the cost of doing it and other reason, they will just say, well, maybe they have to suspend it because politicians will surely kick against it and other powers will surely kick against it. Those in the black market might surely be kick against it as well, because right now, their business, they could make money on one side and they could lose money on the other side as well, because it's not going to be good. How are they going to do it? Because according to Central Bank, 3.3 trillion Naira is in circulation, and 85% of that amount is out of the banking system. That's a huge amount of cash out of financial system, out of banking system rather. And so should that is a lot of money. We know that a lot of our businesses, our small businesses, you know, they run their transaction in cash between, cash changing hands here and there. We are cash-based economy. But all this money we have in circulation, are they not printed by central bank? What is Eviefele trying to tell us? He has printed so much money than ever before in the history of that country. He consistently violates the Central Bank Act that stipulates that the federal government must not borrow more than 5% of the revenue of the preceding year. At any time, Central Bank have to borrow federal government money. It must not be more than 5% of the revenue of preceding year. This guy borrowed federal government more than 100%. And they continue, and that is what has brought down the devaluation of it, because he has pumped so much money out in terms of giving loan to the federal government, more than the law specify him to do. So it is just, let's keep on watching. Let's see if they are going to carry out the operation, and let's see what story that will be coming out after this. We will know who is lying, who is not lying. Look, if we have a good country that runs, where we have the media that really operates very well, this is the time for our media to start coming out with the truth. Investigative journalism. They should be able to sniff and get some information out for us and know who is really lying, if the finance minister is lying, or who is lying between them. We know of Emefiele. Emefiele said on his own that, oh, okay, he has taken approval from the president, and president haven't kicked against it that, oh, we didn't give him approval. So Emefiele
you know, Buhari is notorious for going with whoever speaks to him last. So he's probably going to reverse this decision. But Emefiele did tell us that he'd taken approval from the presidency, and of course, he could not have done this move without. He can't unilaterally make that decision to change the currency. He would have gotten authorization higher up, which he has done. But if the Minister of Finance is kicking against it now, that would tell you that some place is putting her under pressure to reverse that decision. So, and they tell us that corruption will fight back, but this is it right here. This is corruption fighting back, because there's some illegal money that's too big to move. So they are going to lose a lot of money if they let this go through. We have significant amounts of money.
Significant amount of money.
Well, can I ask a question, one man? I don't know, in any time when they change currency like that, do you know the billions of money that are not changed? That just goes like that and then they never get it back into the system? Anytime they do change of money, change of currency like that, especially in developing countries like Nigeria, a lot of people, maybe they could not access the money anymore. Maybe they have it locked up somewhere, or they forgot. And I know of somebody whereby back in the 80s, I mean, in the mid 90s, when they changed that 20 naira, and those old 20 naira notes from the early 80s, I mean, somebody had a stockpile of them. So you just imagine that is just one person that I know.
I'm not sure that you're right. Because what is happening in Nigeria happened in India. Let me give you a paragraph. This is letter. I'll post the link for anybody that wants to educate themselves more on that space. But this is just deep into the. Or should I even give you the fullness of it? Because no, because we're so late in the
just
day.
Go on, just narrate it.
What they are saying in India, they had the same thing about counterfeiting black money, they called it. So all of that. So suddenly, in a dramatic national broadcast, Modi, the president of that country, he announced that they're sweeping up the rupee and they are going to convert their country into a cashless society. And he was all similar narratives to the Nigerian space, but what they were finding was that and they thought that would flush out the black economy money that cannot make its way back into legitimacy. And as we were anticipating yesterday, they anticipated that they were going to burn money, but that did not happen. It says, what happens to the black money? Economists who supported the demonetization predicted that black money holders would destroy their stashes rather than declare them. Thus, a bottom line bonanza to the country. So, of course, all of those monies that are out, they add to the value. So, if the monies are now destroyed, the value still retains, but it goes to the central bank. So that's what they're saying. Economists who supported demonetization, this is in India, by the way. Economists who supported demonetization predicted that black money holders would destroy their stashes rather than declare them, thus declaring a bottom line bonanza to the country. But in August 2018, the Reserve Bank of India, RBI, the country's central bank, confirmed that 99.3% of the demonetized note had been returned to the banks. Almost nothing was destroyed. So going by the Indian example, illegal money will always find a psychedelic way to launder itself.
Well, I understand. I get you, one man. But I'm just saying, because I'm just giving an example of somebody I know who was not able to. No, his money was not black money, but I think maybe he just forgot to change this money back then. And the window they gave to us to go change that money, the bank was so packed, and I don't know. So I was just looking at it from that point of view. That, I mean, you can imagine billions of naira that might not make it back into central bank because people maybe they did not quickly take the money to central bank. And after that window, I don't think if you take it back there after that window, that any bank will allow you to be able to change it. That's what I'm just trying to say.
Can you just imagine the run on the banks, though, Ajanle Koko?
Yeah.
Within this next 3 months, the queue in the banks, they'll be from Obalende to Mile 2. You know all those years that they don't believe in banks, they only believe in Loba Mikosabe Pilo, Koti Arabio, Shoma Muti Umanjale. All those years, they will they will now start to be, you can just imagine the scramble to get money into the banks.
Well, let's see. As a matter of fact, right now, a lot of people, I don't believe they have a lot of money now. Economic situation has destroyed the financial base of everybody. So people that are even running business are not running good as it used to be. So I believe a lot of small businesses, we have few cash at hand now, but they might be making a lot of money now because people will be buying a lot of things, those that have that stock up those fraudulent money somewhere. They be taking it out to buy a lot of stuff because they cannot take it to bank. They could be questioned. So they be buying a lot of stuff now. So, but finance minister has fired a shot. We should expect Emefiele to fire back if she's lying. If Emefiele couldn't fire back at finance minister, then we should believe finance minister. And we should see Emefiele as the worst enemy of that country. That man has committed a lot of financial atrocities in that country. And this kind of man should never go away free. Even after when new administration comes in, he should be fired and he should be probed. He has failed in entirety in the management of the monetary policy of that country. Never have we seen any like this before in that country. It failed completely. Even the farm, what do they call it? The farm loan, the loan that he was giving farmers. He failed. Where are the food? The reason for that loan that he was giving farmers is to give us food security, abundance of food, particularly rice, is to turn the country, is to rice producing country. Are we really producing rice? When local rice, a bag of local rice costs 40,000, 44,000. How many poor people can buy? What is the salary? What is the minimum wage in Nigeria? And they spend billions for this rice production.
Hey, but Ajale, do you know the local rice is even expensive more than the imported one?
That is what I'm saying.
Very expensive.
What is the purpose? What is the purpose of that loan that central bank was giving out to farmers? Is to achieve food, abundance of food, and achieve a food security for that country. Abundance of food that we can eat and we can export. But what have we got? Zero. We failed. So, Emefiele, let's wait if he will fire back or respond to what the finance minister said. If he didn't, that means something is happening, and that will tell international community. Because, you know, when things are happening like this in a country like ours, country that is highly indebted in so much, gone down the hole in debt. Every move, every action they are taking financially is being watched by, you know, financial organizations around the world. IMF, World Bank, European monetary, this thing, and other financial organizations, their creditors are watching them. So let's just wait and see, one man. That's my take on that.
All right, brilliant, well put. Brilliant, well put. So thank you, Ajale Koko. And so Ajale Koko, we've gone past the 5-hour mark. So I want to say to start to round off, only to land.
Can I talk a little on what FITCH, or what is the name of that?
Yeah, the FITCH, but the FITCH report, but you will have to be brief though. It says Peter Obi unlikely to win presidential election. TINUBU's presidency will increase social instability in Nigeria. It's the global rating company called FITCH, a reputable company with an international presence.
So if we critically analyze that statement, they are signaling to international investors who is likely to win and who is not likely to win, and the danger ahead when that person win, person they've seen that could win. So they are telling us that TINUBU stand the better chance than any other person. And international investors that know so much about Nigerian space will start getting closer to TINUBU or inviting him for meeting him so that they can start preparing ground and their closeness with him so that after winning, a lot of opportunities could open for them in Nigeria, and they could put a lot of proposal before him as well. So they have sent a signal to the international investors who look to win the election. And that is what I've seen there. They have done right there. And the person that could not win, they have mentioned it, that Obi have done well by coming to campaign in United States, to put himself before international investors to market himself. That is what he have done. He achieved that. But FITCH has spoken now that he cannot win. So telling the investors that do not waste your time. This is not the man. He can't get that vote from Nigerian people. This is the man that can win. But even after winning, this is what you should expect. So international investors now will possibly be looking at TINUBU as the next president, who they should move closer to, who they can put forward to a lot of proposal on how they can take Nigeria out of economic problem and a lot of things that they can do with Nigeria. So they have signal. So the rest is left. Let's leave the rest till election day and let us see if what they said will actually come to pass. One man, that's my take.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko. So thank you, Ajanle Koko, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So we're able to say that today because we've had the company of Celibi. So thank you, one and all. So we still to start to round off, of course, to land back on Ajanle Koko, and we kick off. Okay, so yeah, so we kick it off with you, Saki, Father. All right, we're listening. Oh, is that your engineer? Sorry, engineer.
Yeah.
You. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. And one man, I have nothing to say, rather to say, God bless you and keep doing the good work. And I just want to still say you are uniting us, and we are learning more from you, and we are becoming one. Regardless how we fight we'll tear ourselves in the platform. Thank God there is no gun beside us that we don't sit in the same room. By now, one man, you would have one person in your show. Thank God for the internet connection. And also you have done well. And people that are here on the platform too, thank you guys for contributing, and you guys have done well. And I tried to buy coffee. I forgot that I left my wallet in the car anyway. So maybe tomorrow. One man, Thank you very much. I have nothing to say, rather to say God bless you and keep the good work going. Have a good night or have a good morning.
All right, thank you, engineer. So thank you, engineer. I'll call you during the day. So thank you, engineer. So it's just testaments. Just look at the contrast in what it. And by the way, I want to condense the closing remarks to no more than 3 minutes because sometimes it can be a bit lengthy. But just look at what engineer just casually said there. I forgot my wallet in the car. Maybe tomorrow. Can you say that in Abuja? Can you say that in Lagos? You forgot both the car and the wallet will not be there by the time you get back. Can you even say that in New York? I forgot my wallet in the car, and it will be visible. People will walk by. They won't even notice it, or if they notice it, they'll say, "Oh, this silly man has left it." You go and forget your wallet in the car in Victoria Island, even know, and come and report back what happened. So there it is. So we go back to the closing remarks. We're condensing it. So just a short parting words from World Peace. World Peace, you're up next. All right. I think the children.
I'm here. Konnichiwa. I'm actually making smoothie for myself. I just got the chin snack.
Look at that. What are you? What's the blend? Is it fruit?
Yeah, fruit. All fruit. That's what I take every morning. I do. My wife.
Is it citrus fruits? What sort of fruits?
Banana, apple, spinach, scent leaf, just like Japanese Japanese leaf. Or then I add little honey to it. That's all. That's why I drink every morning.
All right. Is that instead of breakfast?
Yeah, for breakfast.
Oh, all right. Okay.
To control my cholesterol this thing.
Oh, well done.
Anyway, my country people don't reach the final hour. I don't get much to say. First of all, I'm like, thumbs up and share. The people who did the comment section, I agree to now. Agajali I agree to now. Panelists, I agree to now. Marceli Boloko, you madam, you're not going to arrest me. Marceli, I agree to for coming today. One man, I agree to you. Get your PVC, vote your candidate. I'll say, peace, I'm out.
All right, thank you. So that's World Peace and his son. So thank you, World Peace and his son. So thank you, World Peace. We go on from World Peace to Rational Mind. Rational Mind, you're up next.
Yeah, woman. Thank you for a good job you're doing. Yeah, for me, I know you challenged me recently on the article. That's how I'm going to conclude my my words today. I still stand on what I believe. I just hope to see that the same invitation given by U.S. Department of Trade. I don't know. Somebody was saying that U.S. Department of Trade or whatever is not. It's not the same as U.S. government. I don't know where that person's getting that from.
That was Joel.
So Chamber of Commerce, whatever it is, I don't know. But the something was that he was invited on it. That's what I heard. So I just hope to see that they also invite TINUBU to come and speak. They will invite Obi and other presidential candidates. We'll see how that plays out. And then if nobody's invited besides just him, that tells you what you need to know. That they've been able to take him through the back door again into America here. So that's all I'm going to end it. One man. But I know it's still debatable. We're still going to debate it with the coming days. We see he says he's going to spend 10 days there. So the 10 days he's going to spend it or more, whatever he's going to spend. We'll see the images and video clips that comes from there, whatever he's able to do, speak to Nigerian community here. We shall see how that plays out. But I want to see other candidates also being invited. That's all I have to say.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Rational Mind. So Rational Mind spent most of the day with us today. So thank you, Rational Mind. So we go on from Rational Mind to Thomas. Thomas, closing remarks.
Thank you, woman. The statement that really flabbergasted me, I was just flabbergasted, is that TINUBU, he will not win the Southwest, but Obi will win the Southeast and the South. That is the most funny comment I've heard since we started this session. But I wish everybody good. Thank you, one man. May God bless you. Bye. See you later.
All right. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. Have a good rest of the day. So from Thomas, we go on to Celibes, who I'm almost certain has left us already. Celibes, are you still there? Yes, you know, Celibis is not there now, because if she was there, she would have been telling us. When I was at NTA, I was the studio manager and the anchor manager and the chairman of the board.
I leave.
Sorry, you are there. Oh, yes, closing remarks, Celibi.
Yes, and when I was at NTA, sometimes we walk till
yeah,
the following morning.
all right,
It
but
didn't
a
bother
brief
me.
one though. Yeah, carry
I'm
on.
just saying, when I was at NTA as well, we
Yeah.
used to walk till morning in studio, and I never fell asleep. And I'm
Right.
working, so I'm here. I'm hearing all what you're saying. Yeah, closing remarks. Happy to have been in tonight, having this lovely, lovely chat. Sometimes very, very annoying. As far as I'm concerned, everyone is doing very well. But me, I'm a person that believe that every individual is very important. Be you poor, be you rich, be you tall, be you slim, be you ugly, be you fine. Everybody, human being, we should all be resolute, and we should know that we are citizens of the world, and we should take our power first. We should start with ourselves, to develop ourselves, to have that confidence, to have that willpower. All these changes we are talking about, TINUBU is not going to make no change. Obi even will not make any change unless we direct him as such. And until we begin to see ourselves as viable citizens and speak to that authority for which God, who made us, gave us in his own image, then everything we're doing, we're just wasting our time. And eventually, as we the case of Nigeria, if we carry on the way we are, not being resolute, and knowing that we should demand a lot more from governance, and that should be expected. We pay our taxes, we obey the rules and all of that, and all of it. They should play their own part. Whereby they're not doing so, we have every right to just basically, denounce them. But until we have that kind of strength to actually articulate this, not just going here, going there. I mean, I'm not here. Even my own governor, I say, what he will do, say, don't enter Port Harcourt again. And I have no problem. But I'll say what I've got to say, because there's no point me going to school, suffering, going through all this education, reading here, reading there, and then I cannot even have a voice to actually speak truth to power.
All right.
That is where I will leave it for tonight.
All right, brilliant.
See you guys tomorrow.
All
right?
Brilliant.
And the other thing, don't be saying things that are stereotypical about Niger Delta people. I don't like it.
You mean like Sapele water?
But yeah, we take Sapele water, but you can't be bringing it when we're serious now. Come on, man.
Okay, but it's very difficult to know between the haze of Sapele water and water. Don't worry, it's all banter now. You
I
are
always
grown up
been a woman
adults
of my own. I speak my voice. I just say it the way it is. Anybody won't kill me, but I don't talk. That's it. Nothing to do with Sapele water or wine. Unfortunately, I'm just here dry. Nothing is happening. Nothing. Not even juice I get today.
Yeah, it's good for you. Detox.
Now weekend we day. Sapele water go good for body now. Now weekend we day.
Ajale Koko be Muslim.
It go good for body. Make we drink Sapele water.
Invite me to America and Ajale Koko, so that I can come and enjoy some. What people call that brandy.
You get Sapele water for me. I know they drink brandy now. Real Nigeria made.
No, I drink what they call something malt. There's this malt that they talk about. Is it single malt? Come on, man. That's what you should be offering.
Me, I know they drink.
There you are.
Okay, so I'm okay with as you are too.
Thank you, my sister.
Thank you, Sally. So don't mention Sapele water when Sally is around. But a man, either drunk or sober, always steady in his voice. Saki, father. Saki, you're up next.
Yeah, thank you, woman. Ajahn Kogo, you came quite late today. What happened?
I said, make una we get power pass me. Make her the watch in the top.
Yeah. It has been a very friendly conversation today, and I'll end on just 2 points. The first is that I want to let people understand that the history of Igbo people is not quite clear, you know. There are a lot of controversial assertions on their historical evolution. Basically, there are different versions to the story. We have some people saying they came from Israel, and some people saying that they are autochthonous, and some people saying that they don't have history. So we don't know which is which, but I believe that tracing the historical part is gonna be a hard nut to crack. So nobody knows which one is which, you know, and we shouldn't make the erroneous conclusion that the Igbos are coming from Israel. Then on the part of the Southwest, somebody was talking about diversity. I think in terms of all other cultures in Nigeria, the Southwestern people are the most diverse, you know, in terms of religious diversity and other things. But it is expected because they have one of the earliest contacts with Europeans. And when the missionaries came, they experienced both Muslim missionaries and the Christian missionaries. But down there in the eastern parts, the East only had contact with Christian missionaries. So I think those things shaped the way they have been able to receive certain aspect of their religion. So thank you, one man, and let me leave you so that you sleep. You have tried for today. It's not easy. Nigeria will be great again. Thank you, Ajale Koko. We see you again tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. So that's Sake Father. Sake Father, you just know by the voice, the deep baritones off. But Ajale Koko, he's already been accused of late coming, so I'm not going to mention it, only to say the daddy has the final word. Ajale Koko, the final word.
Thank you, woman, and thanks to every panelist on this session today. And everybody have done good, spoken good, enlightened a lot of people around the world that are listening to us throughout this session. Please, you can come back tomorrow. Come and join one man to treat another round of news that one man will surely bring to us tomorrow. Zaki Father, maybe if you can research, there's another historical fact that says that Hebrews emanated from Nupe kingdom. So if you have historical fact to that, maybe you can bring it to us and let us know. And, other than that, let me thank our brothers at the commentary section. From our brother Alessandra Gomez. Thank you for your support. The chairman of board of trustee woman who want to move, Alessandra Kachi, secretary, thank you. Daddy Master, thank you. Ortiz, thank you. Ayo, thank you. Solomon Peter, George Blueshell, everybody in the commentary section. You are the strength of the platform. Please come back tomorrow to do what you know to do best. And, you know, you are the strength of the platform. Come back tomorrow. And to our listeners around the world that's still listening to us, if you haven't clicked on the like button, please do that right now before we leave. So do it. That is what you can do best to support this platform. Click on the like button, share, and subscribe as well if you haven't done so. And to one man, thank you. Another 5.5 hours, going to 6 hours. You have done it again. We have done it together. And tomorrow, by God's grace, On behalf of others, I want to guarantee you that yes, we shall join you and continue the struggle from there. So thank you, one man, the Eagle. See you tomorrow and have a nice weekend. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko, who turned up at the last minute just to round things up for us. So Ajale Koko rounds things off. So that tells you that everything is as it should be. So everything as it should be. And what should be is that you have clicked on the like button and you are already subscribed. We're trying to say somewhat that you have to be subscribed to be visible in the comment section. And you may well be saying that now is only because you feel slightly cheated that some people come here continuously, routinely, and they cannot even reach just to click on the subscribe button. So we might want to push that a little bit. And we are pushing that a little bit, and the like button as well. It's been a long and involved conversation, and necessarily a lot of it you would not agree with, because of course, if we are not if we are not being disagreeable, if you are not disagreeing with some of the things we are saying here, then we're just gathering to praise worship. Where it's just a kumbaya session. If we don't say something that jars you the wrong way, then we're not really doing what we should be doing. Then we're just it's just it's an echo chamber. Then if we don't gather that P to be like some, like somebody like has a mental tick, like some mentally disturbed person or mentally disturbed group. No. We have to disagree in order to interrogate just the veracity of what we're talking about. So yes, if you're offended by some of the things you have heard, then good, you should be. So that would then challenge your thoughts to see if you're hiding away in some spurious place. So don't hide in spurious places. Spend your time here instead. So there it is right there, and the session comes to an end. So I'll leave it there. Carry the conversation on within the comment section over here. I say peace.